the writing on the wall. It's for reason, not for malice, that we watch them fall. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist. Have you seen it? The stupidity of the ones around you. Can you feel it? The need to rise up from the pit of destitute. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist. Forging unity, the time is coming to annihilate the ignorant, peddling scum, breathing anger, exhale wisdom, suffocate the indifference. No more complacency. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist.
What the fuck? Where did you people come from? Get the fuck out of my house now! Get out. Get out. Song is okay. Will be better with real drums, eh? Well, the dude that I got the song from is a guitar player, not a drum player, sir. So, fuck you. You want real drums in it? You go play them. You go play them fucking drums, bitch. Actually, for all I know, there are real drums in there. I don't know. It sounds like a drum machine. I only woke up like 15 minutes ago, so it's going to be a little slow. I'm a little slow to start, you know. Oh, man, it was fucking cold yesterday. I think it's still cold today. I don't know. I haven't checked. But, man, it was fucking frozen out there. I'm sure a lot of you guys experienced similar. If you were in the path of this Arctic vortex bullshit or whatever the fuck. Everything's fucking freezing ass, goddamn cold. I will hail TJ naked out in the cold right now. All right, do it. sounds fun. Let's go. Let's go. It's a blizzard outside here. That's even worse. It snowed here yesterday, but it didn't blizzard. It was just I don't know. It was more than a dusting, but it wasn't a blizzard. -7 in Michigan, eh? Yeah, I was pretty close to that here yesterday. I don't know what we're dealing with today. Let's see. I'll check right now on my fucking phone. I know yesterday we got down to -3, which is, yeah, fuck that. And then with wind chill, it was like -22. Fuck that shit, man. I'm not about that. I ain't about that life. It's too fucking much bullshit for me. You know, I'm not one of these motherfuckers that likes to talk about the weather, but when it's something outrageous like that, when I go outside and like instantly I feel my boogers freeze inside my nose, it's like, this is too much. Too fucking much. Yeah, let me see here. Weather Channel app. What do we got? Okay, it's 8 today. Cool. The temperatures are in the positive. Yay. 8 degrees, man. Bam. Gotta love it. I saw news it's snowing in Texas, and like they're blaming it on not enough Christians or something. There's no what? Like it's a weather event. Like we need to start teaching kids in school about things that actually are important. Like we don't need to teach them about the fucking Pilgrims landing on Plymouth Rock 12 fucking times. We need to start teaching about like, here's some like basic facts about meteorology. You know, here's what's happening right now. Get that Ryan Hall YouTube channel to fucking put together an educational packet. I don't get birthday money anymore, but here you go. Thanks. Here's money, your awesome creature. Thank you. Appreciate you. Love you. Yeah. I'm going to talk. These usually start with me talking to you guys in the chat for a minute because, you know, it takes a minute to get in the fucking groove of this bullshit before I start doing these little content bursts. Hi, TJ, longtime enjoyer. Have some of my devalued Romanian currency, many USDs. Yes. Ron DeSantis sucks. Cool. If Ron DeSantis sucks so much, though, why did you name your currency after him, huh? Huh? I see your currency is called a Ron. You probably did that back when it was Harry Potter was real super popular, right? Ooh, let's name our currency the Ron, and now Ron DeSantis is where, you know, people's minds go, and you're like, fuck, shouldn't have done it. Did I miss the Jesse Waters interviewing LG review? No, you haven't missed anything yet. I literally have just started the stream, and I'm just talking to people. That's all I've done so far. I only woke up like 15 minutes before showtime. I woke up originally this morning at 8:20, and I was like, I woke up, I'm like, oh, is it time to get up? And I looked at the phone at 8:20. I'm like, fuck that. Back to sleep I go. And then, you know, I dreamed some shit about shooting a laser at a space rock, and then the rock got mad and came to Earth and started firing lasers back at us, and I don't know. And by the time that shit was wrapped up, it was fucking 11:30 or whatever. I guess that's why people set alarms, so that they can wake up when they want to. But, yeah. Here's banana money for TJ. Thanks, bud. I'm going to fucking buy a big old bushel of bananas just for you. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Don't spend this all in one place. Well, $5 in 2022. It's kind of hard not to spend it all in one place. I'll try. I'll buy 2 Cokes at 2 different gas stations. That'll do it. Just like all the parents that named their children Adolf before the 1930s. Yeah. It used to be called Roll like 12 years ago. Damn. I don't know what you got. Why'd you guys change it? God damn. Man. Listen to my morning noises. Merry Xmas King. I'm holding a mistletoe in front of my screen and currently smooching you. Good for you. TJ sing happy birthday to Mendacious C. Ugh. Do I have to? I don't really want to. Merry birthday to you. Merry birthday to you. Happy fucking birthday. And die. There you go. A gift to hope. You get a surprise lap dance from Santa this Xmas Eve. That would be pretty cool. You know, Santa Claus lap dance. I'm down with that. Get some coffee, TJ. I mean, I really don't have time to go make coffee right now because I'm talking to you guys. Thank you, TJ. I love it. Yeah. How sweet. Yeah, I'm the sweetest boy. Sweetest fucking boy on the face of the earth. You know how it is. I lost track of you for a while after you left that guy with the glasses, but then saw an Amazing Atheist video on YouTube and realized you were the same guy. Wow, you were really slow on that uptake, but you know what? Doesn't really matter. Yeah, when I was doing the Distress Watcher stuff over on that guy with the glasses.com, yeah, I enjoyed that. That was pretty fun. I don't know what it is with stuff like that. I just never I never do seem to like ingratiate myself with the group enough, you know. Maybe if I had, I'd been one of those people that got to put out the Doug Walker hit piece and shit. Like, oh man, one time he fucking made me do work on a movie set. He's a monster. Oh man. I thought that was so fucking overblown. There was a few things in there that were actually damning. It was like, yeah, that's not nice. But like a lot of the stuff that was in that document, the change the channel or whatever the fuck it was, or turn off the TV or whatever the fuck that little campaign was, a lot of that shit was pretty corny. It was shit like, oh man, you know, we went and shot the movie Doug wanted us to shoot, but like, it was all according to his artistic vision, and he wrote stuff for my character that's not accurate to my character. It's like, what? Who fucking gives a rat's ass? Don't do it then. It's his fucking movie. You came there to shoot his movie. Now you're complaining that he wants to shoot it according to his vision. Fuck. Why do you guys never talk about Steven Crowder on DFF? And would you guys ever do a Crowder gauntlet? Yeah, we would do it. We could do a Crowder gauntlet. But the problem with Crowder shit is that it's really pretty boring. Like you try to watch it and you're just like, there's not really much to sink my teeth into here. I mean, we've definitely covered him somewhat here and there, but like it never really leads to much. So I guess we probably wouldn't do a Crowder gauntlet unless we could find some really like interesting Crowder clips to cover. But he doesn't do really interesting. He's Steven Crowder. I'm really a big fan of the streams lately. A healthy dose of fun and critical thinking. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm glad you're liking them. I don't know how critical the thinking is. I don't know how fun the fun is. I do my best, except for, you know, right now when I'm half asleep, but that's fine. Can we still have a baby, TJ? I guess. You have to raise it, though. One time during a shooting, it started raining. We had to keep going. What? What happened? Wait, what? You're awake. Sort of. I saw Krampus last night for the first time. I'd never seen that movie. I thought it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. A lot of practical effects in there. I didn't see it because I was disappointed that it was rated PG-13. So I was like, ugh, I don't want to watch a PG-13 horror movie. But honestly, not too bad. So whatever. And then I watched Muppets Christmas Carol for the fucking, I don't know how many times I've seen that, but I'll revisit that one every once in a while because that was my childhood favorite version of A Christmas Carol. And so I watched that again. And then what else did I watch? I watched Tulsa King because I've been watching that show, Tulsa King. I don't know if anyone else has been watching that shit. I started watching it kind of like as a joke, but I actually do like it, I think. So whatever. I mean, it's no masterpiece, but it's pretty entertaining. Terrifier 2, I love. Yeah, that's my favorite. I've seen Terrifier 2. I enjoyed it. Movie recording has been automatically stopped. Good. Good for it. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Oh, I must have hit the record button on the camera. That's probably what happened. Okay, good for you. Yeah, don't record. There you go. Yay. Scrooged with Bill Murray. That's a good one. The Witch is one of the best horror movies. If anyone hasn't seen it yet, yeah, The Witch is pretty cool. My wife didn't like it, but whatever. I guess she just felt it was too slow. I guess I didn't really feel like it was too slow. I have a cross stitch that my sister-in-law made for me. I think this was for a previous Christmas. She gave it to me. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously? Dost thou like butter? So yeah, she made that for me a few years back. Very nice of her. She's never even seen the movie, so I don't know. I don't know if she'd like it or not, but she made that for me, so that's pretty cool. Scammed. Yeah. Yep. One of my favorite videos of yours is the Jesus Came to Your House one. Yeah, that was fun. Jesus came to my house. Yeah, that old song. That was a weird fucking song. Ah, yes, the height of luxury, butter. I mean, at that time it was, you know. You didn't just have butter grown on trees back then, as you do now. We hadn't invented the butter tree yet. I recently came out to my Muslim parents. I told them I still love them and Allah. Allah, Allah, that dick, that is. Yeah, I know. Oh, man, that's fucking funny. I mean, you kind of messed up the wordplay, but I made it up for you. Is there going to be a Christmas special this year? No, but we're doing a New Year's special of sorts, so I think that kind of makes up for it. We're doing a New Year's gauntlet of Jordan Peterson content. That's going to be available for our patrons. So, yeah, if you want to join up on our Patreon, you can watch us suffer for 6 hours, ushering in the new year with Jordan Peterson. Bolas de Popo? Popo? I don't know. Did he came into you house or did he came into your house? What the fuck are you talking about? TJ Kirk tackling Lily Orchard. Neat. I don't know if I'm tackling anybody, but I saw a video of theirs that I wanted to react to. I immediately was like, this would be good stream fodder. I have no idea who that person is. And I've had people come to me with like mixed feelings about me talking about them. So I don't know. But I'm going to. And we'll just see what happens, I guess. I think the first Terrifier was better. That's just, I mean, no, it's not. I'm sorry to sorry, it's just not. Like, it's good. It's a fun movie, but like Terrifier 2, I mean, like, in what way is Terrifier better? Does it have better kills? No. Does it have better acting? Fuck no. I mean, the acting is better in the second one. The kills are better in the second one. Art has more intriguing like setups and stuff in the second one. The characters are better. The storyline is better. There's like the characters actually have an arc. There really is no way in which Terrifier 1 is better. I can't even think of a single way in which it shines above the second. So I don't know. What is a juggalo? This has been answered, you know. A juggalo, here's what I can tell you. Here's what I know for sure. He's not a phony. Okay? He will walk up and bust a nut in your macaroni and then sit and watch you finish up the last bit because you are a stupid ass, dumb fucking idiot. Okay? That's what I know about a juggalo. Opinions on Hellraiser movies. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the first one and second one I like. The third one was a bit too corny for me, and then it went real shitball for a long time, and I didn't watch any of those. I guess I watched the fourth one with space and all that. I don't know, which canonically ends the story. Better kills, ever so slightly worse acting, and better cinematography. It's darker, and Terrifier 2 relies on BS Deus Ex Machina. I don't know which things you're applying to which film, but the kills and the acting are leagues better in Terrifier 2. I'm not saying anyone's going to win an Oscar for their performance in Terrifier 2, but the performances in Terrifier 1 are awful. Like, ungodly awful, like to the point where it almost ruins the movie, but because art is so cool, it doesn't. But if they didn't have art and those great kills in Terrifier 1, that acting would have just like sunk that movie. Like that, I mean, I've seen like some pretty bad B-movie shit with better acting than that one. Whereas the acting in Terrifier 2 is like passable. Like it's not bad, but it's pretty good. My only gripe with Terrifier 2 is the supernatural elements was hit and miss for me. I feel like Terrifier 2's supernatural elements are meant to like intrigue you for like explanations to come later. So I think that, you know, obviously you always want a movie to be self-contained, but it feels like to me that they're kind of setting up some like bigger storyline elements for sequels with that. So I don't know. I guess it kind of depends for me on where they go with it. You know, if the explanations for the supernatural elements in Terrifier are, you know, lackluster, then I think the second movie will kind of suffer for that. If they're pretty decent, then I think you know, it'll work pretty well. Is Gravity Falls worth binging? You know, it's the last that Gravity Falls is the most recent time I've watched a show primarily intended for like kids or whatever. I had just heard so many good things about it from, people online and from, I know that Justin Roiland and the guy that made Gravity Falls are like friends or whatever the fuck. And there's some Easter eggs from Gravity Falls in Rick and Morty. So I decided to check it out on that basis, and I was pretty pleased with it pretty quickly. And the more I watched it, the more I really liked it. So I'd say it's worth a look. Will Cinema for Cynics or DFF review Avatar 2? I've not yet seen it. I'm going to see it, but I'm not exactly sure when. So I don't know. Alex Hirsch, that's right. I've never seen Steven Universe, so I don't know. I've never seen Steven Universe. I've never seen Owl House. I've heard those shows mentioned along the way. I'm not really a big fan of kids shows for the most part. I'm not so close-minded that I won't give it a shot, and I did with Gravity Falls, and I liked it, so I don't know. I didn't really like Infinity Train. I tried to watch that. I thought, I was just like, fuck this. I watched a couple episodes, and I was like, this is not hooking me. Glad to catch the stream. Amen. Are you going to play High on Life since it's by Roiland? I fucking hate it, to be honest. I've heard very mixed things about that game. I've heard a lot of people say it just kind of boils down to how you feel about the style of humor. A lot of people have told me it's kind of like being stuck in a interdimensional cable episode of Rick and Morty for hours on end, which I guess kind of sounds annoying, but also kind of sounds like it might be pretty cool. So I'm not really sure. I love Rick and Morty. My least favorite episode of Rick and Morty is Interdimensional Cable 2. But I still like that episode. It's just the one I like the least. So I'm not sure. Really good miniseries with Christopher Lloyd and Frodo is Over the Garden Wall. Okay. Good stuff. Samurai Jack Season 2. What about it? Humor games never go well because the jokes can't be snappy when they go on for hours in a video game. I feel like the game Earthbound was pretty funny, and I played that as a kid, and I guess a couple times as an adult too. So I don't know. I don't really know if I agree. But that's the only example I can really think of to the contrary, so maybe it's the exception that proves the rule. Whatever the fuck that means. Space Dandy reminds me of Rick and Morty, but horny instead of edgy. That sounds fun. What is that? Show me to this Space Dandy. Hey TJ, can I ask you a vague question without a specific premise? Wow, yeah. Please do. Never had one of those before. Buzz Rip. Oh fuck yeah, good choice. Good afternoon. Thank you. I grabbed a bag of Twix. This left-right marketing campaign is pointless, and yet they persist. I don't know, because I feel like I've definitely had people in my real day-to-day life reference that ad campaign. You know, like literally asking me, like, you prefer the left Twix or the right Twix? Motherfucker. Heard that 3 spinoffs of Walking Dead are coming next year. They're ruining the show with spinoffs. They never work. I mean, The I didn't like where the show went. I mentioned it before, but I really did not like the character of Negan, and I fucking thought that the show pretty much sucked once he got introduced. But you know, as far as spinoffs go, I mean, there's been some spinoffs that have been pretty successful. I mean, I don't even like Cheers, but I like Frasier all right. As far as sitcoms go, and that was a spinoff of Cheers. House of Dragon, I thought was pretty good. At least season 1 was. So, and that was a spinoff of Game of Thrones. So I don't know. I don't think spinoffs are doomed to fail. I think they can do well. There's at least 2 that I can think of that are all right. What is your reason for not respecting Red Letter Media, TJ? I don't have any disrespect towards them. I just don't agree with their sensibilities about movies and TV shows. I don't really agree with anyone on their panel on how that stuff should be rated or appraised. Like, they'll watch some great B movie with a lot of fucking wild shit and be like, fucking, you know, low production values. Like, of course it's low. It's a cheap ass piece of shit movie. Fuck. What? Walking Dead sucks. Thanks for paying for that. And then, you know, I don't know. And then they're like, get all fanboy when they're reviewing Star Trek shit. And it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, I'm just not into that whole like fucking fanboy, you know, you destroyed the lore bullshit, you know. I just don't give a shit about that. It's just like, I don't know. It seems very, you know, nitpicky. Rather Media don't knock low production values. Oh, well, I guess my ears and eyes deceived me as I watched them do that. TJ, is it true you were a male model in the 90s? Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Super quiet for anyone else. It shouldn't be that quiet. I'm looking at where it's hitting on the board and on fucking OBS, and you know, it should be all right. I don't think that what Elon's objecting to is counterculture. It looks like he mostly hates trans people and isn't wild about black people either. I don't want to speculate about Elon Musk's mental state. I don't even want to talk about Elon Musk anymore. I'm tired of him being the main character of the news. Can he just go away already? Time for a harmonica solo. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I watch Cinema Snob sometimes. I believe that Cinema Snob doesn't like me or something. I seem to remember him fucking talking some shit at one point. I don't really give a fuck. His shit's fine. I like his shit. I like him. He and I think have I don't know. He doesn't really talk too much about his actual opinions of films. I feel like usually it's just kind of like he's just playing them for laughs. So I don't really know where he stands on the films, but I feel like he probably appreciates the same kind of films I do, which is nice. Are you gonna watch Chris Stuckman's film? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. What's it about? I'm not gonna watch it because it's Chris Stuckman's film, because I don't really watch his reviews or whatever. But you know, I mean, if it's I don't know if it's an interesting premise and the trailer looks good, I might check it out. I had a nightmare that I had to deliver human hearts to mailboxes with Elon. That wasn't a nightmare. That really happened. So grateful for you every day, TJ. Heart and a little prayer thing, I guess. It's a horror movie called Shelby Oaks. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you goddamn talking about? You know, I know you guys are probably pretty worried about this virus that's going around, this progressive mind virus. You heard about this thing? It's going out there, putting its progressive, viral DNA, injecting that shit into people's cerebellums, turning them into woke zombies, It's crazy stuff. We should probably address that. Luckily, we have here some steps for how to do exactly that. 4 steps to inoculate your children against the progressive mind virus. Oh my God, it's happening, you guys. This is by William Wolfe. This is on the Christian Post. All right? So we're going to read some of this. One political philosopher put the goal of liberal progressivism in rather stark terms. He said, progressivism is, at its core, the hatred of your father and the rejection of God. Okay. I don't think that's really accurate. But hey, I do reject God. I didn't really hate my father. He could be an asshole for sure. But I don't really feel like I ever hated him. Maybe for a minute or two in anger. While many self-proclaimed progressives might not put it like that, he's right. At the core of their ideology is the rejection of anything and everything from the past that might hinder inevitable progress, in quotes. This often means family. It always means biblical Christianity. I mean, yeah, you can't really have a progress towards a better future if you're still clinging to Bronze Age mythology that supports slavery and genocide and child rape in general, really, murder. Because even though the Bible says thou shalt not kill, there's about 1,000,001 exceptions in the fucking book. Homophobia, transphobia, whatever the fuck. I mean, there's really no transphobia in there, but Christians are still transphobic. There's no anti-abortion stuff in there either, but Christians are still virulently anti-abortion. Thanks, Sonny, for the 1999. So I don't know. Yeah, you pretty much do have to move past Christianity if you want to escape the bog of its misery and bigotry. But as far as rejecting family goes, I don't really feel like you need to reject your family unless they're pieces of shit that are, bad for you. If you have a kind, loving, supportive family, there's no reason to reject your family. It's certainly not a prerequisite for any sort of progressive ideology. One paragraph, and this is already beyond dumb. Well, it gets better. Don't worry. The triumph of progressivism in American culture, has been on display last week as the Senate passed the Disrespect for Marriage Act, which codifies the unconstitutional Obergefell decision redefining marriage in our nation. I would love to watch these motherfuckers squirm as you ask them to explain what's unconstitutional about it. Like, they can't do it. They literally do not actually have an argument for how it's unconstitutional. Another way to describe progressives is as moral revolutionaries, and indeed they are. In Albert Mohler's piece addressing the passage of the bill, a massive victory for the moral revolutionaries, he rightly noted, no civilization stands still. This kind of legislation is not neutral. The so-called Respect for Marriage Act is either a sign of civilization advancing or of civilization crumbling. So, first of all, not necessarily true that it's either, because plenty of legislation passes without it being either hurtling us towards, the Star Trek future or the, Judge Dredd future. Like, you can pretty much, like a lot of legislation is pretty neutral on that. I think this one probably is too. So that's a good litmus test. It's really not a good litmus test because you can't actually go into the future and see if civilization crumbles or not. Now, of course, I think pretty much every civilization will inevitably crumble. So that's pretty silly. Progressives see this bill as a bright beacon of advancement. For Christians, we know this is a telltale sign of civilization collapse. But this is the path of progressivism. God, family, and marriage must get out of the way as the arc of history hurtles toward their flawed conception of justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I love how in the conservative lexicon, diversity, equity, and inclusion have become these like terrifying words. I mean, just like think about that for a second. Like the idea that they might have to actually like be around people who are different than them is the most horrifying concept in the world. As a father of 3, oh my God, the fact that this piece of shit has carried on their genetics to another generation. I mean, Jesus. Who wants my children to love, not hate me, and obey, not reject God? It's important that I serve them well by helping prepare them to fight against progressivism, to inoculate them as best I can against the ways of a world that wants to infect their minds with delusions of expressive individualism and unconstrained desire. How do I do this? How can you do this? Here are 4 ways parents can inoculate their children against the progressive mind virus. Oh, yes. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Number 1, teach them the truth of God's word. One of the most important things that parents can do is teach God's word, the Bible, to their children. Let them know the Bible isn't a book of fairy tales or some collection of stories with a little self-help thrown in, nor a good book about good moral living. Well, it certainly is not those things. I mean, is it a book of fairy tales? Yes. Is it a collection of stories with a little self-help thrown in? Not really. There's not much self-help to be found there. Go buy a self-help book. You're going to find a lot more self-help in a self-help book than you are in the Bible. Is it a book about good moral living? No, it's a book that praises evil. No, the Bible is the living and active Word of God. Well, if it's the living and active Word of God, then God must be schizophrenic because it contradicts itself on the regular. It can't even decide on the order of events in the creation myth. That's right, myth. Word of God is sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and spirit, of joints and of marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart. That's from Hebrews 4:12. Yeah, you know, because the Bible, the best review of the Bible is in the Bible. I love the circularity. The Bible tells the truth about God. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because the truth about God is that he doesn't exist. Bible tells the truth about humanity. The truth that Bible tells about humanity is that we are a disgusting, slathering race of wretches who don't deserve salvation, but God will give it to us anyway because he's just that fucking goddamn good. But only if we bow down before him and give money to his churches. So that's the position humanity gets to occupy in the Bible. Sin, the concept we made up. The Bible will tell you the truth about which behaviors you're not allowed to engage in based on. And by the way, all the behaviors you're not allowed to engage in, most of them are pretty fucking stupid. A lot of stuff like don't swear, you know, don't covet your neighbor's ox, don't cook a baby calf in its mother's milk. I don't know, but fuck that. You know, I'm cooking that calf in its mother's milk. That's the best way to do it. Jesus Christ, the gospel, redemption, the final judgment, and eternity. Yeah, okay. Spooky, spooky, spooky. It answers our hardest questions. Does it? Such as, why do sin and suffering exist? Unless you are already indoctrinated into Christianity, you're not going to ask the question, why does sin exist? Sin doesn't exist. Sin is a made-up concept found only in the Bible. And I guess maybe some other religious texts. And what can we do in the face of a fallen world? Once again, if you're not already indoctrinated into Christianity, you're not going to have this concept of the fallen world in your head. So the idea that the Bible has come along to answer these questions is bullshit. The Bible has come along to instill these questions and then pretend to answer them. Most importantly, it lets us as guilty sinners, once again, painting humanity in the role of just like wretched pieces of shit, know that we can have to be forgiven and welcome back into a right relationship with our Creator God. The gospel message of the perfect life, atoning death, resurrection of Jesus Christ. These are indeed the first things of importance, or whatever the fuck. So, yeah, the narrative that the Bible, the narrative the Bible foists upon you and your kids and whoever is subjected to it is you're a wretched piece of shit, and the only way that you can possibly save yourself is by blind obedience to this book and its teachings, even though they're horrible. Thank you, Sonny, for the other $9.99, and thank you, Tucker White 94 for the $5. You also ask, so if the Bible is the word of God, then how do Christians explain thousands of other religions? Hell, how do they explain its many denominations? They don't. They just, I mean, like, it's pretty funny because, you know, obviously to a Christian, all of the other texts out there are, you know, heretical. They come from the devil or they come from man. Only the Bible comes from God. And as for how they explain other denominations, I mean, it depends on what their denomination is. Teaching our children God's word actually isn't just a best practice or an optional idea. It's a matter of obedience. God commands his people to do just this. Go figure that a propaganda book would demand that you use it to propagandize. And these words I command you do today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children. Deuteronomy 6, 6, and 7. Children, teach your children to know and love God's word. But don't just tell them, show them. All right. I should have spent this $2 on a McChicken. Thanks. Maybe I will. I'll buy you one and send it to you. How about that? Number 2, teach them the goodness of God's creation order for men, women, sex, and marriage. Okay? Check it out. Along with teaching them the gospel and the truth of God's word, it is absolutely critical that parents teach their children the goodness of God's fixed biological and moral order, or what we could call the creation order. Our children are truly growing up in a brave new world, one that doesn't know how to answer the questions like, what is a woman? Oh, I wonder where you got that talking point from. Been watching some Matt Walsh there, buddy. One that celebrates men like William Thomas swinging against women and winning at a collegiate level. Yeah, it's a world gone crazy. The topsy-turvy wild world. I love how, by the way, this guy talks about like this fixed biological and moral order. If it was a fixed biological and moral order, then we literally would not be able to deviate from it. There would be no deviation from God's order if it was truly his order. You can't break the laws of physics. You know, if God really wants to enforce an order, presuming he does exist, which he doesn't, but if God does exist and he wants to enforce some sort of order upon the world, he just makes it impossible to defy it. You can't break the laws of physics. You can't break the laws of nature. But, you know, so that's what happens when God fixes an order. So you can't really say that there is a fixed moral order to the universe. There are some fixed biological orders, but none of them have anything to do with transgender people. While it's important to denounce debauchery, the Bible doesn't. It is equally important to teach your children about the goodness and beauty of God's creation order designed for men and women. Curse the darkness and light a candle. Teach them about how God made man and woman different, but that both are equally made in God's image. That's really not biblically sound. Man is made in God's image. Woman came along later after God was like, man's lonely. What can I do for him? I know. Teach them that marriage can only be between a man and a woman. Because it is how God in his wisdom designed procreation, the way in which more image bearers will fill the earth. Well, I mean, if you go back and look at actual biblical marriage, a lot of God's chosen, you know, like King Solomon, had many wives and also many concubines. And God never was like, oh, don't be having all them other wives and concubines, Solomon. One man, one wife. You know, God never says that. So this idea that God designed marriage, pretty silly. And marriage, by the way, as a concept, predates Christianity. Didn't, you know, people were getting married long before Christianity came about. They'll be getting married long after Christianity is gone. So, yeah, this idea that the Bible or God designed this, this unique sort of configuration of human beings, and you know, uh, by the way, not even in accordance with our nature. By the way, I mean human beings. If you actually look on a biological level, human beings are far more predisposed towards quote unquote debauchery, as in sleeping around, than they are in monogamy. Um, the fixed nature of biological sex, the goodness of man-woman marriage, and the reality. I mean, if you look at the Bible, it's more man-women marriage. And the reality that God created sex to be enjoyed within the context of a committed, monogamous, exclusive marriage union. Where did you get that? Where did you get this committed, monogamous shit? Because nowhere in the Bible is that outlined. Many of God's chosen dudes had many wives and concubines, and God never said one word to them condemning it, like, hey, that's not my will. So did God just give them a pass because they were kings or whatever? Is that it? If you're the king, you can have multiple wives? Blah, blah, blah. Not only old-fashioned and prudish concept, their foundations of society. Yeah. Jerk yourself off a little harder, buddy. What a fucking dorky bitch, dude. All right. Number three. Ensure that their education is the moral formation and not mindless indoctrination. Oh, yeah. This guy is super against indoctrination, you guys. I've gotten that impression. How about you? Over the last year plus, the sewage of much of what passes for public school curriculum washed out into the public streets for parents to see. Critical race theory, radical gender theory being taught in the classroom, and pornography is put on the library shelves. Oh my God. Yes, so true. I would love to sit down with this guy and just ask him to define critical race theory. Ask him to define radical gender theory. Ask him to explain some of the pornography on the library shelves. It would become so apparent so quick that this guy was just pulling this out of his ass. Beyond this, students are taught to hate their country and be skeptical of Christianity, if not outright reject it. I don't know what the kids these days are being taught about their country, but when I was a kid, you had to fucking stand up, put your hand over your heart, and fucking say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, I might have missed a word or two there, but that's basically the gist of what we had to fucking say every fucking morning. And all of the curriculums that we read in school were very America-centric. The textbooks basically whitewashed Indian genocide, Native genocide. The textbooks whitewashed the founding fathers. I was actually taught the George Washington chop down the cherry tree story as if it were real. Like, it was never explained as a myth. It was explained to us as like, yeah, George Washington did this. And I always thought it was a stupid fucking story. I always thought George Washington was a fucking idiot. Why would you chop down the cherry tree if you're just going to fucking fess up to it? What a dumbass. Made me fucking have less respect for George Washington. So I don't know what the fuck the point was of that thing. But, anyway, so they taught us all that bullshit. They basically taught us like the mythology of America. And, I don't know, maybe there's schools in other parts of the country or something, or maybe schools now are different and they teach that America sucks. And if that's the case, good, because it does. And to be skeptical of Christianity, I mean, school doesn't even get into Christianity. Public school, like, for a teacher, if a teacher were to get up in class and be like, all right, class, now we're going to learn how to be skeptical of Christianity. If a teacher did that, they would be fucking fired. That would be a violation of the First Amendment, because they're a representative. Just like a teacher is not allowed to lead a bunch of kids in prayer, they're not allowed to like besmirch a religion on, if using their state appointed position as a teacher of a classroom. One way to help your children be prepared to stand against progressivism is to take control of their education back from the state. If your local public school isn't publicly committed to keeping trash out of the classroom, consider Christian education, either private school, classical Christian education, or homeschooling. So basically, When he says don't indoctrinate them, what he means is we got to make sure they're indoctrinated. Whatever you do, make sure you know what, how and what your children are learning. They need education, not indoctrination. It seems like you're actually stating the other way around. You're scared of them getting an actual education, and you want to make sure they actually get a Christian indoctrination. I posted a link to the dominatrix making demands at a hearing on Channel 7. Say what now? That sounds fun. All right, number 4. Train them to spot cultural siren songs and prepare them to kill dragons. In ancient mythology, sirens presented themselves as beautiful women sitting on rocks in the sea, singing songs to passing sailors in hopes of luring them to their demise as they crash their ships into the unseen rocks. Consider how many Disney movies begin with this basic premise. A child, The Little Mermaid, Simba, Luca, want something that their parents tell them they can't have. The parents tell the kids that they should trust them, stay home, and embrace tradition and obedience, but the kid follows their heart and disobeys. What's the moral? Ignore your family, reject tradition, and chart your own path. I mean, like, think about the kind of fucking weak-willed piece of goddamn garbage that doesn't want their kids to do this. Like, the idea that your children should just be, like, obedient little drones to you, and that like the idea of them following their own path through life is like the most terrifying thing in the world. But I guess what do you expect from people who fucking shudder in fear at the words like diversity and inclusion? Like, oh my God, no. Basically any fucking like don't think different. And then this guy has the balls to be like, this is education, not indoctrination. You can't claim that you want absolute obedience and then say it's not indoctrination. I mean, you can, but don't be surprised when no one takes you seriously, which no one does. This message is everywhere. As a parent, you need to learn to spot it. The point isn't to put your kids in a bubble. Yes, it is. The point is to equip your kids to spot the seduction of the wicked world. That's one of the dominant themes of the book of Proverbs. Beware of evil and genuinely tempting ways of the world and seek God's wisdom instead. Along with spotting sirens, children need to know that dragons are real and pose a threat to their very lives. But in order to help them spot the sirens and counter the dragons of this world, you and they need to learn how to spot and kill them first. One simple way to do this is constantly ask yourself, what is this book, show, movie, song, etc. teaching my children about God and family? You might be surprised at what you hear when you start listening closely. Okay, so we're not even going to explain the dragon thing. We're just going to say dragons are real and you got to kill them. That seems very irresponsible. Conclusion. Consider this. The serpent in the Garden of Eden was the first progressive. Yeah, based. He questioned the truth of God's word. He didn't just question the truth of God's word. He literally proved God's word was a lie. Because remember, God told Adam and Eve that if they ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge, they would die. And the serpent was like, you're not going to die. You're just going to know the difference between good and evil. And then they ate the fruit, and lo and behold, they knew the difference between good and evil, and they did not die. So, yeah, God lied to them. The serpent told them the truth. Sowing doubt in the mind of Eve. He challenged God's good creation order by seeking to undermine Adam. He questioned the goodness of the tradition that Adam and Eve had received from God, telling them to reject it and chart their own path, free from custom and constraint. He told them to forsake the image of God in which they were made and encouraged them to remake themselves in the image of personal desire. Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the snake is based. What's the point? Hero of the Bible as far as I'm fucking concerned. Happy Hanukkah, my dear TJ. Take some shekels. Thanks. I appreciate your delicious shekels. So yeah, this guy is a total piece of shit that is printed a guide to indoctrinating your kids, complete with irresponsible statements like dragons are real and you should kill them, and doesn't explain what that even means. So I wonder how many people will just take this to be like, do you see that guy that tried to tempt us? He's a dragon. Kill him. Like, okay, then. How many shootings is this article going to be responsible for? Probably not many, because no one's actually reading this shit. But if someone did, you know, they might end up hurting somebody. So that's cool. Good stuff. Good stuff, Christianity. You're doing real nice. doing real nice stuff, real good work. And remember, faith without works is dead. Da, 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 da. Talk to the chat a little bit. I don't have a P.O. box yet. I'm going to get one. Dragons are awesome. Why the fuck would you kill one? I guess Christianity is just... they don't like dragons. I'm not sure why. Dragon never did shit to hurt them, but they're gung-ho to hurt the poor dragons. Not sure why they would want to do that. He saw Mortal Kombat Annihilation and got nightmares about dragon people, probably. I mean, that's pretty reasonable, because that movie does suck. That movie does suck pretty bad. Can you get a live Corn Pop cam for this stream? No, because Corn Pop would have to stay, like, remotely still for that to work. If I'd have to, like, literally just have cameras all throughout my house. I can go get Corn Pop and have him wave hello to you, maybe, if you want that. But, yeah. Was the burger tasty? Dude, that burger that I went and got yesterday. So for those of you who aren't in the know, when I do these little streams on my TJ Does Life channel where I just talk to the chat. There's no content to it. It's just me chilling with the chat and having like little convos and shit. And the other day I was doing one and I got so fucking hungry. I had a fucking massive craving for a hamburger, cheeseburger. And, you know, I had to go. And I went and I got a, like, Hawaiian burger with, like a pineapple on it and some fucking, like, teriyaki sauce and shit. Oh, my God, that shit was so fucking good. I loved that shit. I know people are a little bit divided on pineapple on pizza. I don't know if they're similarly divided about pineapple on burger, but I'll tell you what, it works. Need more TJ Does live stream starring Chauncey and Corn Pop. Well, I don't know if you know, but Chauncey is gone. We moved, and when we unpacked everything, Chauncey was in no box in our possession. So, and before we left, we made sure that the house we left was completely clear. So I don't know what the fuck happened to Chauncey, but I'm assuming he was stolen. So that sucks because we had Chauncey for years, but he vanished. I miss the old days of DP when you guys would open fan mail / gifts and get glitter bombs. You got a Thor's hammer one time. I think I still have that Thor's hammer. Yeah, there are a lot of people in the chat that think Stevie stole Chauncey. I don't really know that Stevie did it, but I mean, he could have. I think Scotty was the one who initially put that forth as a theory. Are you going to get a new Chauncey? I mean, Chauncey was one of a kind. You can't just buy a new Chauncey. Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche is a useful guide towards navigating postmodernism. Maybe that's what Adam and Eve is in reference to, that there's no inherent meaning to the universe. I mean, if you want to go that deep into it, I guess you can. Chauncey died in reverse. He's alive again, regained his skin and organs, and ran off. Oh, man. TJ killed Chauncey and is trying to cover it up. I mean, Chauncey was already a skeleton, so I mean, like, it's kind of hard to kill a skeleton, you know? You can't really do that. It's not how skeletons work, man. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about here. You've lost your damn mind. They're showing views on Twitter now. What do you think, TJ? I mean, well, if Elon Musk rolled it out, he'll roll it back in like a couple of days. So, but I have no stake in that anymore. Both of my Twitter accounts were banned, and I don't particularly feel like trying to ban evade with a new Twitter account. And honestly, my life has been better since I left Twitter behind. So, I'm I mean, I'll still go on there to look for content for shows sometimes, but even that's kind of dried up. So I don't really fuck with Twitter. Oh, yeah, you could revive the skeleton and then kill it. Truth. All right, so I was over on the Daily Wire looking for, basically I was looking to see what kind of content I could make fun of on the Daily Wire. And I noticed that there's some Daily Wire channels that I'm not as familiar with, I noticed there was this old guy, this old bald dude. He wasn't getting any views, though, so I was like, eh. But then I saw this chick, and I saw that she actually is getting some views. Pretty decent view counts, but I have never heard of her. I don't know what the deal with that is. You'd figure that you got this conservative right-winger on Daily Wire who's getting as many views as Shapiro or these other people on there, but never heard of her. So I thought that I'd check her out, and I saw that she had a video out called "The MCU Has Become the MSheU." So I guess we're going to check this out and see what the fuck's going on with it.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Today we are talking about producer...
Yeah, her name is Brett Cooper, by the way. I don't know. I don't know why.
Scheller's favorite subject, the MCU, or as we will refer to it in this episode, the MSheU. But before we get into
So, that alternate universe where Shoe on Head had enough work ethic to make constant content and eventually got noticed by the Daily Wire and hired on? That's this.
that story, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, ring that notification.
I think she said Rhett. No, she said Brett. Her name is Brett. You can even see it down there. Right here. See that? Brett. Her name is Brett Cooper. That's her name.
Bell, and if you still need presents for those based people in your life, you should maybe consider a Daily Wire Plus membership.
Can you imagine if someone for your Christmas present gave you a Daily Wire Plus membership? Oh my God. Even if I was conservative, no. That is not a good present.
You can get 30% off of an annual membership right now if you go to dailywire.com/subscribe and use code HOLIDAY at checkout. This is running throughout the holiday season.
Oh, wow, yeah.
With this annual membership, you can get exclusive content with Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Candace Owens, Ben
Holy
Shapiro.
shit, all of my favorites in one place. That's great.
Me, I actually have new content coming for you in 2023.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks.
In addition to my weekly live streams on the Daily Wire platform. But getting back into the story.
Getting back into the story, has the story even been touched upon at this point? I might have missed it.
Back in 2018, the MCU pledged to...
I think it's great that TJ suggests he has more work ethic than another. Well, Shoe on Head, I do. She makes like 3 videos a year. Yeah. And also, yeah, I do, because I work almost every day. I'm literally, right now, I stream constantly. I write fucking constantly. I'm constantly working on the back end of shit, and then I also have to manage my household. I'm not saying I'm like the hardest worker on earth, but I'm like pretty industrious. So fuck you. Suck my dick. Quit fucking buying into this lazy TJ narrative. I mean, I want to be lazy. I would love to be lazy, but I can't actually afford to be lazy.
Correct its gender imbalance. Here's an article exclusive. MCU will soon have more female heroes than male heroes. Kevin Feige reveals that he...
Oh! Oh! Why, God? Why? Why has this happened? Who cares? So what? I mean, just like, there's gonna be more cape shit with pussies than cape shit with dicks. What you gonna do? Who cares?
He envisions a time when more than half of the superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are female. Feige, who is the president of Marvel, said, "But as the plan goes forward, I think, frankly, will be, eventually, I think we're going to reach a time where it's not just, listen, it would be amazing to see all of our female characters the way we have seen, most never all male, but primarily male. I think we're getting to the point where soon we will have so many great female characters that those are just our heroes, as opposed to when they are all female, all male. It's just the Marvel heroes, more than half of which will be women." I love reading.
I really wish you hadn't even read that fucking quote, man. It's just like gibberish, basically.
Written quotes by people that have been said vocally.
Yeah, that's how people usually say things, vocally. Good point.
Because you can tell how he's kind of skirting around the issue and he's wavering and he's like nervous because he's...
The crazy thing is that usually magazines will do interviewees the solid of cleaning up what they said, like polishing it up a little bit, making it a little bit more focused, not even just for the sake of the person they're interviewing, but for the sake of the reader, so that you don't end up reading some mush-mouthed bullshit like that. We're like, well, it's going to be... in terms of the heroes, there's gonna be just so many female heroes. You're not even gonna think of them as female heroes. You're just gonna think of them as heroes. And then, so like, yeah, like they did not do that. They did not do that dude a solid in that one. They're like, they wanted him to sound like a mush-mouthed moron on that quote.
He's talking about this very politically charged progressive issue about representation. Well, I really hope we can really do that. And he seems...
What are they whining about? Don't they want more jack-off material? Well, you got to realize they're all closeted homosexuals, so... I mean, obviously not her. I mean, maybe she is. But she would love more... She'd love more women than that in that case. I just don't understand why I'm supposed to give this much of a fuck about what's going on in the MCU as a fucking 37-year-old man. I'm supposed to be, like, really, like, ringing my... Oh, my God, too many women. Too many women. Like, shouldn't it be, like, kind of representative? I don't know. Like, if 50% of the country is women, 50% of the fucking heroes are women, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I mean, if it does well at the box office, which it seems like it usually does, I mean, despite a lot of fanboy whining and complaining, like, these movies tend to do fine. I don't know.
So concerned, but he made this huge broad statement that over half of Marvel superheroes...
I mean, what is wrong with... Here's what I don't get. What is wrong with just being like, even if you're a misogynist, you hate women, you don't want to see, I hate female-led movies, I just don't want to see that, then maybe, I don't know, like, don't. You know what I mean? Like, maybe just don't see it then. Is it impossible? Is it like, what's the difficulty here? Why is it so hard to just be like, that movie doesn't interest me? For whatever reason. You can have whatever reason you want to not see a movie. You can be like, I don't like the way that bitch's shoes look. I'm skipping that motherfucker. Like, you don't have to care. You don't have to see it. What is the point of complaining about it incessantly? I mean, I get it. If I see a shitty movie and I put out a shitty review of it, like, this shit sucked. Okay. But when it gets to the point of you just like hate watching something, following something around just to fucking shit on it, I don't get that. Like, what is the mentality? Why bother? Like, why are there channels on YouTube where a guy will watch every single fucking episode of She-Hulk when he knows he's going to hate every single fucking episode of She-Hulk? Like, why? Why are you doing it then? Quit watching it. If it sucks, don't watch it. I don't understand.
Heroes were going to...
I mean, I do understand. They just want to... I don't know, there's like an audience for it. There's an audience that just wants to hate on it, but I really don't get that. Like, if you hate it, just fucking ignore it. Like, isn't it more likely to go away if you ignore it and then you don't feed it any sort of like attention?
To be female. And then I wonder if he actually intended to do that, because it sounds like he just blurted it out, but the media took that and ran with it. And they were like, all right, 2018, moving forward, it's all going to be women. And guys, it certainly has all been women.
How about that?
Now, anyway, the article continued on and said...
I mean, not really. Hold up. Let me see. I'm going to go look at the MCU, everything that's been put out. All properties. I'm going to look at... Yeah, let's see. This puts it in order. We got an order here? Okay, so what we got here? Black Widow, that was female. Shang-Chi, that was a dude. Eternals, that was a mixed bag. Spider-Man, that's a dude. Doctor Strange, that's a dude. Thor, that's a dude. Black Panther, used to be a dude, but he died. I think now it's a chick. I didn't see it. I don't know. Ant-Man and the Wasp, that's a dude and a chick, but more leaning on the dude. Guardians of the Galaxy, once again, a mixed bag, but I think the dudes are kind of like given or leaned into a little more with that. Captain America, New World Order, I'm assuming that's going to be a dude. Fantastic Four, 3 dudes, 1 chick. What else we got? Blade, dude. Deadpool, dude. New Spider-Man coming out, that's a dude. Spider-Man fucking Multiverse of Madness coming out. I don't think that's a Marvel thing, but that's a dude. Armor Wars sounds pretty dude leaning, but I don't know. Another Shang-Chi movie coming out, that's a dude. Seems to me like there's lots of dude stuff happening. As far as like the series, didn't Hawkeye just get a series? He's a dude. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like it seems like it's still mostly dudes, to be honest with you. Beyond even just like a mix, it seems like it's still like pretty dude centric. So I don't know.
The MCU has traditionally had something of a gender bias, but that's changing little by little. There's been recent buzz about a possible A-Force movie, a film that would star all the female heroes of the MCU teaming up together against cosmic threats. That sounds like the Marvel version of the 2016 Ghostbusters movie. And we all saw how...
Does it? I mean, I would say it's a pretty different fucking premise because it's taking already existent and commercially proved characters that the audience already has an established relationship with and putting them up against a new foe versus a movie that like literally creates female characters out of like, just like says like, I mean, like the Ghostbusters 2016 movie was literally just like, hey, remember the Ghostbusters? They have vaginas now. And no script. Like, honestly, like the female Ghostbusters movie, like if it had like a good script, good direction, it could have worked. It still would have been a pretty stupid way to try to make that property fresh, but it could have worked. Like the idea of that it failed just because they put chicks in those roles, I don't really think is accurate, but it's a very different scenario, even if it was the reason why. Because this is the difference between taking existent female characters that audiences have already identified with and putting them all together in one movie versus creating the gender swapped versions of characters that were already established. Couldn't you apply all those same arguments with you and watching right-wing content? If you don't like it, don't watch it, bro. No, it couldn't be applied to that because I don't watch right-wing content because I'm like, hey, guys, here's some like entertainment that I don't like. I'm watching right-wing content because I want to refute its cultural messaging. I'm watching right-wing content because it's putting forth ideas in society that I disagree with, and I want to push back against it. So that's why. I mean, it's not really all that comparable.
How well that turned out. And Ocean's 8, that one with all the women in it, nobody really liked those. Why are you trying it again? Again, it is...
But once again, Ocean's 8, no one hated Ocean's 8 because it's like, ugh, women. People hated Ocean's 8. By the way, it's pretty ironic this is coming from a gender-swapped version of fucking Ben Shapiro. But no one hated Ocean's 8 for that reason. They hated Ocean's 8 because it sucked. You know, it just was a shitty movie. So, like, once again, I don't know. Like, you can't just point to, like, hey, look, here's a movie that starred women that failed, so why are you guys still trying to make movies with women, huh? Like, are we forgetting that, like, a lot of these MCU movies that were female-led have done well? Even after Captain Marvel was shit on 57 Ways from Sunday, it still was a hit. So
contrived. If you want to write a movie with great women in it, then just simply write a good script.
Right. Yeah. So you do get this. So what's the problem then?
It does not need to be like, let's see how many superheroes we can cram in here that are women. God, it's
Why can't it be both? You could make a movie about all the female superheroes and the script can be good. If then just do both. Like what?
ridiculous. Anyway, Marvel stars.
Yeah, what is okay.
Such as Tessa Thompson, Brie Larson, and Scarlett Johansson have all pitched the idea to Kevin Feige. Thompson, for her part, walked away believing that Marvel is interested in the concept, though not much has happened on that front since the initial reports. Now, right before this article was written,
so basically, like, it's some movie that hasn't even been announced. It's just something that's like being tossed around by some of these female stars who are interested in trying to put this movie together for the sake of their own like careers and shit. But Marvel hasn't even bit on this. So like, what are we even? So even if you did have a valid complaint, which you don't, you're basically bitching about something that's like hasn't even left the conceptual phase yet.
In 2017, stats came out to show that only 27% of MCU superheroes were women.
Wow, what a waste. The poor children.
Heaven forbid that number be lower than...
Captain Marvel was not a hit. They spent too much money on advertising. Oh, hold on, let me see. Let's see. I'll check. I'll fact check this. Captain Marvel box office. Okay. $1.12 billion USD. That was a hit. If you believe for a fucking second that production and advertising costs exceeded $1.1 billion, you're a fucking moron. And you're probably coming from a place of ideology and not a place of actually looking at the numbers. There's no fucking way a movie that makes $1 billion at the fucking box office does not lose money unless it's like some insane Avatar shit. You're off the fucking reservation, my friend. That is not a fucking flop, bro.
51.
Yeah, Wonder Woman was profitable. I don't know if the second one was. That looked fucking awful. I know Wakanda Forever is a hit, right? That's a female-led movie, Wakanda Forever. That's a fucking hit, right? Let's see. 790 million, still playing. Could fucking go even further than that, yeah? Well, Black Widow. That movie sucked balls, and I bet it was still a hit. Let's see. Box office. And not so much, honestly. Unless is that just U.S. box office, or is that global box office? Because if that's global box office, that's a fucking flop. Oh. Well, they're trying to spin it as it was a flop at the box office, but it's been a hit on Disney Plus, which I can honestly maybe see because I kind of wish I'd waited for Disney Plus on that one. But the point is that plenty of these fucking female-led movies have been successful, and there's no reason to believe that a movie fails or succeeds based solely on the fucking gender of its characters. It's a pretty superficial read of the situation.
Percent or whatever it's going to be now. I couldn't find updated statistics about this whole thing, but they have certainly worked very hard on rectifying this issue in the last 5 years, this atrocious social justice issue. And many believe that it really started with Brie Larson's Captain Marvel, which came out in 2019. And again, we all saw how much
and was a huge hit.
Of a hit.
Whether you like it or not.
That was.
It was. It literally made $1.1 billion. Why? Okay, so you guys have just made up a narrative where this movie flopped, I guess. And you're just going with it, despite the fact that the evidence to the contrary is just like right there to look at. With like, it's like clickety-clack away. Oh, it flopped. Oh, it was such a fucking
Audiences
flop.
hated it. I think it has a 54% audience rotten score.
45% audience score, yeah. I mean, we know that a bunch of chuds review bombed that, right? Like, you know that. Like, there's no... You don't even have to see a movie to go to Rotten Tomatoes and rate it. So if like a bunch of dudes are like, let's go fucking rate it 0, it's very easy to do that. I haven't even seen the fucking movie. I personally don't give a fuck about it one way or the other. To me, it looks pretty stupid. I don't really like Brie Larson, but I don't dislike her because she's a woman. I just don't like her. A lot of fucking actors I don't like.
Score on Rotten Tomatoes, and Brie Larson's career has objectively been stunted by then. I loved Brie Larson. Her performance in Room was stellar.
I loved Brie Larson, but then when I realized there was a bunch of money in hate in Brie Larson, I realized, you know what? Fuck Brie Larson. As soon as a bunch of fucking MAGA chuds that comprise my audience told me that she sucks, I decided right then and there, I hate her too. I fucking hate that bitch as well, now that you mention it. What a fucking transparent cunt.
That independent movie she did many years before that, Short Term 12, one of the best independent films I've ever seen.
Ugh.
It is so good.
It looks like shit. Look at it. The movie looks like ass.
She was a child.
Dude, if I could fucking watch Captain Marvel or whatever the fuck this is, I would definitely watch Captain Marvel.
I've ever seen. It is so good. She was a child actor. She worked her ass off. She's been working for like 20 years at this point. She did Captain Marvel. It was supposed to be her like biggest commercial thing.
And it was. Once again, it fucking was. Like, come on. You're so full of shit.
It flopped, and you know what she's doing now? She's doing YouTube videos in her garage, and they're very...
Wait, you think that's what she's doing professionally right now? Okay, I'm going to go to Brie Larson's IMDb. I'm going to bet she has other things in the works than her YouTube videos. Hold up. I'm going to the fucking IMDb page, okay? Upcoming 4, okay? Untitled CIA project, some kind of TV series, lessons in chemistry in production, some kind of TV series shit. The Marvels, post-production. So she's got another Marvel movie coming up, and then Fast X. What is that? Oh, she's literally going to be in the new Fast and Furious movie. Oh, yeah, those always fucking flop. Give me a break, bitch. Like, this is so dishonest. This is so fucking dishonest. Like, if you want to hate the bitch, go ahead and hate the bitch. But don't hate the bitch for false pretenses. Don't be acting like, oh, man, first she made that Captain Marvel movie. It was a total flop. It wasn't. Demonstrably, it was not a flop. Oh, and now she can't even get work. She's literally going to be in another Marvel movie called The Marvels. I'm assuming she's probably like leading some kind of team in that. And she's going to be in the new Fast and Furious fucking movie. And she's got 2 fucking big TV projects coming up that I'm assuming are probably fucking big productions, because someone who's getting Marvel movies and Fast and Furious movies is probably not going to sign up for some rinky-dink TV show. So it seems like she's doing just fucking fine. So what are we talking about? Because she made a fucking YouTube video in her garage, that means her career's in the fucking toilet? You're making a YouTube video in your garage right now. Well, probably not your garage. It's probably the Daily Wire studios that you all make videos in.
Very cringe, and I tried to watch them because, again, I really loved her and I looked up to her, but I was like, damn it, Brie, why did you do this movie? And then on top of that, Disney and...
I tried to watch her garage videos, but you know what? This chick is a lesbian. I'm just going to put that out there. She is. I was wrong. I don't know if she's an open lesbian, but she's a lesbian.
Marvel spent literally millions of dollars attempting to franchise her and put her into VR things. Let's put her into dolls. Let's make more movies. Nobody wanted that. They're literally, it's in production right now. It's coming out next year. It's coming out next fucking year. The movie was a hit. What are we talking about? Made no money off of any of those endeavors. Like, it is just so abundantly clear that with these moves Marvel is making, that they just truly do not care about their reputation or their financial future. But I know you guys care about your financial future.
Oh, yeah, man. The fucking financial future of Marvel is looking pretty dire, man. Hold up. Box office Marvel movies. Now, obviously, box office receipts have suffered some after the pandemic, but let's just take a look here. Let's see. Can we get lifetime gross here? Well, can we get international gross is what I'm really looking for. Well, whatever. So we have, even the shitty ones have done well. Like, even the ones that every fucking fan on the internet has complained about, like Thor Love and Thunder. Like, that's done well. Let me see. What's the fucking box office on that? I see from the US box office, unless it's international box office was a total fucking joke. Yeah, 760 million. Like, every one of these movies is still making like between like $800 and $1 billion fucking dollars internationally. Like Marvel can still just line them up even when they suck. I mean, I liked Thor Love and Thunder, but most of the audience for that movie was like, we hate this. So I'm in the fucking vast minority. Either that or the people complaining vocally online are in the vast minority, which is probably also true.
Why you should invest in gold and silver with Bullion Max. Because
Whoa. Did I miss something? I turn away for 1 second and you're shilling gold? Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. Bullion Max. Okay.
inflation is not going away anytime soon. The price of gas is up 49%.
I mean, it is, though. I mean, like, wait. Like, inflation has gone down. Let's see. Inflation rate by month. 2022. Inflation's not going down anytime soon. Yeah, it's already gone down. I'm looking at charts right now. Yeah, inflation has already gone down. I mean, I guess we're still in inflation, but it's definitely slowed. I mean, it could pick back up again, but like to say like it's not going back down anytime soon. It's like it's already started to go back down pretty dramatically. So really weird.
9%. The price of meat, poultry, and fish is up 14%, and the price of used cars is up 16%. And those are only a few numbers. You need to make sure that you and your loved ones are prepared to weather the storm by diversifying into gold and silver, and that is where Bullion Max comes in.
Wow, yeah. Silver and gold, silver and gold. More of a shill than TJ. When's the last time I shilled something? I shilled fucking Raid Shadow Legends a few times like years ago. But I haven't even shilled anything to you motherfuckers in a minute here, so, like, I don't know. I don't even know if I will shill anymore on this channel. I'd rather just get money directly from my fucking audience via Super Chats and Streamlabs and shit, rather than fucking trying to sell some garbage-ass Bullion Max shit or some kind of fucking shit like that. I don't know. Maybe if there was a product that came along that I really actually thought was, like, halfway decent, I'd do it. But I'm not doing another Raid Shadow Legends or Vikings or Bullion Max or some shit like that. Like, if something comes along that actually, like, somewhat seems like a decent enough product, maybe I'd do it. Or if they offered me, like, an insane sum of money, they were just like, yeah, take, like, $5,000 or something, I'll do it for that.
Bullion Max is a direct-to-consumer precious metals retailer where you can buy gold and silver coins and
TJ, will you shill my black metal jazz fusion project? Yeah. Give me money and I'll do that. I'll always do audio. I'll always do ads from the audience too. Like if someone from the audience wants an ad, I mean that's a different fucking story.
All online without ever talking to a salesperson, and then your goods will ship directly to your door, fully insured, so that you can lock them in a safe, put them in your
Oh yeah, Bad Dragon sponsorship. That'd be cool.
Backyard, or give them as gifts this holiday season. So go to bullionmax.com/Cooper to check out our exclusive gift guide we've put together for you. And
why am I even watching this? Shut up. Talk about the MSheU. What are we doing? Come on.
With your finances than Marvel is. People also lump Black Panther in with Captain Marvel because even though Chadwick Boseman obviously was a man, people think that even though Wakanda had a king, T'Challa was absolutely dependent on the female characters that surrounded him, whether for guidance, technological support, or help in a battle. The Afro-futuristic vision of Wakanda treated men and women as equals in accordance with the true history of pre-colonial Africa. Then, after Boseman tragically died of cancer after that original Black Panther came out, Black Panther 2, or Black Panther Wakanda Forever, was literally turned into a girl power, boss babe, feminist-led movie without him. And once again, it was trash. But these are just two examples.
And once again, it did fine at the box office. You know, it didn't do as well as if he'd still been alive. Obviously, when your fucking star dies, that's a big issue. And a lot of fucking people just wanted to see him recast. Because they're like, you know, look, you know, you don't kill off the character just because the actor dies. But of course, people didn't start saying that on Twitter until after the movie was already filmed. So you fucking waited too long before you made that opinion known.
Example. So let's have expert Nerdrotic take us through this whole thing. Nerdrotic is actually the person who coined.
Oh my God. Nerdrotic, eh? Oh shit. I didn't know that was going to be like a chud within a chud. It's like a Russian nested doll of chuds.
The whole MSheU phrase, which is just iconic because that's literally.
Oh yeah, it's so iconic. It's so fucking iconic. I
What's
love
going
it.
on right now? I'm not that great at math. There are no updated statistics. So
Yeah, you're obviously not that great at math because you just said that a movie that made $1.1 billion flopped at the box office.
let's just look at the actual facts of this.
I think we need to do an updated count of the new characters introduced in the MSheU Stage 4, and we'll do it by gender. All two.
Because that's the only way we could process characters anymore. We here at Nerdrotic no longer have the ability to actually appraise characters on a fucking individual basis. We can only break them down by gender or race or superficialities such as that. Because we're obsessed. Okay.
Two of them, and we'll start with the men. Sorry, ladies. In order of appearance, from Black Widow, we had General Dreykov, who is now deceased. Red Guardian.
I am simple man.
You are an idiot.
Yeah,
Doctor
please.
Strange mom, America Chavez.
This was so woke. Oh my God, her pride pin on her thing.
Yeah, so woke. Oh my God. What the fuck? Who cares? Why are you people such fucking crybabies? Why can't you? Why are you so scared of like, oh my God, someone wearing a pride pin? That doesn't exist in real life. How dare it be depicted in media?
Oh my God, so cringe.
You're fucking cringe, bitch. You are fucking cringe. You caring this much about a character in a movie wearing a pin is cringe. It's 1,000 times more cringe than a character wearing that pin.
For those of you counting at home, that is 15 male heroes/villains introduced, 5 deceased, and 27 female hero/villains introduced, 0 deceased. And as I've stated before, this is the most Disney Marvel we've ever gotten at any time ever.
My God. No.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Oh wow. Jesus God. No. No. Oh my God. This is an issue of importance. I'm convinced now. Holy shit. What a nightmare. It's like we've died and gone to hell as a culture. I used to be very middle ground when it came to religion. Thanks, CJ, for guiding me closer to religion, skepticism, and criticism. Also, thanks for not ad shilling. I mean, I'll ad shill in a second if they give me enough money, so whatever. Don't think it's like some kind of hard and fast principle. I'm just not fucking shilling for fucking peanuts.
Now, looking at those numbers of people that have just been introduced, they have done more than just made half.
I mean, most of those... First of all, I'm pretty sure this dude cherry-picked his characters because some of the characters he was counting were, like, characters I wouldn't even count as, like, heroes or villains or whatever the fuck. Second of all, yeah, there might have been more female heroes introduced, like, in the background, but most of those movies were still male-led. Second of all, and, like, third and most important of all, who the fuck cares about any of this shit? I mean, apparently a lot of people do, but why? What is the fucking deal? Why do you care so much? I don't get it.
Half of them women.
The Ghost of Raid Shadow Legends legend ad buys past. Oh no.
And like that is more than double the amount of alive female characters versus alive new male characters. And you know, at first, all of these social justice warriors, they were on board for these changes and the creation of the, you know, so-called MSheU. But you know, 5 years later, not so much. So let's just look at the progression of these headlines. And these are even, you know, more recent ones from this year. This one is in August of this year. So this is a very quick progression from what I'm about to read you versus where we are now. There is no MSheU, but maybe there should be. Okay, immediately after. 5 big problems with the MSheU theory. How dare you talk about women like...
I'm pretty sure these articles are probably just bringing up the same things that I have. That, yeah. And by the way, wait. Didn't this guy say that none of the female characters had died? I know for a fact Jane died. Spoiler alert. The character I'm looking at right now literally died. So is he just lying or did he not count her? Because he said none of them died. And she did. She died. So wait, what?
Like that. We need more women in Marvel. All right, here we go. The most recent. MSheU full-on mode? Every Avenger seems to have a female version now. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Bruh. That's where we've landed.
Comic books have done that forever. Where do you think characters like fucking She-Hulk and Batgirl came from in the first place? This is not some new phenomenon. Comic books for fucking years now have realized like, you know, it's time to fucking create another female character. How are we going to do it? I know. Let's just take a male character and then be like, this is that character but girl version. And that's it. Isn't Black Widow dead too? Hey, wait, yeah, the fuck she is. Well, he was talking about the ones they just introduced. Oh, maybe that's how he gets out of the Jane thing too, because she was already a character before. Okay. That's probably what he did.
Unless you are an SJW that literally salivates at
Didn't Scarlet Witch die? Yes. So, I mean, I don't know. But once again, I guess probably because she was already introduced. Like, they killed a bunch of fucking long-standing female characters. But I guess but we just ignore that. Well, they didn't kill any of the new ones, though. Okay.
representation and cringe, like girl power moments, you know that this is stupid and it has failed. And they are not actually...
I know that you're stupid and that you should fail. You're not failing. You're doing quite well. I believe this video has, let me see how many views is on this motherfucker. 122,000 from 2 days ago. Yeah, pretty good. You're doing pretty fucking well for yourself.
writing good stories and putting, a ton of creative effort into these new productions. They are simply trying to hit diversity and intersectionality quotas. They have literally admitted it. It is their whole plan.
Not a great plan.
Scarlet Witch ain't dead. No way. But she's dead in the context of the fucking movie. Like, here's the thing. In a comic book movie, or in comic books in general, characters dying doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot, because it's very easy to bring one back the second you want to. Even characters that, like, you would look at and be like, well, there's no way they'd bring that character back. They're definitively dead. They're back. Oh, no, it was an alternate universe version of them, or whatever the fuck. So there's really no such thing as death for a comic book character or a character in a comic book movie.
But has Marvel learned from this lesson? No, they apparently have not, because they are now starting down a new path for Gen Z. Because not only do they feel like they have not represented women and they need to get more women watching the movies, but Gen Z is fed up with Marvel. Here are some stats in this article. Is Gen Z too cool for Marvel? Just 9% of Marvel fans identify as part of that generation. Marvel is apparently losing its hold.
I mean, Gen Z is not yet that much of a... I mean, they're not that big of a generation yet, so yeah.
On young people, as millennial audiences, grow up and...
Yeah, because maybe the trend is dying off. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with, like, Marvel has embraced wokeness or whatever, because they haven't. Like, if Marvel embraced wokeness, I'd actually be interested in that, because it'd be like, it'd be something new. It'd be something that you hadn't really seen in, like, American cinema before. But I know you guys think a black person in a movie, woke. A woman was introduced in a movie and didn't die, woke. Someone's wearing a fucking pin in a movie, woke. So, by your guys' standards, everything is woke. But by my standards, nothing has been woke, so whatever. But, maybe it's just like the trend is dying because it's been going for fucking like 20 years now. Or whatever. It's been not 20 quite, but like 15? Coming up on 20? Yeah, the superhero trend was not going to just go forever and ever in American cinema. By the way, it still looks like it has a good 5 to 10 years left in it before it really fucking fizzles out. But yeah, the fact that it's kind of like fizzling out and dying off now, it's because we've seen it. We've done it. The world has been imperiled by fucking this and that and the other guy enough times, and the heroes have saved the day enough times that people are kind of just like, okay, we know. We've seen it. And probably the superhero genre isn't going to totally vanish, but at some point you're going to start seeing a lot less of these made. And, the movie-going public will jump onto the next fucking bandwagon of content. There'll be some new thing that comes along, some new novelty that captures the popular imagination. This happens all the time. Like in the 80s, it was the big, dumb, testosterone-fueled action movie. Or the screwball comedy or whatever. In the 40s and I think pretty much from the 20s through like the 50s, it was the Western. That was the fucking dominant genre for a while. So the idea that these little niche genres, they crop up, they fucking do buku bucks for like a few decades, and then they go away. And then something else comes along. That's just how the fucking cycle of this shit works.
They're trying to get their claws into a new young
TJ for local librarian. I have no interest in being a librarian.
generation. There's another article. The MCU's future lies with those it previously neglected. Teen girls. Oh, good. So now we're going to have like an artificially cool, boomer-esque Gen.
Here's an idea. if you're not one of the teen girls that they're trying to appeal to with this, that, or the other property, don't fucking watch it. Quit fucking looking at something made for a totally different demographic and then watching it and being like, I didn't enjoy that at all. It wasn't for you. This is so fucking stupid. If I see something advertised for teenage girls, I don't go watch it and then be like, ugh, why did this not work for me? Actually, I take it back. I did do that once. I watched the first Twilight movie and I was like, well, that sucked. But you know what? It sucked because it wasn't for me. It was for fucking teenage girls. I thought it was garbage because I'm not even close to the fucking demographic for that shit.
Z MCU. I can't wait to have like 45-year-old.
This is not Shapiro's sister, but this is like a female Shapiro clone. This is a better female Shapiro than the actual female Shapiro.
Nerd men trying to write like female girl power characters who are like 15 years old.
But wait! There's
TJ, you've come so far. I really haven't. I just saw a dark mirror lifted up to myself in the form of these idiots that turn this shit into like this giant culture war issue. So like in a world where these people didn't exist, I would still be happy to go watch a movie like Twilight and shit on it just for the lulz. But unfortunately, no one can do anything just for the lulz anymore. Now everything has to be some giant culture war bullshit where you have to fucking sit here and tabulate fucking the genders of new characters revealed and the percentage of the new characters that died and so on and so forth, to the point of like, oh my God, there's too many women's.
At the same time,
By the way, I mean, like, is this fucking bitch kind of like a gender traitor or whatever the fuck, since she's a woman and she's sitting here like, fucking, I hate women's. No more women. I hate women. Like, why? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Probably because she's got an audience full of chuds that want to fuck her, right? Audience full of simp chuds.
in 2018 that Kevin Feige promised to have more women in the MCU. He also pledged to bring more LGBTQ plus people.
Yeah, has he done that? I haven't seen one. Where are they?
On screen. They have not really made as many strides with that as
Yeah. Where are those?
they have with their feminist agenda. Here is that original article. Kevin Feige confirms that there will be out LGBTQ characters in the MCU.
Give me
we
them,
probably have more
motherfuckers.
of that to look forward to, because we have not seen an influx of that thus far, especially because they have just hired their first trans actor. Here we go. Marvel
All right,
casts
where?
Disney Plus's first transgender MCU actor.
All right.
And Lord knows they're going to make it everybody's problem. Whether
Problem? Why is it a fucking problem, you cunt? Fuck you. You're such a piece of shit. Hope you get run over by a truck. Next. Fucking next. All right, Dusty. So, I should fucking introduce this. Here we go. Catch up, chat. All right. She's to gender what Candace is to race. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. So yeah, Dusty Smith, man. Known Dusty for 117 years. And you know, we've been all over it, you know, like as far as the wrestling plot goes, you know. Dusty and I have we've been up and down. We've been friends, we've been enemies. We've been people who don't give a shit about each other. You know, I've accused him of grifting. He said I need to be canceled. You know, and everything in between. You know, we've gotten little fights, spats, tumults, toss-ups. You know, it's like, you know, one of those wrestlers that's always doing face and heel turns. That's me and Dusty, you know? You never know whether Dusty and I will be friends or fucking enemies. But I did want to point out, to draw some attention to Dusty's current plight, because what's happening to Dusty right now fucking sucks balls. So I want to spotlight it so that we can hopefully get some more attention to it and hopefully find a resolution. So that introduction done, let's take a look.
Here is why my channel, after 13 years, has had all of the videos set to private. So, right-wingers are false flagging my account. And my account is the easiest account in the goddamn world to false flag because how I do the show. You guys know how I do the greatest show in the history of mankind, and the reason it's so good is because every single show I cover so
Second greatest show in the history of mankind.
many topics, like 50 topics. I keep the show moving. It's really fucking fast-paced. If you don't like what I'm talking about, just wait like 15 seconds. I'll be talking about some other guy.
Oh, this fucking cat, man. This cat just hanging out in the fucking green screen.
Damn shit. I'm not supposed to cuss. I'm afraid I'm going to get banned. Okay, I can't cuss, Dusty. It's going to be family friendly. Can't talk about anything controversial whatsoever. So what these fucking chuds do
I love how he's just like, I can't cuss. All right, so what these fucking chuds do.
is they go to my account and they flag every single topic I talk about. Literally 50 to 100 flags per show. Multiple people doing it. And so YouTube doesn't give a shit about me. Even though
YouTube doesn't give a shit about anybody. YouTube literally does not give a shit about anybody. They don't even care about their top creators because to them it's just like, whatever. There's a million of you. There's a million and fucking one creators out there. If one or two get fucked, they don't give a shit. They don't have any incentive to give a shit.
I'm paying YouTube over $1,000 a month to use their services. Yes, I know you think, hey, YouTube's free, isn't it? No. When you do a live stream show that I do that's supported by Super Chats, it costs. I'm literally...
I mean, I wouldn't really say that that counts towards your cost. It's just that YouTube takes 30% of the Super Chat revenue. So really, it's like almost like a tax levied on the viewer that they're not even truly aware of in most instances. Like someone gives, you know, their favorite streamer or whatever $10. They don't expect that 3 of those dollars are going straight to YouTube, but that's just the way it works.
Literally paying them over $1,000 a month, and still they don't care about me in any way whatsoever. And so eventually when so many people flag everything that I do, YouTube finds a reason to ban me. And since what they've done is they've contracted all their appeals and video watching out to India.
I don't even feel like they've done that. I feel like it's almost all just like a really shitty AI at this point. You know, if Dusty has gone a little deeper into the system to the Indian level where he gets to like Boondesh and shit, I mean, good on him. I've never been able to get past the like layers and layers of just like obvious AIs that are not human responding to questions without really understanding the context of them.
And other countries. And so when you appeal, it goes to some Indian dude who don't give a fuck about me.
Why isn't he using Streamlabs? He probably does, but like most people prefer to use Super Chat. Like even on my streams, like I have the ability for people to use Streamlabs or Super Chat, and most people, like the vast majority, every single show I do, choose to do Streamlabs because it's built right into the platform they're watching this on.
White bread Dusty Smith talking bullshit on his YouTube. He don't care about me. He ain't even got time to listen to what I have to say. So they just immediately reject your appeal. And we've tried everything. We tried mass messaging the @Team YouTube account.
Yeah, I've tried that too for various things where I've been like annoyed with YouTube, and I've tried to mass at the YouTube support account on Twitter or whatever, and that is fucking beyond useless. They're always like, we are gonna look into this, and then they never fucking look into shit.
All they do is respond with copy and pasted stuff. They won't answer you. We even tried mass appealing to the CEO of YouTube herself. Crickets. I've tried to get, sometimes if you get like big accounts to have your back and to go, you know, take some swings at YouTube for you to get some attention to this, they'll reverse it. But I can't find a single big account, anybody, even smaller accounts, to help me out. Even though, like, on this channel all the time and on my Twitter, when somebody gets banned, I try to give shout-outs to them and help them. Nobody has my fucking back. Nobody. I don't know why. I try to get Hassan's attention, the Surfs, everybody. Everybody. Nobody's fucking
I
helping.
mean, he throws my name. He throws
Which is
half
fine.
of my name. Amazing. I think he was going to say Amazing Atheist. I never saw him try to get my attention, but one of his fans eventually reached out to me and was like, "Hey, you know what's going on with Dusty?" And I was like, "No, I didn't know what was going on with him." And you know, when I saw this, I was like, "Ah, man, that's fucking bullshit." Because this could very easily happen to not just Dusty, but any fucking YouTube channel. Like, this could happen to any fucking YouTube channel. You know, you could do this to anybody on this fucking platform. Except for maybe like some super massive accounts. But anybody who's not like a gigantic account, you could do this to it. So I mean, like, you know, if this is going to be the way YouTube runs its system, then, you know, it's going to be unusable as a fucking platform. So we definitely have to make sure to do everything in our power to get Dusty's account restored, because it's outrageous to think that, you know, I mean, with some of the crazy shit you see on this fucking platform, the idea that someone like Dusty would get fucking slapped with this level of censorship is pretty ridiculous and outrageous, just because he's getting mass flagged for literally everything he says. Because you're always going to find, if you sit there and just flag everything, flag, yeah, eventually, you know, the YouTube system is going to look at something and be like, oh, wait a minute, and not understand the context of it, not understand what's actually being said, and fucking, you know, throw down a fucking flag. And then you have no fucking ability to stream, and you have no fucking ability to put out, you know, content. And, you know, this could be done to Dusty, this could be done to me, to the Surfs, to Vosh, any fucking buddy. Any fucking buddy that's like not huge, super dodeca gigantic YouTuber, and even they can be fucking victims to this. But with them, they'll probably be able to get some support. But you know, in instances like this, yeah. So like the community really does need to rise up and do everything in their power. And if you guys know of a YouTuber like, you know, out there that's maybe like left leaning or claims to be pro free speech at all, even if it's maybe something that would disagree with Dusty on politics, maybe reach out to those and let them know the prediction that Cult of Dusty is in. Not prediction, the predicament that Cult of Dusty is in, and let them know that it's in their own rational self-interest to take Dusty's part and to amplify the issues that Dusty's run into here. Dusty, you're getting rusty. Do it yourself. Well, I did my part. I don't know what more I could do than what I already did. I've put it out there. I've shown it to as many people as I can fucking muster to show it to. 830 right now, and hopefully, you know, a few more thousand down the line. So, you know, we'll see. Dusty is pretty left-leaning. He's very damn left-leaning, almost horizontal. I don't really know what Dusty's current politics are. I know he's more to the left. I don't know if I don't know how far to left he goes or whatever, or how you even want to measure that out. But if this happened to a right-wing channel, you'd be celebrating. Okay, but it didn't. It happened to a left-wing channel, so I'm not celebrating. That's totally consistent. I always hate when people try to bring up this bullshit where it's like, you know, it's like, oh man, you know, you were so happy to eat that ice cream, but if that ice cream was dog shit, I bet you wouldn't be happy. It's like, no, I wouldn't. That's true. When you change the thing that happened, my feelings about it also change. Yeah, if this happened to Steven Crowder, I'd be laughing my ass off. Fully admit that. So what? Eat a fucking dick. Thank you for promoting Dusty on this issue. You're welcome. I watched him a long time ago during the rise of the YouTube Atheists. I still remember when Dusty had his first big hit with the expose on the Duck Dynasty guys. Exposed that they were all a bunch of phonies who didn't actually live that lifestyle and were actually a bunch of like preps. Holiday 197 gave 20 Australian bucks. Says, I don't get why people remove all their past videos on their channel. Their views may have changed, but it's not like they're trying to erase their past on this platform. Yeah, I've always been kind of two minds about that, because I have stuff on this channel that I definitely don't agree with anymore, but I'm like, if I take it down, am I like whitewashing my own past at that point? But then I'm like, if I'm leaving it up, I'm like, am I still propagating those ideas? So I'm kind of conflicted on that one. But so far, I've kind of fallen down on the side of like, I'm leaving them up. Because hopefully, even if someone was to be influenced by that stuff, they would come and see my new content and see that, hey, it's different now. And maybe listen to what I have to say now as opposed to what I had to say then. But I'm not really sure. Link Dusty's channel /video in chat might be helpful. Yeah, good point. I'll do that. So I am linking a video in my description section. It's called Why After 13 Years All of My Videos Have Been Removed from YouTube. And I'm linking that shit in the description section of this video right now. You owe me a rematch at Thumb Wars after the DP unofficial meetup in Portland. I stayed awake for 36 hours. Did I beat you? I usually win at Thumb Wars. Didn't you delete a bunch of videos? The only time I've ever done a mass deletion of videos was when YouTube literally changed its policies dramatically and then started enforcing the policies retroactively, which has always been one of my least favorite things about YouTube is they will change their standards, but then not grandfather in the content that you made before. It's really impossible to follow rules that change like that. I mean, imagine if they changed the rules of football, but then the rules were applied retroactively, and anyone who'd broken the rules before they were made was still in trouble. You know, that's like how it is being a YouTuber, because, you know, you do something that's acceptable and fine at the time, and then they change the rules, and then the content that was acceptable under the old policy can now be prosecuted under the new policy, even though it came out before the rules changed. So, you know, it's very, very ludicrous. Very ludicrous and unreasonable system. So there was a time period where YouTube decided they were going to become family friendly. Now, YouTube has since dropped this bullshit, but there was a little time period where YouTube was trying to be family friendly. It wanted to be a family platform. So a lot of the stuff I was making at the time was not family friendly. Go fucking figure. So I went back and I had to take down a lot of stuff that was egregiously violated those rules. And for a while, I made videos with bleeps. I used to use gunshot sounds for bleeps. But then a couple years later, YouTube kind of dropped the whole thing, decided that they were not going to become a family-friendly platform, and you know, I stopped bleeping myself. And then YouTube decided they were going to become an advertiser-friendly platform, which is almost the same thing as becoming a family-friendly platform, but not quite as restrictive. And so now YouTube has really weird rules, like don't curse in the first 30 seconds of a video. It's like, okay, don't curse in the title, the thumbnail, or the first 30 seconds of the video, but after that, curse all you want. What? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, sure, no problem. A family platform. It's one thing to take down content, but you shouldn't penalize. Yeah, like honestly, if YouTube wanted to take down old content that you know was now in violation of their rules, that'd be one thing. But to like penalize creators for it, like if YouTube changes its rules, a creator does not have the ability to go back through their entire catalog and identify which videos violate these rules that they're going to apply retroactively, you know? It's really insane. It's really not reasonable. I mean, imagine like if any other job in the fucking country did that. Like, I don't know where you guys work, but I'm assuming you guys, most of you have jobs. Imagine if your job instituted a new rule, but then applied it retroactively and said like, and let's say you wear tennis shoes to work every day, and they're like, no more tennis shoes here. You got to wear dress shoes or whatever. You know, and all this, and they're like, you know, you're gonna get a fine for every time you showed up here in tennis shoes. It's like, what? You can't do that. It's like, yes, we can. Okay. It's cool I don't judge. I'm willing to bet I've put more things in my butt than TJ. Yeah, maybe you have. Hide all your gay stuff. Might offend the Qatari YouTubers. Yeah, I mean, we got to be inclusive, you guys. Are we still on about this? I guess we are. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why you need to ask that. You can just listen to what's being said and are they still on that? Yep. I don't know why it's so annoying to you, but yeah, we're still on that. Sorry. I didn't get any strikes or emails or anything that I could tell. So the disappearance of my 2,000 plus Hangout videos was relatively mysterious. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Anyway, let's watch The Devil versus Jessie Waters, okay? We're going to watch Jessie Waters talking to the spokesperson of the Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves. Yeah, there's The Devil for you. Last time we visited Jessie Waters, he was talking to a woman dressed as a cat. This time he's going to be talking to a Satanic Temple person.
When I was a young tot kicking back in the class, everybody...
Wow, what a sentence. When I was a young tot kicking back in the class. It sounds like the fucking beginning of a Will Smith rap from 1991.
look forward to the after-school program. Drama club was for anybody who wanted to be the next Brad Pitt. Debate club, you know, the people aspiring to be the next Supreme Court justice, but I wasn't really a club guy.
The next screw that falls out is going to be you.
Eat my shorts.
What was that?
Eat my shorts.
But whichever club you chose, it was to
That line probably had a lot more oomph when it came out in 1985 or whatever the fuck year it was.
make you a better person, you know, help you make friends, expand your horizons. And today, there's a new program that has been trying to take hold in our schools. Satan clubs.
Woo! To ghoul for school. What a weird... Satan's not a ghoul. Ghouls are not, like, notoriously synonymous with hell. I mean, a ghoul is like a spirit, isn't it? Hold up. Ghoul. An evil spirit or phantom, especially one supposed to rob graves and feed on dead bodies. Yeah, that's not really to do with hell that much. I mean, I guess it's an evil thing, but yeah.
One Virginia town is already seeing it firsthand. B.M. Williams Primary School has introduced the After School Satan Club.
Cool.
Organized by the...
Dude, I wish there were Satan clubs when I was going to school. I might have fucking tried to get my grades up so I could actually join a club. What the fuck sense does that make, by the way? Where you're not allowed to join an after-school club unless your GPA is over a certain point? Like, wouldn't you just be thrilled that a student was taking interest in an after-school activity in the first place? Because I wanted to join the debate club, but my grades weren't good enough. And I couldn't do it. Even though I was a better debater than every motherfucker in that club.
Satanic Temple. The club promotes activities centered around the 7 fundamental tenets of Satanism. These tenets are, you know, the satanic equivalent of the 10 Commandments. And this obviously has
Cool, yeah.
upset parents.
Why?
One mom spoke to Fox. Watch.
Okay, cool.
This was truly
Is this the cat chick again? Is she just not wearing her ears this time?
when parents showed up. It had a record turnout. Parents in opposition were the majority turnout, overwhelming.
Busybody moral grandstanders were the majority turnout. The people who didn't give a shit didn't bother to show up. You know, go figure, yeah. The people with the problem are always the ones that show up. That doesn't mean you're in the majority. It just means that you're in the vocal minority.
Majority turnout. When we're discussing Satan clubs in our public schools, we are failing our children. We are failing our children. These are frightening images. It's a frightening ideology.
Then here's an idea. Maybe your children don't have to join the Satan club. Maybe the Satan Club can just be for the kids that want to be in the Satan Club. I don't know. Seems like, I don't know. Does that seem like a reasonable compromise to anyone else? I kind of think that's probably a reasonable compromise. Woo! Makes this difficult for Kuhlman to edit. I'm over here. I'm over there. Look at me. I'm everywhere. Fuck you, Kuhlman. Piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't want to be part of the Satan Club, then, I don't know, don't join the fucking thing. Like, what is with people these days acting like they're just powerless to fucking, I don't know, like, oh, man, they're making Marvel movies I don't like. Okay, don't see them. Oh, man, there's school clubs I don't like. Okay, well, don't join them. I mean, like, what do you want? Just don't fucking do it, then.
It's the responsibility of the adults in the room to stand up and speak up for the parent.
I mean, how? Like, how are you going to do that without violating First Amendment rights? Because if the students at the school have the right to start a Bible club, then the students at the school have every right to start a Satan club. And if they don't have the right to start a Satan club, then they don't have the right to start a Bible club.
We have to do better.
I get it. We don't want Satan being promoted to our children. Primetime's been covering these Satanists for a while. A few months ago, I don't know if you remember, we went to SatanCon to find out what these people...
Cool. I didn't even know there was a SatanCon. That sounds awesome.
...people are all about.
I want to go to SatanCon. Can I go to SatanCon? Do you think I'd be welcome at SatanCon? Or would there be some kind of, like, weird SJW fucking weirdo that comes, fuck you, you piece of shit. You said this one time. It's like, oh, man. Or are they going to be cool? You'll be like, wow, TJ, you're at SatanCon. Or is it just going to be like, not even know who the fuck I am? You're like, yeah, there's some guy. I don't know.
It's carnal desire.
What does Satan look like?
Me?
Satan looks like whatever you want Satan to look like in your mind.
Cool. In my mind, Satan's fucking hung. He's got a big old fucking dick, dude. I don't know if you know this, but man, my Satan, he's a tripod, man.
The biggest misconception about Satanism is that we sacrifice children.
In reality, we mostly sacrifice adults and maybe some younger teenagers, but no children.
We eat babies.
I mean, there's not even that much meat on a baby. You know, once again, we try to confine our cannibalism to adults.
And we don't like kittens, and that could be the farthest from the truth.
Of course, Satans love kittens. Wait, why the fuck would a Satanist not like a kitten? Kittens rule, right? Kittens are great. These parents know their kids would rather join a Satan club than a lame-ass Christian club. I wish I had the faith that you do in our young people.
We love kittens. We love babies.
Oh, so they like kittens.
Yeah. I don't know about this baby shit, though. She said, we love kittens. We love babies. It's like, yeah. Kittens, yeah. Babies? I don't know. That doesn't seem very satanic.
What else are they about? Well, we still have some questions.
All right. Let's ask some questions. How do you combat loneliness as you age? Also, read Styx's edition of the Grand Grimoire. I've never read the Grand Grimoire. I don't even know what the fuck that is. As for how you combat loneliness as you age, I don't know. Probably like seek out some company. You know, like that's the typical cure for loneliness is to not be alone. You know, but you know, obviously a lot of times the problem is it's hard to find like-minded people. And that's when you go to SatanCon.
So let's ask the Satanic Temple spokesperson, Lucian Greaves. All right.
How come Lucian Greaves gets to look this cool? How come this dude gets to look this fucking cool? By the way, this dude has the same ass haircut as me. Yeah. We both got the shaved sides and the fucking hair on the top slicked back. Good taste, Lucian Greaves, man. And also, I don't know. He's got that fucked up eye. I thought it was a contact lens the first few times I saw it, but I'm pretty sure that eye is legitimately fucked up, which is kind of, I don't know. He makes him kind of have like a Bond villain quality that I kind of dig.
Lucian.
Can't even fucking say the man's name with fucking respect. Gotta fucking do this. Lucian. You know, this Jessie Waters bitch would not be fucking putting on this affectation if Lucian was sitting right across from him. You know what I mean? If Lucian Graves was sitting across the desk from him, he would not be Lucian. But because he's safely fucking via satellite, it's like, hey, Lucian, we're here to talk about Satan. Man, all right. Yeah.
If Satan is evil, I thought.
Jessie.
Nice to
Nice to meet you, Jessie. I love how he fucking immediately just turns the mockery around. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
meet you too. If Satan's evil, why should kids be in an evil club?
Well, obviously we don't view Satan as evil, and it really doesn't matter to us what your mythology is surrounding Satan. You need to ask yourself if your distaste over us identifying as Satanists is strong enough that you would abandon the principles of free speech.
Don't call their bluff on that one, Lucian. You already know the answer to this. You got to ask yourselves if you're willing to drop your commitment to free speech just to stop. Oh, yes, we are. Yes. Oh, okay. I guess it really wasn't much of a quandary for you, huh?
In religious liberty.
I always thought Satan was like sex, you know, like when you're 18,
Of course you did, you horn dog. Oh, man. Can Jessie Waters get through one interview without fucking revealing his thirst? This motherfucker is horny as hell. I don't know what fuck. We need to interview some of the interns and shit at his, working under him. Because, like, I guarantee you want to get rid of that guy, it's going to be fucking easy. Just find out how many fucking interns' asses he's grabbed. Because literally, every time I watch this fucking guy, he fucking brings up sex or sexuality within minutes. I've watched like a couple 5-minute segments of this guy, and every time I'm like, yeah, how about them titties? I always thought Satan was like sex and butts and pussy and stuff. You know what I mean? Every fucking time with this guy.
Satan, sex, do your thing. But I don't know if I would want Satan in schools. You understand how parents feel, right?
So I always thought of Satan as sex, which is, pretty badass and stuff, but doesn't really belong in school. It's like, that's your thing that you've put into Satan, man. Like I've said, Satan, like that guy said, the fucking green hair guy or whatever. Satan can be whatever you want. For me, he's got a big old dick. For Jessie Waters, he's got a big old set of titties. For Lucian Greaves, he can be something totally different.
Well, parents can feel that way, and many parents feel similarly about evangelical after-school clubs. And in fact, we put our club in place to offer an alternative against an evangelical club that's explicitly designed to convert children and get them to proselytize to other kids. So if parents don't want to send their...
What is going on with this fucking mic? Lucian, your mic is scratchy, bro. They fucking put your lapel on wrong.
Kids to an after-school Satan club, they can send them to an evangelical club. There's other religious clubs. Really, I think the controversy just evades the issue as to whether or not we're willing to allow government functionaries at school boards.
Not even the Tajikistan hive is this horny. I know, right? It's pretty crazy.
Or whatever, to simply shut down somebody's religious liberty or free speech because they don't like it.
So you're kind of doing it to tweak the system. I get it. What are these?
Jessie has nothing. I mean, so you're kind of doing tweak the system. I get it. It's like Jessie Waters at this point is like, fuck, this dude's like articulate and shit. Oops. I don't know what Jessie was expecting. Maybe he was expecting this guy to just like Lucian Greaves to show up and just be like, I'm the devil. Your children will be corrupted by my evil. Like, come on, man. You weren't ready for this guy to actually have an answer to your fucking question?
Tenets of Satanism. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, I think the tenets are very pro-social. They're almost universal.
Pro-social, like socialist, you would say?
Think, and I think as time goes on, we'll kind of converge on a consensus morality, but we don't have to. I mean, we're not looking to convert people into Satanism. We're not even teaching children about Satanism in the classes.
Give me a tenet.
One should strive to act with compassion and empathy to all creatures within reason.
within reason, eh? Well, let's say, you know, Satan demands a sacrifice or something, you know? Well, what do you do then? You act in compassion then when you're fucking sacrificing a goat to the devil? Huh? Huh?
Oh, that sounds fine. All right.
You might like it.
Jessie, what is Jessie? Jessie Waters like,
Maybe. I don't know about all that. Are you married, by the way?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
Why? Wait, what was that? You're interested, Jessie? Fucking, we about to propose? Huh. You know, now that I know what you satanic fuckers are all about, you know, would you like to go have dinner with me, or?
All right, so you're probably going to go to hell, right?
What a dumb question. So you're probably going to hell, huh, you know? Probably going to hell, you know what I mean? Gonna burn forever in a lake of fire and stuff?
I don't believe in hell. We're a non-theistic religious group.
All right. I thought maybe you wanted to go to hell. What do I know? I need to...
Apparently not much. I don't know. What do I know, you know? What?
To learn more about
like
Satanism.
It would be a better party than heaven, where, you know, I mean, you have one place where all the sexless kind of go after they live a celibate and uninteresting life. Hell might be okay.
All right. We got to go. I'm probably going to butcher your name again.
Lucian. It's not that hard.
Lucian.
That's okay. It's Lucian Greaves.
It's not, I mean, is it? I mean, I know Lucian is not like a super duper common name, but I don't feel like it's all that hard either.
Lucian. Almost had it. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Jesse's just like, this is not going according to plan. Go away. I mean, like, wow. Didn't even like know the first fucking thing about your guest, did you? Didn't even know the first fucking thing about your own guest on your own show. Couldn't bother to research, couldn't bother to learn thing one about Lucian Greaves before he came on the Jessie Waters show. And then the fact that they would like literally upload this to their channel. Like Fox News uploads this. Jessie Waters grills Satanic Temple spokesperson. No, he didn't. He asked 3 softball questions, and when he didn't get, like, snarling beast answers, he was like, well, see ya. Like, who the fuck are you talking about? Even the chat's just like, Jessie Waters, I don't know if I believe in all that empathy and compassion stuff. There was definitely some grilling, but I don't think it's the spokesperson who got grilled. My favorite part was when Jessie made himself look like an idiot for 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Is Jessie capable of not being facetious 1 minute of his life? Jessie Waters taking casual L's as usual. Wait, I thought Jessie was doing the grilling, not the other way around. Still waiting for Jessie to grill this spokesperson. The irony of starting the topic by saying after-school clubs are meant to broaden your horizons, then straight away totally disregarding this specific club is legitimate. Talk about an open mind from Jessie. Oh, my God. He's getting savaged in the fucking comments. Why did they upload this clip? Like, I could understand why someone who hates Fox News would upload this clip as an example of, like, this is the kind of dog shit you get on Fox News. But Fox News themselves leaned into this. They were like, ooh, yeah, this is one of our shining moments here on Fox News Channel. We got to show that time Jessie Waters totally grilled that Satanic Temple spokesperson, you know? It's like, what the fuck was that? Oh, my God. Devastating. Oh, my God. You see when he totally, like, mispronounced his name? Total troll legend, man. Fucking legendary fucking burn, bro. The ultimate grilling. We're going to keep on. We're just going to keep up the pace here. No reason to slow down, right? Let's talk about this guy. This is a dude that has got a message for us atheists. I don't know if everyone here watching is an atheist, but I know a lot of you are.
Is for the atheist, or really any... So this message is for the atheist, or really anyone who's not a Christian, because I'm going to speak to both of you. But I want you to consider something hypothetically. Now, at the end of this, I'm going to be very clear about where I stand, what I believe. But I want you to consider this. If God is real, if there is a creator who created all of this, heaven, earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, the human soul, the human body, animals, plants, all of this magnificence that we see around us. If God is real, and if he's one God, would he not be powerful enough?
Starting off, I just want to point out, we're starting this with a lot of fucking ifs. We got to assume, like, if there is a God, if he's one God, if he created all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And like, there's a lot of ifs going on here. So yeah, I'm going to, for the sake of argument, I'm going to accept all of your ifs and then see what's the premise. What are we drawing?
To reveal himself to us throughout the ages, through prophets, through his own creation. And would he not be powerful enough to give us his word through scripture?
Yeah. Yeah, he would. He would also be powerful enough to not fuck with us with some weird test. Like, yeah, God should be powerful enough to just be self-evident. You know, there's not like debate. There's not any genuine debate over whether the sun and the moon and the stars and the planet exists, okay? There's some crazies out there that like the moon is a hologram or whatever the fuck. But for the most part, people know those things are real. God, there's debate about because we've never seen him. He's never made himself apparent to us. He's never been measurable. He's never been testable. So why not? If there is a God that created the universe and he has a special interest he takes in us specifically, and he wants us to behave in certain ways, wouldn't he make that clear to us in a way that's like undeniably like, hey, I am God. I am your creator. I created the universe. This is what I want from you. He would do that, right? He wouldn't just be like, you know, 1,000 years ago, he told some guy where no one else was around. And then there's this book full of contradictions that he left us that tells us what we're supposed to do. And everything in the book is like fucked up and weird. And you read the book and it's like, women should marry their rapist. And it's like, what? Here's how you should treat your slaves. What? You know, it's like a fucked up book.
The written word of God, because the Bible says holy men of God spoke as they were moved about by the Holy Spirit. In other words, the Holy Spirit inspired them.
Why are we not allowed to enjoy life and nature and be amazed by it without having to attribute it to a guy in the sky? I mean, we are allowed to do that. We're just not allowed in this guy's worldview.
Them as they wrote the scriptures, as they recalled what happened, all of these.
I don't know why it keeps stopping. Sorry.
These kinds of things. Now, the second thing, if God.
Come on, man. What the fuck is this? Is there a problem with my connection? I'm not seeing any other issues.
God is real. Is he not powerful enough to give us prophecy, to tell us the future? Because that's what the Bible says, that God is eternal, that he knows the end from the beginning. And we know that in Bible
experiencing interruptions, find out why. I don't have time to find out why. I'm in the middle of a show.
Prophecy, there have been things that have happened. The life and ministry of Jesus fulfilled many Old Testament prophecies. He said he would be born in Bethlehem, that he would be...
wow, guys, you get that? The book predicts what will happen later in the book. Well, if that's the standard of evidence, then Harry Potter is a fucking goddamn prophecy, because it says in Harry Potter, well, one will rise up and, you know, whatever the fuck the prophecy said. And then later on in the series, the prophecy is fulfilled. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Yeah. When you're writing a fictional narrative specifically to fulfill prophecies made in a different part of the same fictional narrative, it's pretty easy to fucking fulfill the prophecies that way. I mean, like, it's so dumb. It's like in the first movie, they predicted that, you know, Luke Skywalker would be the one to topple the Empire. And then in the third movie, he did. Whoa. Who cares?
Be the suffering servant in Isaiah 53, that he would die for the sins of his people. All of these kinds of things and many more that came to pass.
Yeah, It's literally his argument so far is prophecies in the first part of this book are fulfilled in the second part of this book. That is not evidence of anything. That's the dumbest, worst evidence I've ever heard in my life.
And Jesus himself said that this gospel would go to all the world. Now, when he said that, he had not even left Israel. And yet today, the message of Jesus Christ has went to all the world. Now, that's one.
Okay. That'd be like if fucking Charles Manson was like, one day the whole world will know who I am. And now they do. So, it's like, oh, wow, he must have been a prophet. No. Guess what? Every fucking crazy motherfucker out there that starts a cult has delusions of grandeur wherein they're going to be, their word is going to spread across the globe. And you know what? Every once in a while, they're right. It's just law of averages kind of shit. Because every fucking cultist says that. Every cultist says that one day their gospel will fucking be the definitive text of the world. And by the way, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't know for absolutely certain, but I'm pretty fucking sure that Muhammad probably said something similar. I'm pretty sure that every fucking other religion that has a religious leader that it follows has said that. Big, small, medium, large, whatever the fuck. They've all said it. They've all said one day our religion will be the globally dominant religion.
One thing. Now, the second thing is, if you're not a Christian, you say, well, I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. If Jesus really did rise from the dead, does that not mean that he is who he said he was?
Not really. This is an old Christopher Hitchens argument, but if you look at the Bible, people coming back from the dead was not all that super uncommon. So even if you're looking at the evidence contained within the Bible, and just taking the Bible literally at face value like this, okay, even then, Jesus's claims of being the Son of God, not really warranted, like, by the evidence given. The fact that he came back from the dead, Lazarus came back from the dead, several other biblical characters came back from the dead, so that doesn't prove he's the Son of God. His miracles don't prove he's the Son of God. Plenty of other characters in the Bible do magic and miracles. Yeah, not really. And I mean, to think about the downgrade, by the way, from God to Jesus. God created the entire universe. Jesus turned water into wine and, fed a bunch of people with insufficient food. Like Jesus's shit comes across as parlor tricks in comparison to the attributes given to the all-powerful God.
Because Jesus said he was the Son of God. He said he is the great I am. He said he's the Alpha and the Omega. He's the bread that came down from heaven. Many other things Jesus said. He's the shepherd of the sheep.
Okay, so Jesus said some pretty sounding words. Big fucking deal. Who the fuck can't do? I mean, like, I guess not everyone can make a pretty speech, but making a pretty speech does not mean you're God.
He is the Savior. So, if Jesus really did rise from the dead, so let's go back. If God is real.
Once again, relying on so many ifs here, too. If.
Is he not? If he can create the world by his spoken word, if he can create humanity, if he can take and form from the dust of the ground the human being, Adam, and breathe into him the breath of life, can he not wrap himself in human flesh?
Yeah. I mean, look, if there was a being called God, and if he created a man called Adam in a Garden of Eden once upon a time, and if he created the entire universe just through speech alone, then yes, he could easily, I would assume, turn himself into a human being and live a life as said human being. That doesn't seem like it'd be all that hard for him given his set of abilities, which seem pretty much limitless. But that's a bunch of ifs stacked upon other ifs, So what I would say to you is, there is no God. The universe was not created by God. There was no Adam. If there was an Adam, he wasn't created by God. There was no Garden of Eden. And if there was a Garden of Eden, it wasn't created by God because there is no God. So, yeah, all the ifs just like kind of fall apart when you do that, right? Nothing to say except thanks for the content. Well, thank you. And Merry Christmas.
Jesus, the Son of God, the eternal Son of God.
I mean, like that's basically what's being said here. If you grant everything in the Bible is true, then the Bible is true. The fuck is this argument? Midnight Ghoul, you fucking nailed it. Yeah. This is basically this guy's argument thus far is, hey guys, if we just accept everything in the Bible is true, then Jesus is God and he's the savior and stuff. Well, yeah, that's what the book explicitly says. The problem is we don't accept that book as true because it's not. It doesn't even, first of all, it couldn't be because it contradicts itself all the fuck over the place. Check out Skeptic's Annotated Bible for more information on that. Second of all, it's full of like cruelty and inhumanity. Third of all, it's full of like scientific inaccuracy. Fourth of all, it literally says the world is flat at a couple of points. This is all just goofy. Oh, wow, man, what if this book was true, though? Wouldn't it be true if it was true? Well, yeah, it would be true if it was true, but it's not true, so it's not true.
God. The Bible says he was eternal. He was with the Father from the beginning. He was the Word made flesh. Now, I'm saying all of this for people who are atheists and who are not Christians.
Well, you're doing a pretty shitty job with the atheists because you keep relying on the Bible, which is a book. Like, someone comes to you and says, like, I don't believe in the Bible. And then you're like, well, what if the Bible is true? If that were the case, then the Bible would be true. It's like, well, yeah, I guess, but it's not, so... Huh?
Now, this is not the gospel. I'm going to get to the gospel. I'm just stirring you up to think. Now, obviously, the gospel, which I'm going to get to, that's going to cut to
You're stirring me up to think, huh? All right. Well, you don't want to know what I'm thinking because it's not very flattering. Here's more money, TJ. Merry Christmas. Thanks for keeping me sane this year. I don't know how I, an insane person, managed to keep you sane, but thank you.
Heart, but
And
I'm
Merry
stirring
Christmas.
you up intellectually, and I usually don't talk a lot, about things.
This guy is Mimsy from South Park, dude. Don't make me fucking laugh at that, okay?
In the mind, I usually just preach and let God deal with people, and I pray that as I'm preaching now, he is dealing with you. But I want you to think about this. If God is real, is he not powerful enough to give us the truth? Now, I know there's many religions.
Yeah, if God is real, he's powerful enough to give us the truth, but he's not. So once again, like, is this all there is? Is there just 10 minutes of this? Because I'm pretty much getting ready to pull the plug. I think I've heard your argument at this point. I'm gonna go a little deeper and see if there's anything else brought up.
In the world, there's Muslims, there's Buddhists, there's Hinduism, there's Christianity, there's Judaism.
Yep.
There's Sikhism, there's atheism, which people would say is not a religion, but it is a set of beliefs. There's many belief systems, but
atheism is really not a set of beliefs. Atheism is pretty much just the rejection of the God hypothesis.
the truth is they can't all be true. And the distinguishing factor between Christianity and every other world religion is this.
Okay.
Jesus is the only one who claimed to die for your sins. And he
Pretty sure, first of all, that's not true. Second of all, so what? Even if it was, like, because the gimmick is slightly different, that makes it the true religion? Like, what? First of all, the idea of Jesus dying for our sins doesn't even make sense to begin with. I mean, the sin is supposedly the original sin committed by Adam and Eve, which is eating the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So God puts two people in a garden, creates a rule that they have no ability to know they should follow because they don't have a knowledge of good and evil. And then they break the rule. He condemns them as sinful, makes them wander the earth in misery for a few generations, eventually starts to feel kind of bad for them. and then sends himself down in human form, and then when we murder him, that's somehow okay, we're absolved. Like, it literally narratively doesn't make sense. The act that condemns us is that we ate some fruit that gave us knowledge, and the act that saves us is we literally murder God on a cross. Like, the narrative is garbage. It's not even a good story. It doesn't even make fucking sense. So to say that that's what sets Christianity apart, I mean, I agree, it sets it apart in stupidity, but it doesn't set it apart as like, ooh, this is why this one's the truth, because it literally doesn't make sense.
He's the only one who claimed to rise from the dead. And the fact is, his body has never been found. The fact is, I
mean, like, wouldn't the narrative make more sense if it was exactly reversed? Like, our sin was we killed God, and our redemption was we ate the fruit and learned the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't that narrative make infinitely more sense than what's actually presented in the fucking Bible?
Disciples before the crucifixion, and when he was crucified were afraid. They were scattered. When he was arrested, when he got crucified, they were in despair. But when they saw the resurrected Savior, and instantly they claimed, we saw him risen. Over 500 people claimed to see the risen Savior. Paul the Apostle.
Let me ask you this, buddy. Let's say 500 people saw some sort of Muslim miracle, right? 500 people saw, Muhammad descend from the heavens and whatever the fuck, Would you buy it? Would you all of a sudden be like, oh, I guess Islam is the true religion? No. You would fucking have an excuse as to why you didn't believe it. Because guess what? One person can lie. 2 people can lie. 500 people can lie. 1,000 people can lie. 10,000 people can lie. The amount of people repeating a lie doesn't make it all of a sudden have the fucking feel of the truth. As much as we want to believe that more people telling us the story makes the story truer, it just doesn't.
Apostle, who was formerly a persecutor of Christians, who killed Christians, who hated Christians, met the resurrected Jesus on the road to Damascus, and he became the great Apostle Paul.
So your argument for the Bible is you're just going, wait, so your attempt to convert me, an atheist, to Christianity is just to tell me a bunch of stories from the Bible, a book you already know I don't believe in, and then you're just like, but look what's in the book. It's like, yeah, I reject the book. So, like, what? Okay, so even let's say I take the story of Saul/Paul at face value, right? How else could it be explained that Paul, Saul at the time, this great persecutor of Christians, makes this epic conversion? Maybe he simply saw the writing on the fucking wall. Maybe he just saw like, hey, this is a good fucking grift. I need to stop being against these motherfuckers and start being their friend. I need to start being their buddy. And he just decides, like, if I fucking do that, I could be high up in this damn religion. But TJ, the book, though.
Who wrote half of the New Testament. Now, with all that being said, and I'm going to say a little more. Here's what the Bible says. Psalms 115, verse 3. But our God is in heaven. He does whatever he pleases. God is a sovereign God. And what I'm trying to get you to see is that I believe wholeheartedly there is one God, 3 persons, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He is one God, and that he is sovereign. And that if he can create this world, then he is sure powerful enough to give us the truth. And he sent his son Jesus.
Nobody has ever fucking said, there's not been a single atheist or non-believer or believer or anybody that's ever said, the reason I doubt God is because I don't think he's powerful enough to give us the truth. Like, that's not an argument. I don't know what you keep coming back to this for. I don't know what you're fucking trying to refute with this. Where the fuck did the volume go? Not that I miss it all that
who
much.
not only did earthly miracles, who not only raised the dead while he was on this earth, who healed the sick, who opened the eyes of the blind, and even history will tell you, not only in the Bible, but even outside of that.
No, there's nothing outside of the Bible that talks about Jesus performing miracles. There are some historical accounts of Jesus outside of the Bible from his own time period, but they're all like very brief little mentions. I don't even know if any of them explicitly mention his name.
Historically, that Jesus was a miracle worker, that people believed he worked miracles, that they flocked to him.
Okay. Maybe people believed he worked miracles, but people believe that about hucksters to this day. So what's to say Jesus wasn't just some like religious hustler like we know exists that just happened to fucking, hit at the right moment for his, teachings, quote unquote, to, get passed down through the generations. Like he didn't just win the little like religion lottery. He happened to come out just around the time people were looking for a new faith, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. But just because a guy comes along that fucking you claim can perform miracles, I mean, like, think about the lame shit people believe to this day. Like, to this day, there are preachers and pastors that go on TV and fucking go, like lay their hands on somebody and go, waka, laka, laka. And then that person's like, oh, I can walk. Oh, I can hear. Oh, my cancer's gone. And it's like, oh, lo and behold, a miracle has been performed, right? And we know those people are full of shit. At least I know they're full of shit. Maybe you fucking believe in them. I'm not sure. But, if it happens now, when people are a little bit more savvy than they were 2,000 years ago, imagine the kind of bullshit you get away with 2,000 years ago before there was even modern medicine with this shit.
Okay, and now this message of the gospel has went all over the world, and you are listening to me today. You cannot escape the person of Jesus Christ. You're going to have to deal with him one way or the other. What do you believe about Jesus?
All right, here's what I believe about Jesus. I believe there's a pretty fucking solid chance that Jesus did not exist. I believe that if Jesus did exist, he was probably a religious huckster of some kind. Maybe he was like a very fiery preacher who was able to captivate an audience. And I believe that he may or may not have been executed for heresy or whatever the fuck. And after he died, people continued to believe in him. And the whole thing has gotten right the fuck out of hand until where we're at today. But I also think it's very possible that there was no fucking Jesus and the whole story was just made up because it's like a narrative. I mean, like, and you think about like some of the teachings of Christianity, a lot of them are exactly what you'd want as the Romans trying to, persecute people, because it's all about, well, you're not going to get any advantage over the ruling class in this life. But, once you go to heaven, they're going to be burning in a pit of flames and you're going to go to a magical place, But in this life, you just got to eat the shit sandwich. That's what this life is all about. But the next life, everything's going to be fucking awesome. As soon as you're dead, your life is going to improve. That's the basic message of Christianity. And, what despot wouldn't love that? What despot wouldn't love a religion that tells the people that they're oppressing that, just accept it in the here and now, because later on, when everyone's dead and gone, that's when you're going to get that's when you're going to get your edge, right? So, I mean, like, yeah, that's basically what I believe about Jesus. I believe that might have existed. If he did, he was a huckster, maybe a good preacher, I don't know. But if he didn't exist, which, also I think pretty likely, he was just made up to make people more complacent with oppression.
That person, Jesus Christ,
render unto Caesar what is Caesar's,
has split time. He came into world history and he changed the fabric of history.
So of any number of other fucking historical figures. You don't think Muhammad did that? Muhammad did that too. Buddha did that. Every religious leader has done that. As have a bunch of other non-religious leaders. What about Nelson Mandela? I mean, like, there's plenty of fucking figures throughout history that changed the course of human events. You know, so I don't know what this idea is that Jesus is some kind of like, oh, wow, he stands apart from the rest. He doesn't really. He's a big one, but he's far from the only one. Fucking MLK, for fuck's sake.
Forever. Why? Because he was not just a man. He was the eternal son.
No. Nothing you've said about Jesus makes him more than just a man. Even the stuff about him being resurrected, because once again, other people in the Bible were resurrected. Even the stuff about him performing miracles, because once again, other people in the Bible perform miracles. Hell, even when Moses went to the Pharaoh and, tried to do a little miraculous, God-bothering fucking act to scare the Pharaoh into letting his people go. The Pharaoh's court magicians were able to replicate Moses's miracles. They were able to also turn a staff into a serpent or whatever the fuck, with no help from God, apparently. So, yeah, and then the Bible specifically says there are witches and sorcerers in the world. So, in the context of the Bible, magic exists. You don't need to be the son of God to do magic. Yeah, I mean, it really just, nothing about the Bible, nothing about even taking the Bible literally leads one to believe that Jesus is the Son of God. He said he was, and he performed some miracles, but he could be just as easily be a lying sorcerer by the Bible's own standards, right?
Son of God, and he died on the cross for the sin of the world. So here's what I'm saying. If God is really real,
which he's not,
is he not powerful enough?
He is, if he was real, but he's not, so whatever. Mary fucking whatever, thanks.
To give us the truth. And think about the gospel. If you don't believe it, all I'm asking you to do is listen to me.
All right, I'm listening.
Does it not make sense that if God is good...
Which is, I mean, that's an even bigger if than God existing, to be honest with you. God is so powerful, he needs a bunch of impotent, mushmouth, grifting toadies to back him up on a constant basis. Yeah, that's typical feature of divinity. No, but if God exists, I mean, look, I would be more likely to accept the idea that God exists than the idea that God is good. That's where I'm at on that one. Because the idea that some sort of deity out there in the universe exists, it's not that far-fetched. I mean, I don't see any compelling reason to believe it, but I wouldn't be shocked by it if it turned out to be true. But to say that the God specifically laid out in Christianity is true, to me, that's a completely failed hypothesis. To me, that's already been disproven. The book itself disproves it with its numerous contradictions and inaccuracies. But, and also just like the self-refuting nature of the attributes of the God of the Bible. But to believe that God not only exists, but is the God of the Bible, and that somehow the God of the Bible is good, that's like several bridges too far. The God of the Bible is not good. The God of the Bible doesn't even claim to be good. The God of the Bible openly admits that he is jealous, petty, and vengeful. These are not attributes of a good person.
Then he also has to be righteous. Because if you have love in your heart, you can't put up with murder. You can't put up with someone raping or abusing someone. You would be angry.
Yeah, now we're talking about love in your heart. Which, first of all, that's a pretty weird assumption also, because I think that there have definitely been people who had love in their heart for one group of people and didn't give a fuck about another group of people. There have been plenty of people who who are fine with rape and murder and exploitation and genocide and all kinds of horrible shit happening in their names somewhere else, but then they still love their family, I mean, it's just like, I can go eat a cheeseburger and be like, this cheeseburger is fucking delicious. And then I can go home and pet my dog and be like, oh, yeah, Salvador, you're such a sweet boy. And I know that, Salvador, who I love and would never fucking make a cheeseburger out of, is really not all that different than the cow I just fucking ate. But I'm still able to juggle both of those things because human beings are totally capable of doublethink, totally capable of embracing contradiction. So, yeah, human beings are contradictory. What's not contradictory is truth. What's not contradictory is science. What is contradictory is human beings and our whims. What else is contradictory is the Bible, because the Bible is a product of human beings and our contradictory nature and our whims. So, yeah, the Bible does not, to me, have the ring of a book that is based in fact. It has the ring of a book that is based in flawed human conceptions of the world. You know, maybe there's some kind of truths in the Bible that are emotional truths, subjective truths, which is to say not really truths, but they resonate with human beings. That's clearly a thing. Clearly parts of the Bible resonate with human beings, or at least once did. I feel like its ability to do that has greatly diminished over time, and basically now it's just like some Klingons. But still, the Bible is not a book of truth. The Bible is a book of human contradiction, human desire, human anger, human malevolence, human and a very human God, a God of pettiness, vengefulness, and jealousy, which is, you know, these are attributes of human beings. They're not attributes of some, you know, enlightened divine being capable of creating, you know, planets and stars and solar systems.
And God, who is infinitely more
Cows don't play fetch. Your conscience is clear. Thank God.
more just than we
Who I don't believe in.
are. The Bible says he's holy. He has to deal with sin. He will not let sin into heaven because we would corrupt the glory of God. And he gave.
If he doesn't allow sin into heaven, I mean, the Bible itself says all human beings are sinful. The whole thing is you get forgiven for your sins by accepting Jesus, but he doesn't wash away your sins. You know, I mean, I guess sometimes they use that language, but like clearly people who believe in Jesus still sin. So the idea that you're going to have like this like sinful component of your being removed from you upon entry into heaven means it's not really you going to heaven in the first place. It's just some weird sin-deprived version of you, when really all human beings, by the standards of the Bible, are sinful.
He created a perfect world with Adam and Eve, and he gave them a choice with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil because
no, that's not really a choice. You cannot give two beings a moral concept and then say that the tree of knowledge of good and evil means that until they eat that fruit, they don't know what good and evil are. So good and evil are basically just like things that are prescribed and things that are, things that are prescribed and things that are proscribed, basically. So the things that are, forbidden are evil. The things that are accepted and good are good. And, you can't give two beings a moral choice and say, like, it is immoral to eat the fruit of this tree, but then they have no concept of morality because they would have to eat from that tree to know it was wrong to eat from that tree in the first place. So it's not a true choice. It's basically like giving, like, two beings have no fucking understanding of math and then giving them like a math problem. It's not fair. It's not reasonable. It's like you cannot give a kindergartner an algebraic equation and then say that they've like morally failed when they don't get the answer.
Because God did not create robots, he created humans with free will, and he gives us a choice to receive him or to deny him. Okay?
No, that wasn't the choice he gave Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. There was no choice about to receive or deny God. The choice was, here you are in paradise, here I am, God, demonstrating myself to exist, and I am telling you, do not eat this fruit. But since they had no concept of good and evil, they didn't know that it was evil to eat the fruit, which it really wasn't anyway, but like for the sake of argument, it's evil to eat the fruit. So they had no ability to understand that because they hadn't eaten the fucking fruit. The knowledge of good and evil was contained in the fruit. It wasn't contained in Adam and Eve. So that's not really a fair choice. It's not even a real choice.
No, here's what I'm saying. If God is real, obviously I believe he is, and I know he is, okay?
No, you don't. You don't know he is. You believe he is. And you believe incorrectly.
I'm speaking to you to think about this in your heart and be real.
I'm not going to think about it in my heart because my heart pumps blood. It doesn't think.
With it. If he's real, does it not make sense that he is good? And if
No, not really. I mean, if you look around this world that he's created and all of the misery and suffering that goes on here and all of the people who are lost and hopeless and just desperate for something to come save them, and God just watches all that with his fucking, and sits on his hands, then no, I don't think he's good. I think he's a piece of shit. If there is a God that, takes any interest in human affairs and is like, and looks at what's going on now and finds it acceptable, then that God, in my view, is an evil, narcissistic, petty, jealous, vengeful shitbag, which most of those attributes he himself cops to. So
if he
definitely
is
not a good God.
He has to deal with sin.
If he was good, yeah, he would deal with sin by not allowing it to happen. He wouldn't allow fucking, people to get raped, murdered, molested, tortured, abused, physically, psychologically. He wouldn't allow those things to happen because he has the power to stop them.
And that's why Jesus came. Jesus came into this world, the sinless, spotless Son of God. He fulfilled the law of God, because the Bible says if you've broken one, you've broken all. All of us are like filthy rags. Our righteousness, even our righteousness, is like filthy rags before a holy God.
Yeah. What a humanist view of the world. Well, yeah, you're just a filthy, disgusting, horrible piece of shit. I never understood this idea that Christians always put forth. They always try to tell us, like, on one side of their mouths, they'll tell us we are created in God's image, that we are, destined to be with God for eternity, and that we are worthy of being saved. I mean, they must believe we're worthy of being saved because look at how desperately this guy is trying to save us. But then on the other side of their mouths, we're worthless, disgusting wretches who are not worthy of being saved, but only through God can we be saved. This is, by the way, a tactic used by abusive partners in domestic situations to just destroy the self-esteem of your partner. I mean, this is what he's doing right now. He is trying to destroy your self-esteem so that you'll be more susceptible to his religious bullshit. So he tells you you're a wretch. And he tells you you're a sinner, and he tells you you're bad, and he tells you you're awful. It tells us that you're a dirty, disgusting rag. Even your best things about you are a dirty, disgusting rag. But you know what? God is willing to look past all that. And it's just like, it's a horrible thing to fucking do. It's manipulative. It's emotionally manipulative. It's fucking intellectually manipulative. It's intellectually dishonest. It's fucking pure sophistry. It's sickening. It's gross. Fuck this guy. Fuck his religion. I'm done. Well, I guess we could there's only a minute left. I guess we might as well fucking finish it off, right?
But Jesus came, he fulfilled the law, he was tempted at
More
all
like 2
points,
minutes,
yet
but
without
still.
sin. He died on the cross, he took our sin on his body. God poured his wrath on the Son. And now he says, if you'll put your faith in him, he will impute his righteousness to you. That's the gospel. Trust in Jesus. Turn from your sin,
In what world do you think this is persuasive, man? In what world do you think a cynical, jaded motherfucker like me listens to this fucking gobbledygook and is like, whoa, the gospel is clearly the truth? You've not made one fucking argument to that effect. You've had a bunch of if statements that the ifs are extremely fucking dubious.
faith in Jesus, and God will freely give you eternal life, and you will be born again. You will go from darkness to life. Now, here's why I'm saying, if God is real, can he not do this? If he can create the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars, if he's really eternal, if he's really sovereign, can he not give us the truth in his word and preserve his word through the ages? Can he not wrap himself in human flesh? Can he not raise from the dead?
Yeah, if he was real, he could do all that. This is about as persuasive as you fucking sitting there holding a Harry Potter book in your hands and be like, if Harry Potter is not real, if he's real, can he not summon the fucking Patronus? Can he not transfigure, items using his magic powers? Yeah. Can he not defeat Voldemort and save the wizarding world? This is not persuasive, dude. It's a fucking book. I'm writing a book. You know that? I'm writing a book called Sexbot Uprising, okay? And you know what? The heroes in my book are capable of doing all kinds of cool shit. You know why? Because I made it up. I made it all right the fuck up, guy. Yeah, fictional characters can have all kinds of impressive attributes. They're fictional.
Can he not make a way that we could be restored to him and appear as though we are righteous, not by our own works, but by the goodness of Jesus Christ?
Can Harry Potter not say Wingardium Leviosa and levitate objects, using only his magical wand and the powers that reside within?
And that's what you have to face. And now, I'm going to close with this. I believe there is one God. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. He saved me from heroin. He saved me from sin. He saved me out of darkness. And you will stand before him on the day of judgment. And the Bible says it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. But Jesus Christ is Lord. And the scripture says in Romans...
I love how in his mind this is like some really powerful stuff, you know? You can just tell by the way he's inflecting it, like in his brain, this is like, whoa, he's changing hearts and minds right now. This is changing the way people think, you know what I mean?
Romans chapter 10, whoever calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. If you believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead and you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, you will be saved.
Echo! God bless me. Well, that sucked. That was fucking horrible, wasn't it? That was hideous, guys. That was a real shit show. That was a real goddamn shit show, my friends. Yeah, bitch. All right, I am going to take a little break. I will return in like 5 to 10 minutes, but I need to grab a little drink and fucking maybe like a quick bite, some crackers or something. But I will be right back, and we're going to cover a couple more things, and then I'm going to wish you guys a Merry Christmas and be on my way. Love you. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay right the fuck there, okay? Don't go. Oh, great job, TJ. A message beyond a great joy. Katie Halper, Rainier, Calic, and Callan concerning the Dusty Smith situation. I'll try to reach out to as many lefties as possible. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, like let everybody know. Because even if you agree with, whether you agree with Dusty or not, and there have been I'm on the record plenty of times disagreeing with Dusty, okay? On the record, plenty of fucking times disagreeing with Dusty. Whether you agree with him or not on everything, he's not a piece of shit, all right? I think there's been times when I have not liked what he's had to say, but he's not a piece of shit, and I think his heart's in the right place. There's a big difference to me between someone who is, like, trying to fight for the right shit, but maybe sometimes, in my opinion, is misguided, versus someone who's actively being a piece of shit. I don't think Dusty has ever actively been a piece of shit. There might have been a couple times when I thought he was doing that, but really I think it was the other thing. But the fact of the matter is that what was done to Dusty's channel is bullshit. The attacks that he's come under are fucking ridiculous. And it's time, and everybody needs to take a stand against it, because none of us want to be in the same boat where we're dealing with the same fucking issues and no one's there to fight for us. If you don't want what happened to Dusty to happen to you or me or your favorite content creators, this needs to be fought for. There's just no fucking way around it. Anyway, I'm going to go for 1 second. I'll be right fucking back. You fucking stay right the fuck there. Don't go no fucking place. I see a bunch of you already fucking left. You're pieces of shit. You're already pieces of shit. I have some good shit coming. Don't fucking go nowhere. Stay the fuck where you are. Bastards. ate a piece of bologna and a piece of cheese. We do have one more, two more videos to go over. One's pretty brief. The other one's kind of long. But yeah, we're going to talk to the chat again for a minute. I love you guys. Past TJ said he would return, now present TJ is here. The prophecy was true. If TJ wasn't our true king, how else could he have known this would happen? Good fuck. Oh my God. He's right. He's right. I am king. King fucking TJ, bitch. Behold. Hold on, I want to adjust my crown. I want this part to be right in the middle. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Hail to the king. That looks better, right? I think it looks better. Do you guys think it looks better down here, where you can still see kind of my head through it, or like up here? Where I think it's better up here. Yeah. That's good. That's pretty dope. I mean, how else could I have fulfilled the prophecy? You know what I mean? I mean, you can't argue with that. It was prophesied that I would return, and I have. Jesus made the same prophecy. Where is he? I was gone 5 minutes. Jesus has been gone 2,000 years. Where the fuck is his ass? You know what I mean? So, I mean, I think pretty clearly, you know, we see who wins this. I'm thinking I'm making a sriracha honey glazed for the ham for Christmas. Thoughts, King? That sounds good. I mean, I like a little spiciness. I mean, honey is always good on ham. Sriracha is pretty much good on everything. So I think you're pretty safe. You got a pretty safe bet there. Just make sure no one that's going to be eating it is like, you know, anti-spicy shit. Because I don't really find that sriracha all that spicy, but if someone's like sensitive to that shit, they might not like it. TJ, what would you say are your core values? What are the fundamental things that make you left-wing? Merry Christmas to you. I don't really think of okay, I do think of myself as left-wing. It would be intellectually dishonest for me to say otherwise, but I don't really think of myself as left-wing. I think of myself as being an independent thinker, but I feel like I side enough with the left that I'm way more identifiable as that. As far as core values go, I don't have them. I don't really believe in them. To me, a core value is just something you're saying is like, this is an immutable property of my being, and I'm willing to change anything about my being if I'm shown the otherwise. If I'm shown that there's some kind of folly to my current thinking, I'm not afraid to change. I think people who have core values are afraid of change, and I'm not. So fuck core values. Dashly Bastard II, I had spent a lot of money today. Here's your tithe. Hey man, you know, if you spent a lot of money, you know, probably on your family or whatever the fuck you're doing, then, you know, don't feel like you have to give me money. I mean, I'm not going to complain, but, you know, I don't want you to fucking be put out. I don't care. I need to stop fussing with my crown. You know, I need to wear it with comfort. I love you, King TJ. Also something. Thanks for the money. Is morality subjective? Yeah. Isn't it? I understand, by the way, why people want it to be objective, but it really doesn't need to be. People always want to bring up stuff that's like, well, what about this thing? That's really bad. It's like, well, we all agree that's really bad. So that's the best we're going to get is like a strong consensus about something like genocide. But even stuff like that, you know, has been done, you know? So unfortunately, even the stuff that there seems to be strong consensus on today could be challenged tomorrow, or if things get, you know, bad in a certain way. I mean, we wish there was some kind of like morally objective thing. I mean, like, to anybody who says there is objective morality, I would just say like, well, what is it? You know, like lay it out. Lay out the objective morality and lay out what makes it objective, and then we'll talk. But I've never seen anyone do that. People are afraid of admitting we're only animals bumbling around. I think we're doing a little bit better than bumbling, but, you know, we are animals. And we're trying our best, but sometimes our best can be pretty bumbling. So I guess you're not fundamentally incorrect. But I think your characterization is a little bit too dismissive. I think humanity takes itself a little bit more seriously than that. Getting high as fuck. Yeah, well, good for you. Well, my nails are, they're growing out a little bit. They need to be probably redone. It's hard to do a close-up because this thing doesn't autofocus. One of the disadvantages of using a DSLR is that, but I guess I can manually shift the focus so you can see. Yeah. You see they've kind of grown out. You can see that the bottoms are not painted anymore. But, yeah. Just do this till I see my pores. Then I know it's in focus. Yay. All right. Considering humanity is on its way to extinction, bumbling might be close to accurate. I don't know that we're on our way to extinction. I know that it's not like it's a, I mean, it's definitely a strong possibility. The objective morality is the one I want to be true, and my God, which is the real one, says it's true, so it must be. That's about what you get. Tucker White didn't share any of his pizza. What a bastard. I agree. What a fucking no-good prick. The Bible is a badly written BDSM book written by an insecure incel who never tried BDSM. Whoa, very specific. Hey, TJ, have you ever gone to any protests recently? No, not really. Don't worry, the rich are doing fine at the moment. Good for them. Gotta love those blessed rich. They're so great. I love the rich. Do you believe we have free will, and what are your thoughts? I really don't know what free will means. I've never heard a definition of free will that was cogent enough for me to concern myself with it. Got shadow banned again, lol. Pretty sure you didn't. So the Bible is 50 Shades of gray. Yeah. We won't. There is no we, but nothing but money and greed. Happy holidays. Yes, happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. If you talk about the oil executives and what they up to, shadow ban. Oh, yeah. Free will, the belief that our consciousness... Maybe you are shadow banned because I don't see you on my actual top chat. I have to switch to live chat to see you. Hey, TJ, will you ever put the back in the Amazing Atheists? I think I tried, and it said I changed my name too many times, and it wouldn't let me do it again. So whatever. I don't think the was all that important. What's your opinion on street orgies? Still the same. Yeah, I mean, who the fuck is against street orgies? Jesus is apparently trans now, and Muslims are more offended because Christians just tolerate it. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That's a weird comment. I know your favorite singers are Marilyn Manson, Bob Dylan, Leonard Cohen, among others. Who are your favorite writers, TJ? So I would say Bob Dylan is probably not one of my favorite singers at this point. I went through a little Bob Dylan phase, but I would say probably that's mostly over. There's not that many Bob Dylan songs I really revisit at this point. As far as my favorite writers go, I mean, I'm a huge Stephen King fan. I've read not everything he's ever written, but a lot of it. I actually like Dean Koontz a good bit too. Even though he's not as good as King, I find some of his books are pretty interesting. I liked J.D. Salinger. I've only ever read the Catcher in the Rye, but it left an impression on me. I didn't read it for school. I read it for my own pleasure, and I didn't really like it when I was reading it, but I liked it once I was done reading it. I was a pretty big fan of Jim Butcher. I read both his Codex Alira series as well as most of the the Dresden Files books. I kind of fell off the Dresden Files books. I don't know. They just kind of lost their charm for me. I don't know if it was just like I aged out of it, or I just got tired of the character and its and the world, or what. But yeah, I kind of just like, I don't know. I got to a point with it where I just wasn't into it anymore. So yeah, those are some people I like. But I think Stephen King is definitely my far and away favorite writer. I'm just a huge Stephen King fan. Seb Thaddeus, that's Rosie, whatever. Trust what? Okay. Have you gotten the chance to check out Mad God? It's a really gory stop motion horror film, worth a watch. Yeah, it's on Shudder and it's on my watch list, so I want to see that. I have not quite gotten around to it. Oh yeah, Harlan Ellison is a really good writer too. I've read a lot of his short stories. So same with H.P. Lovecraft. Read a lot of his short stories too. I definitely kind of prefer horror, like maybe like a little sci-fi or fantasy tinge, but mostly horror stories. TJ beheads his enemies with his butt cheeks. That's quite a feat. Anyway, let's fucking take a look at this chick.
We are feminists, Black, Indigenous.
I'm gonna have to take my crown off because it doesn't really work with my headphones. You should see me in a crown. Gonna run this nothing town. Take 'em out one by one.
And white allies.
We are atheist, Muslim,
Christians, Jewish,
and everything in between.
This is progressives, the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. Very powerful video too. 847 views after a year. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive stuff. Really was a successful campaign,
We are gay,
Straight, bisexual,
transgender, non-binary,
and gender non-conforming.
and we believe
the progressive values of
Equality, nonviolence, and non-discrimination
are incompatible with abortion.
abortion violence is the redistribution of the oppression people of color,
Women, the LGBTQ plus community, people who can give birth,
and people from low-income backgrounds experience. Onto an even more.
We want to be progressive leftists, but still deny the rights of women to get abortions. And we're going to use the language of the progressive left to do it. Like, man, nah, no thanks. Yeah, then don't have an abortion. Good idea. It just goes to show you, there's all kinds of different ways to be an idiot.
Vulnerable population.
Is this video from 2011? Fat quality. Yeah, this video is from a year ago. I don't know why it looks so terrible, but...
Unborn.
Today, we are standing up.
Standing up. Standing up.
The Democratic establishment and saying no more.
No more.
No más. No more.
What are the chances this is some kind of weird, half-baked Republican psyop? You know what I mean?
No more.
Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights.
It's like, look, guys, we got all the things you do agree with, but on this one thing, maybe the conservatives have got a point. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm fucking saying, man? No, I don't.
Love is love. And let the unborn live. Abortion
You let them live. I don't fucking feel like it.
has no place in the progressive movement.
El futuro es pro vida.
Yeah.
We are the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising, and we will not be silent.
You won't? You won't be silenced? Let's see. Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. Let's see. Progressive, yeah, you guys have made a documentary. You guys, I guess you're not silenced yet, but man, you never did find those views, did you? You never did find that fucking that movement. What else we got? What's this? They're making a documentary, I guess. Check it out. Let's see what the documentary is about. Hey, they upped their video quality. That's good. October 2nd, 2021. the day
I
before.
think a lot of people in the pro-life movement, and especially our corner of the pro-life movement, find each other through social media. We see some weird-looking...
Doesn't it feel weird being like, I'm progressive leftist and we believe all the things progressive leftists believe, but also on this one issue I side with a bunch of evangelical Christians that would, you know, probably hang me if they had the chance. Like, okay, cool.
Being progressive.
Yeah, they finally get that 720p action going on.
Person that seems like us, and we see that sign and we want to follow them on Instagram immediately. And so I think me and Teresa actually got connected on Facebook, but from there we started showing up at the same events. We went to Rehumanize conferences, the National March for Life, events in San Francisco, events in Pittsburgh, pretty much all over, and now we end up collaborating pretty much every chance we get.
When I was in high school, I was very pro-abortion. I had a horrible experience that I really had to question the value of life. It wasn't until that moment that I'd actually researched what an abortion was.
It wasn't until I researched what an abortion was. Turns out they have to kill the fetus, you know? Once I realized that, I was like, nah.
I realized how gruesome it was and how it would take their dignity.
Oh yeah, man. Once I realized that, like, aborting a fetus is not actually a pretty process and there's, like, gross, icky things that happen, I was like, no. You know what I mean? It's just like, ugh. You know, it just became ick to me, you know?
It would take an integral piece of their humanity, and I couldn't participate in that. And ever since then, I can't.
Are you trans, TJ? No, I'm not. I'm not trans. I consider myself non-binary, but I don't know that. I know some trans people, I know some non-binary people will say that they're trans. I don't really think that that's accurate for me. I consider myself non-binary, but I don't really, okay. I don't really consider myself non-binary so much as I consider everyone to be non-binary and all of the gender identities that exist to be basically fallacious, including the trans ones, which I know is probably going to upset some trans people in the audience and stuff, but like, I'm not against you having it, but just admit it's something that's made up. And, you know, reject the binary. So I don't accept the male identity or the masculine identity that's been foisted upon me from birth just because I have a fucking penis. I don't accept that I have to, if I want to not conform to that I have to go to the opposite end and become like a woman or whatever. I want to just not have to worry about that. I don't want to have to worry about my actions through the filter of gender. If I want to do something that would be considered like feminine, I want to be able to do it without having to carry around the baggage of femininity with it. If I want to do something that's considered masculine, I want to do it without having to carry around the baggage of masculinity with it. I just want to be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do, dress how I want to dress, say what I want to say, act how I want to act, etc. All the good old Addams Family shit, without having to be labeled this, that, or the other fucking thing.
Walk away from the pro-life movement. I think that POW is only going to take what I imagine the pro-life movement to be and send it to like 100%. It's just going to make the pro-life movement what I've always imagined it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, you guys are on the cusp, man. You guys have been at this shit for like a year plus. But, you know, and even though it's gone nowhere and spun its tires in the mud this whole time, it's on the goddamn cusp. Any fucking second now, this is going to just take right the fuck off. The entire left is just going to do a fucking 180 on this. And everyone in America, left, right, and center, is going to realize abortion's wrong, you guys. It's time to stop.
When I heard that she was starting a progressive pro-life organization, I was so excited. That's what I call myself, and I've always felt like I was kind of like alone in that. So when I
always thought that I was the only one whose like value system had this weird incongruity built into it, but it turns out there's all sorts of other people who have also just like decided to set women's rights aside when it comes to this one thing. Okay, cool.
I heard that there was going to be an entire group of people that held these world views.
Yeah, it looks like there's at least like, I don't know, 10.
I was just over the moon jazzed about it.
I am really excited about the launch of POW, the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising, because I think in this movement, we need everyone on board. And so this isn't just a conservative issue or a Christian issue. We need everyone. And so that's why the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising is so exciting.
Yeah, I'm fucking, it's a thrill a minute, honestly, you know? It is the thrill ride of the summer. My God. Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm excited. I don't know. Are you guys excited? Let's do a poll. We'll do an audience poll on this. I need to know how excited you guys are. Are you excited for the, what is it called again? PAAU? Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. Yeah. Are you excited? Yes or no? Don't vote no, though. We're all excited, right? I hope no one's not excited by this. I hope you're all as ecstatic as I am for this movement to fucking happen, you know? Because it's on the cusp. I mean, you know, you look at what's going on with this movement right now. I mean, look at the insane growth it's seen just in the little bit of time it's existed. You know? I mean, who could have known when they launched back in a year ago with just 189 views? You know, that today they'd be sitting here with 197 views, you know? I mean, think about that. Think about that rate of growth. Just a scant year and some change later, you know? What's this Glenn Beck shit? Wait. Are they literally simping? Is this progressive group literally simping for Glenn Beck? What is going on here? Yeah. Oh, they went on Glenn Beck's show. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are so fucking progressive, man. Oh, we're the kind of progressives that go on Glenn Beck and stuff, you know. That's often what progressives do. Man, I hate these fucking people. All right. We're gonna move on. We're gonna do one more little talk to the chat thing, and then we're gonna move on to our final video. This is quite a long one. Stop the count. I've seen enough. Oh yeah, we gotta fucking see how the poll went. I can't believe this. 61% of you are not excited for the PAUU. I'm sorry, the PAAU. I mean, come on, guys. You're not excited to see what the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising can accomplish? Who the hell is Glenn Beck? I'm so glad that you asked me that. I'm not glad because I'm going to tell you. I'm glad because people shouldn't know who Glenn Beck is. And I'm thrilled that you don't. Beck still has a show? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They never really go away. They just fall out of favor. Dun, 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 dun. 69% of us here support Trump. Cool. Got some Trump supporters. Yeah, man. You know your movement is strong when you can't get fucking 200 views together on a video. That's when you know you got it. It's kind of a sparse crowd for an uprising, don't you think? TJ, who is the best pony from My Little Pony? I don't know. The one with the biggest dick or asshole or whatever. I don't know. I know there's a lot of My Little Pony porn. Whichever one has the most Rule 34 is probably the best one. Hey TJ, have you seen Christmas Bloody Christmas on Shudder? It's a pretty fun slasher about a Robo Santa gone haywire. Isn't that just a fucking premise of a Futurama episode? $200 botted views. Hey, no, that's not true. That's not true. I'm sure all 10 of them have legitimately watched the videos on the channel. I wonder how these people feel about states arresting and imprisoning women for trying to leave the state while pregnant, abortion related or not. I mean, they support it, of course. Anything to protect human life. Is mayonnaise an instrument? All right, time for the final video. That's my cue to not talk to you guys anymore. Let's do this. So this one, I've you know, I saw this video and I decided to put it in my little fodder folder. I have a folder where I put anything I think might be good fodder for a video. And I saw this. I was like, oh, yeah, this would be a good one. And then I put the girl's avatar or whatever in the thumbnail of this video. And I got all kinds of weird people showing up like, don't talk about this. How dare you? Don't you go after poor Lily Orchard or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. They've been harassed. All right, so I just want to put it out there to start. I don't support anybody being harassed. Even the most disgusting political opponent that I have, I don't want them harassed because I don't think it actually does anything. You know, I think we put way too much stock in these figures, and we always ignore the fact that the figures don't matter as much as the audience that they attract. You know, the mass of people following them is more important than they themselves are. So I don't even support harassment of some of the people that I think are totally reprehensible. And I watched this video, and I don't think this person's totally reprehensible. But I think there's a lot of stuff in here that I disagreed with. There's a lot of stuff in here that I do agree with. And there's a lot of stuff in here that I feel like is just catty and mean and petty and weird. So I'm going to take a look at this and give you my thoughts and opinions as we go. And I'm not trying to contribute to some sort of harassment campaign against somebody, but I'm also not going to ignore something just on the basis of that. So let's go.
Hypothetical Voshite in the comments, hurriedly tabbing away from AO3's race play tag.
Hey, AO3, why do you have this?
Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stalking people on kiwi farms? Were you retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing trans women? Or did you just scroll through Twitter nodding along with edgelords?
That's the second one. That music sounded kind of fucking Asian. That's cultural appropriation, maybe. Unless they are Asian. Which maybe they are, I don't know.
No, Bonnie, we're not doing that today. Put the regular music back on. Don't give me that look, just do it.
This is fascinating. I have no idea who this is for or the discourse. Well, I think it'll all become clear as we go. It's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, the intro is not exactly the easiest. Like, I don't know why that intro is even on there. That's like a piece of the video that comes later that I guess they thought was like a highlight. But it really, like, on its own doesn't really make much sense, especially if you don't know who this person is. And I really didn't. But I saw that there was basically the way that I found this was I was on the Vosh subreddit. And this was on there. And I looked at it because I find that the Vosh subreddit is a pretty fucking decent place to dredge up fodder for these streams. Because if the Vosh audience is interested in it and Vosh is not talking about it, then maybe I could talk about it. And then maybe I can get some of that Vosh audience and, you know, I grow stronger and stronger and eventually I take over the world. That's the plan right now. So I noticed that this was a thing that Vosh kind of decided not to talk about. So I'm like, here's my chance to maybe talk about this shit. And I watched this video, and yeah, that part doesn't really make sense. But I think the video makes sense once you get past, like, the intro being kind of like whatever.
A couple of years ago, I made a video about the then topical controversy surrounding ContraPoints freely working with violent bigots and getting really sniffy when other trans people thought that was a bad idea. Now, ContraPoints got in trouble at least twice after that, and there was a big blow up when Lindsay Ellis got in trouble for being really sniffy about people complaining about a racist take and rage quit her job, but I never made videos after that.
I cannot remember for the life of me what Lindsay Ellis's cringe race take or whatever was, but I do remember that it was pretty much nothing. I remember that Lindsay Ellis was one of these people that was just like canceled for no damn reason. Like she said something that like you have to like contort yourself into a pretzel to find racist. And then a fucking huge mob of haters fucking showed up with torches and pitchforks and ran her off. Of course, you know, she was kind of a pussy for letting that run her off in the first place, but whatever.
Despite people in my audience wanting me to. And the reason for that is...
What the fuck is this VTuber avatar? It's a VTuber avatar. Like, what do you mean, what is it? It's what it is. You already said what it is.
that this video was the culmination.
I'm going to let you guys talk during this one. Because I feel like I'm going to be looking to you guys a lot to respond to you, because I feel like you guys are going to say stuff I disagree with and stuff I agree with. So I'm going to go ahead and slap you on here. There you go. And I'm going to put myself right here in the center
of a lot of frustration with someone I had thought was a progressive ally, whereas all the instances that came later didn't have that same frustration, because I no longer felt that either of these people, or any of the people getting in trouble since then, were anything other than performers. So let's talk about that. So back in 2019, there was a storm in a teacup, and ContraPoints did a video with...
This is one of the instances where I find myself kind of in agreement with this person. There are a lot of people, especially in like the political sphere of YouTube, that are primarily performers. I would consider myself to be one of them. I don't think that being a performer necessarily makes your opinion invalid or makes you need to be taken less seriously, but I definitely think it should be put forth that a performer is a fucking performer. And a performer's primary purpose is to engage the audience. And that means that I think that there's like a certain level of distrust of performers. And I think it harkens back to something I said in a recent video of mine where I was talking about my contribution to the anti-SJW genre, which I think is pretty significant. And it was that there was an adage I used to have on this platform, which is that if you could say something true or something interesting, say the interesting thing over the true thing. And I think that that is something that a lot of YouTubers to this day do sort of survive on. Now, I have since then found ways, I think, to balance that equation out a little better, but I think there's still a lot of people that, you know, when they create channels, even if they are, you know, doing things in the realm of politics, their primary concern is still with saying things that are, you know, incendiary or interesting or fascinating, or presenting themselves in a particular way or in a particular light so that they can be the center of attention. And they you know, so sometimes the ideas and the politics, even on a political channel, can take a back seat to how I want the audience to feel and how I want them to perceive me, and all of these other different things that are a matter of like the performance and the aesthetics and things. So I think that that is a legitimate concern. I think maybe in this video it's a little bit overblown, but still, I do think there is a valid point to be had there.
Buck Angel, a notorious trans medicalist. This was coming off the heat of several years of ContraPoints engaging in what I like to call J.K. Rowling politics, where she views conservatives as sincere but wrong, and progressives as dishonest and hiding an agenda. I feel it's a little more nuanced than that, Lil. Yeah, but that's a general...
All right, this is this long version that I guess they didn't feel like reading, but they're going to show us. So ContraPoints is normally progressive centrist, and an inherent ideological flaw of centrism is that to be a centrist, you have to think the left and right are both wrong, but because the left is mostly right on damn near everything and no amount of honest research will ever change that, a common way to decry the left without being immediately debunked is to claim that you don't actually believe the things they say, and they don't actually believe the things they say, and are actually paying lip service in the name of a completely different agenda, drawing comparisons to Lenin, Stalin, Zedong, and other oligarch leaders who use socialist language to take power. Pop culture is also fond of this approach to progressives and loves to make progressive villains who turn out to be liars all along, like Cora, Marvel, Harry Potter, Ruby. We'd be here all for hours if I went through the whole list. So this person, by the way, runs a channel that's primarily about fandom that, you know, intersects with politics occasionally, but mostly it's about fandom. So a lot of the stuff that they talk about is going to be through the filter of these various fandoms, which I'm not super into those. I do know a decent little bit about, I guess, Cora, Marvel, and Harry Potter. I've never really heard of Ruby. I know it's an anime, but that's about it. And even when it comes to these ones I do know, I'm not like deep in the lore. I'm very much a casual observer. But, you know, as for this, I don't know, this idea that, you know, the left is always correct, and that because, you know, so a centrist who wants to attack the left can only attack it by saying that it's like dishonest. I mean, not only is that, I think, overly simplistic, And, you know, the idea that the left is even homogenous enough to always be right about everything. Like, if you're going to say the left is right about damn near everything, like, which left? Which one? Because there's a lot of them. They don't all agree. And by the way, like, the idea that the only way to attack, that the only way a centrist can attack their opponents is by saying that they don't really believe what they claim to believe is exactly the attack you just used on ContraPoints a minute ago. You said because ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis are primarily performers, that you know, we shouldn't take them seriously when they say things of substance or whatever. And so that's the only attack you seem to have so far. So even though I do kind of agree that we do need to be cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of performers in this YouTube space because it is primarily an entertainment platform, you know, we don't need to just totally dismiss anything that's said because of that. You can't just be like, oh, well, they're performing, so nothing they're saying means anything. You know, performers and the things that are said during performance and the audience that reacts to those performances are definitely worthy of consideration. And if you didn't believe that, you shouldn't be running a channel about fandom.
Gist of it, otherwise we'd be here all day. While the version of this story Wynn's remaining fan base tends to go with is that she was...
Dude, Poesitic totally captured, said it way better than I ever could. In beautiful, erudite language. The only left that matters is TJ's left nut. I think we all should applaud that. And we all should applaud that perfect line. Poesitic, you know what? You get the wrench, buddy. You've said enough cool things that you now have the wrench. Use it wisely or however you want. I don't care. Abuse your power.
Canceled for a single mistake. People had been growing increasingly discontented with her for a long time. And the problem is that we all just ostensibly assumed that because she was a trans woman, that she was as much of a true lefty socialist as the rest of us.
All right, can we talk about a weird phenomenon that happens on the left, especially with trans people? Anytime a trans woman comes into prominence, other trans women inevitably start to attack them. This happens literally every time every time a fucking trans woman comes into the forefront, other trans women like pounce on them. And this is across the board, whether it's ContraPoints or Keffels or fucking whoever. This seems to be a universal trait. So what is going on there? Now, I'm not a trans woman myself, so it's really not up to me to figure it out or answer. But it is, I mean, I can see it happening. So I question it. Like, why is that? Is there a component of, dare I raise the specter of jealousy going on here?
And ignored her when she made it clear that she wasn't. And this has been a recurring theme regarding much of BreadTube for a long time.
TJ is 100% grifter and performer. Don't know why he denies it. I don't deny being a performer. I will deny being a grifter, because if I was a grifter, it would be very much... If I wanted to be a grifter, it would be so much fucking easier to grift the right wing than the fucking left. I mean, I saw a guy the other day. I won't even mention his fucking name, but I went on some right-wing websites and I was watching a guy that was literally the most boring human being I've ever fucking seen. And he was just spouting a bunch of fucking shit about the Jews, and he had 800 people watching him. And he was, I mean, like, he had like 120 bazillionth of my fucking charisma and could barely fucking string together a coherent sentence. But because he was talking shit on the Jews, he had all kinds of views. So, yeah, I mean, it's way easier to grift the right. Way the fuck easier to grift the right. So if I was a grifter, I would definitely be grifting the right. I would not be trying to attack right-wing figures on the platform. It's way easier on their side. It's way more nerfed. And guess what? There's way more consensus over on that side. Right-wingers are very collectivistic. So basically, whatever the fucking issue of the day is, there's not much disagreement. I've said this before, but if you talk to 10 right-wingers, you're going to hear the same thing phrased 10 different ways. If you talk to 10 left-wingers, you're going to hear not only 10 different things, but you're going to hear every single one of them talking massive shit about the other 9 and how fucking wrong they are and how they're not true leftists.
time. BreadTube was viewed as this resurgence of left-wing YouTube in the face of a rising issue of right-wing debate bro channels. This happened because they started out with making fun of the likes of Davis Arini, Thunderfoot, and Sargon of Akkad, who were relatively easy targets for anyone to make fun of.
Oh, of course he has a trilby, of course, why wouldn't he? I mean, what else would you hang on your novelty toy skull? $15,000?
Now, I feel like I and the rest of my video-watching compatriots kind of jumped the gun. Making fun of conservatives is easy. Hell, conservatives could make fun of conservatives before they all got obsessed with things getting woke. This wasn't a difficult thing to do, and while a handful of breadtubers have largely stayed on the path of leftist politics, those tend to be the ones for whom they were a genuinely held passion. But even they aren't immune to criticism, and even they don't have perfect leftist theory. For the rest, it always came down...
But who does? Who does have perfect leftist theory? I love how earlier in this video, the left is right about damn near everything. So basically, like, this nebulous concept of the left is right about everything, but any specific leftist is just, like, massively wrong about all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty crazy. You have an ideology that's always correct, but proponents of that ideology who are often wrong about everything. Very fucking strange.
Down to the inevitable push and pull.
YouTubers aren't perfect should not be a controversial statement, so don't bitch at me in the comment. But who is perfect? No one's perfect. I mean, like, it's so not a controversial statement that it's almost like, why did you even bother to put it forth as a fucking idea? No one believes YouTubers are perfect. And no one would ever fucking say that they were, but no one's perfect. I mean, anybody who thinks that there are perfect people running around this planet, show them to me, because I ain't fucking seen the motherfuckers. I mean, obviously, other than when I look in the mirror.
Between ostensibly leftist politics and content farming for money. LeftTube was similar to the cartoon community in that on YouTube it's a relatively niche environment with only a handful of standouts. There can only be one H-Bomber guy or Phantom Strider, and the rest mostly
By the way, I don't know who either of those guys are. Well, H-Bomber guy I heard of. Phantom Strider never even heard of.
About picking up the scraps. And I say this as a proud scrap picker myself. But what inevitably happens...
We all love them scraps.
When a community of content creators establishes itself is that everyone comes in looking for their little piece of the clout pie. There's a common discussion nowadays regarding debating the alt-right.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean, they're totally right about this part. I do it. I know every content creator fucking does this. Like, if someone out there exposes a mine of material that you can easily convert into content, which means you can easily convert it into money, which means you can easily convert it into, you know, clout, influence, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, everybody jumps on that. Present company very much included. That's why when the atheist mine, like when there was like a rich vein of atheist content on YouTube, yeah, we were all on that. We were all chasing that atheist clout. And then it moved on to the anti-SJW stuff, and we were all on that. We were all chasing that clout. So, yeah, I mean, like, when someone in a community exposes, like, a rich vein of content, yeah, other content creators are going to jump on that fucking vein. But, like, the problem is there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is not like, hey, there's a trend going on right now. Trends are part of the human experience. Just like right now, every movie that's getting made is a fucking superhero movie. And, you know, in 10 years, it'll be something else. Right now, you know, in the communities that I'm in, it's popular to fucking criticize a bunch of right-wing assholes for saying a bunch of crazy right-wing fucking Nazi-adjacent bullshit and attacking trans people left and right. And, you know, trying to roll back the clock on gay rights and you know, trying to ceaselessly make sure that you know, unions are weak and that workers are, you know, sort of consigned to this status quo of accepting peanuts for compensation. You know, that's the kind of shit that, you know, I'm interested in attacking. And I feel like there is a positive effect in attacking that. Just like I feel like there was definitely a positive effect for the atheist content I made. Now, when I made anti-SJW content, I never really viewed there as being that much of a positive effect of that, other than for my pocketbook, you know? That was definitely something I was doing just because, hey, this seems popular. And, you know, every once in a while, there would be something culturally that I feel like, oh, I'm taking a stand on this issue culturally or whatever. Like, you know, the treatment of men versus the treatment of women in media. How it was totally acceptable for Sharon Osbourne to go on her little ripoff of The View and laugh about a dude getting his dick chopped off and shoved in a garbage disposal when no one would ever laugh if the roles were reversed in that scenario, right? So sometimes it became about a larger cultural issue, but for the most part, it was mostly just like, look at this dumb SJW moron who just said that we can't use the term hard worker because slaves were the real hard workers, and you need to think about that before you say that term. It's like, no, we don't. You're a fucking moron. You're a nitwit. But I never felt like I was doing anything culturally important when I made content about how that person's an idiot. I just felt like I was mocking a particular idiot. But when I was making atheist content, and I guess I'm kind of back into doing that a little bit, I felt like that had social value. And when I'm making fun of like crazy right-wing asshole despots, I feel like that has social value. So I don't really care that it's a trend. I don't really care that I'm profiting from it. I feel like I'm profiting from it, but I'm also doing something that I find to be within the framework of my own personal ethics. So yeah, I don't think there's anything problematic about that, but maybe there is.
Or rather, just the right. People will say that it helps debunk conservative thought, but that's always been a very tenuous leg to stand on. It's what...
Is it? Why? All right, lay it out for me.
Conservatives used to say about debating feminists and what atheists used to say about debating creationists. You can't destroy a school of thought by owning one guy with facts and logic.
Yeah, that's true. But what? So what? Like, no one fucking ever said that you can destroy the entire, like, no one ever has fucking said, like, I want to debate against a Christian, therefore Christianity is defeated. No one has ever said, I want to debate against a conservative, therefore conservatism is defeated. But you know what? If you enter into enough debates where the atheist continuously looks better than the Christian and has better evidence, and there's enough debates where the progressive continuously looks better than the conservative, yeah, after a while, people start to look at that and say, like, hey, one side seems to have all the good points, and the other side seems to be kind of like confused and muddling and prudish and whatever the fuck else. And that can change hearts and minds. You know, obviously, the ideological struggle is never like finished with a bow wrapped around it, like, aha, finally, we've defeated them. Like, that's a weird expectation. So you're basically saying anything less than like a YouTuber going out there and completely defeating an ideology for all time, anything less than that is just not even worth it? That's a really fucking stupid ass backwards motherfucking standard.
If you could, they would have died out a long time ago. It's that old Steven Universe problem where you have an extremely simplistic solution to a problem.
I don't know fucking jack shit about Steven Universe. This channel is obsessed with it, but apparently hates it. So in the same way, like Nerdrotic obsessively hate watches shit like She-Hulk, this channel obsessively hate watches Steven Universe, and I guess probably some other shows.
Problem, and yet you simultaneously believe it's so complicated that you're the first person to think about it. Ben Shapiro is not the supreme leader of fascism, but that doesn't stop everyone debating him 17 times a day. Why? Because it's easy. It's easy content. It's an easy content farm. You don't have to do much, and you don't have to be very smart. And
that's true.
And that's the debate bro grift. I
mean, it's not really a grift, though, because whether you think, I mean, yeah. All right, so here's where you're right. You're right when you say Ben Shapiro is easily debated, because he is. You're right when you say Ben Shapiro is a fucking idiot, because he is. Where you're wrong is there no value in debating him? There is value in debating him because there are people who listen to him. And every time he receives pushback, that is a chance for some of those people currently fucking nodding their heads when Ben Shapiro talks to fucking get themselves exposed to, like, hey, wait a minute. There are other points of view. There are other ways of seeing this. Maybe Ben Shapiro isn't to be trusted. Maybe Ben Shapiro, just because he can talk fast, is not necessarily an authority on this. Maybe the entire framework that Ben Shapiro has sort of like seduced me into becoming ensnared in is a lie, and I should look elsewhere. And, you know, to say that those people are not worth trying to convince otherwise is a really strange idea to me, because those people cause problems. You know, if a bunch of people are going around fucking following, you know, a Hitler type, I'm not saying Ben Shapiro is the equivalent of Hitler, but if there's a Hitler going around saying Hitler shit, and there are people fucking arguing with Hitler, you know, would you go to those people and be like, why are you even bothering? Don't even bother trying to argue with Hitler. Just let him be Hitler and let his followers be the Nazis. I think it's kind of worth pushback. Whether it's super effective or not, if you can convince even like a couple of Nazis to be like, you know what, nah, that's a good thing. How is it not a good thing? It's a good thing.
It's always been the debate bro grift. But the problem is that any audience who likes debates as content won't stick around for the same easy targets, so instead they have to make more reaches. Ian Kuczynski made a name for himself debating the alt-right.
How dare you attack Whoosh? Whoosh is my god! How dare you! How dare you!
Right, in an extremely edgy fashion, utilizing slurs and large screaming declarations, but as his audience became increasingly bored of it, he had to branch out. The problem was he didn't really have a praxis outside of class reductionism and calling people Nazis, and when he did branch out, he ended up just calling people Nazis.
Pro tips for life. Low-income white neo-Nazis are not your poor little meow-meows. Not everyone who tells you to care about racism is a Nazi, you moron.
Any concept that was more complicated to him than Nazis bad, working class good would inevitably be filtered through increasingly unhinged hypotheticals to worm the subject back to that framework.
I mean, the crazy thing to me is that if you ever have watched a Vosh stream, you know that this is like a total mischaracterization. Because Vosh is completely capable of constructing some pretty intelligent thoughts on the fly. Even if you don't agree with his thoughts on a subject, it doesn't just all boil down to like working class good, Nazis bad. And I mean, for fuck's sake, sometimes the Nazis and the working class are one and the fucking same. In fact, it happens more often than you'd think. So that isn't even congruent. And I would venture to get. I don't know how good of an extemporaneous speaker Lily Orchard is, but I would venture to guess that probably not as good as Vosh is.
Most infamously, when he screeched accusations of white genocide at a black woman sight unseen for arguing about land back, which
sight unseen. I don't know. Wasn't she on his show?
Is the return of stolen land to indigenous people, which, if you live in the United States or Canada right now, is the land currently under your feet.
Right, which is why that issue is a fucking political non-starter. and really like dumb and ass backwards because like, yeah, land was stolen from indigenous people. No denial there. But like the solution to that problem is not to like, let's go back. Let's give them the land back. Cause like, where the fuck are all the people that are currently on the land supposed to go that had nothing to fucking do with that? Yeah, they benefit from it, but like, so what? Like, it's a political non-starter to go around to people and be like, get the fuck off your land. What do you mean? It's because it's not really your land. Your ancestors stole it from my ancestors a long time ago. It's like, okay, well, sorry about that, but like, we've got like a house here now, and there's like, I work at the grocery store over. Nope! Head back to Europe. Like, what? No. Fuck you.
This has been a running problem with...
You can't, like, this idea that you can just solve a political, like a wrong of the past by just like, roll it back, no matter what the logistics are, no matter how fucking stupid or inconvenient or like implausible that is, just undo it. Just press the reset button. It's like, you can't. There's 300 million people here now.
Ian, in that when it comes to white people, he wants all that ooh-woo democratic socialism, but when it comes to anyone else, he's usually all about mass ethnic cleansing. Jewish people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, he wants to nuke the civilians. White people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, well, stopping him from doing that is hurting him specifically, so he doesn't like that. This class...
That was a really weird fucking comparison. So as far as Israel goes, I'm in favor of not even a two-state solution. I just think I don't believe in borders. So I believe that, Palestinians and Israelis just need to get along. Maybe that's naive, but I really don't see what the other solution is. The other solution is one of them kills the other. And I don't really like that. So to me, they have to fucking learn to put their differences aside. And if America can come to the point where we are now, and I'm not saying things are perfect here, they're clearly not. There's still clearly a lot of fucking racism that has to be worked through. But You know, we went from lynchings and Jim Crow and shit to, you know, having enough people in this country willing to fucking vote for a black president. You know, if I didn't like Obama in any way, shape, or form, but I at least like that he proved that America was no longer so racist that we couldn't accept a black person as our head of state. So there is that. You know, obviously there's still a fucking long goddamn way to go on that kind of shit. But yeah, I believe that all the people of the world, I believe that the world belongs to all the people of the world. And to a lesser extent, the animals and plants and shit. Because they were here too. But I'm a human supremacist. I am. So I believe that all the peoples of the world should have all the lands of the world. I don't really believe in borders. I don't really believe in states. Now, I don't how to make that feasible, I don't know. I'm willing to fucking admit that I don't have those answers. But I think that's what we should aspire to. And so this idea that we need to this is our land, this is our land. It's like these kind of arguments to me are the very reason why human history is fucking riddled with bloodshed. And as soon as we let that shit go and stop fucking murdering each other over fucking dirt, the better off we'll be as a goddamn species, in my opinion.
First, socialism has always been extremely vulnerable to this kind of white supremacist thinking. And make no mistake, Ian is a white supremacist.
Yeah, of course. I mean, make no mistake. Like, this is where it's just like, come the fuck on, dude. You are so insane if you believe that. You know that's not true. This is just like this ultra hyperbolic sort of like, all of my opponents are fucking Nazis bullshit. It's ironically the thing that Vosh gets accused of all the damn time is you just say all your opponents are Nazis. Well, here is the real life version of that. The real life version of that is a person who looks at a pretty lefty dude, maybe not left enough for everybody's taste, but pretty fucking left, and saying like, this is a white supremacist, everybody. Check it out. This dude right here that is like numerous times fought against systemic racism here and abroad, and even Vosh has literally attacked fucking sock dems, saying that, you know, your system of governance would still involve exploitation of the third world. They don't call it the third world anymore. They call it global south. But they would so he's willing to go to that point of being like, I don't even want a sock dem society because that's too racist. But this fucking chick is going to call him a white supremacist for that? Like, that is fucking nuts, bro. That is insane. You have lost the fucking plot at that point.
You can make all the ooh-woo whys of the proletariat speeches you want, accusing people of color of wanting to genocide white people, or suggesting that there's merit to the conspiracy theory that Jewish people control global banking is pretty...
That is such a fucking mischaracterization right there. Like, Vosh has never said Jewish people control global banking. He has said, because it's true, that they are overrepresented in global banking. And he has also explained the historical reasons for that and how they were basically forced into that position by anti-Semitism. Because back in the day, it used to be illegal for Christians to be moneylenders. And so, as a result of that, Jewish people ended up being the moneylenders. And it was convenient whenever there was an economic catastrophe for the king to blame it on the Jews. And so that's why there are a disproportionate number of Jews involved in finance to this day. It's not because of some evil Jewish cabal. It's because of white supremacy. It's because of anti-Semitism. It's because of kings and despots wanting to use the Jews to excuse their own bad economic policy. So this fucking weird notion that Vosh somehow has bolstered the arguments of anti-Semites is completely and utterly false.
Fucking telling.
And as far as the thing with the calling this chick a believer in white genocide, I don't know. I don't remember the fucking, I don't know the context of that.
Too young. Those are both things she did.
Ian is
Not
a
really.
grifter.
I know at least one of those he didn't do. As far as the other one goes, maybe he did it. I'm not sure. I didn't see.
Does all of this for content and money. He isn't very smart, he isn't politically motivated, and he's a very emotionally stunted white man with all of the opinions of someone who didn't get beaten up enough in high school. But because he sometimes says all the right...
Yeah, I mean, this person, by the way, I think it's about the time to show you just how fucking far this person's VDS goes. Because they have a post on their Tumblr from back in the day that literally just says someone really needs to just kill Vosh. So, like, this person just has a seething hate boner for Vosh. Or honestly, I mean, like, hates Vosh, hates ContraPoints, hates Lindsay Ellis, basically hates anybody who is nominally or marginally left that has exceeded their own popularity. It's really what it seems to me. My read on this situation is anybody to the left that is more popular than I am is a disingenuous performer, whereas I am the true leftist. That's what this reads like to me. Let me know if you disagree, but that's what I'm getting.
Socialist words that would have been considered radical back in the Gilded Age, he got to enjoy a position of clout among the rest of LeftTube, who have largely ignored his fascist leanings. I have always been a big proponent of understanding the difference between stated politics and actual politics. Ian's Wikipedia page has to clarify his politics as self-described left-wing. That's how bad he is at being left-wing. We all just have to take his word for it most of the time. Give people enough time, they'll show you who they are. You just have to stop ignoring it. See, the thing about
yeah, I mean, like, you've kind of shown us that you're just, like, basically motivated by pettiness and jealousy, right?
ContraPoints' flagrant courting of right-wing figureheads like Buck Angel and Blair White, and the deriding of trans people pushing for visibility as radicals, is that ContraPoints was doing what a lot of breadtubers do, positioning where she was politically, philosophically, and socially as the Overton window, and everything to the left of her
as if everyone doesn't fucking do that. Come on. It's just like if you're in traffic... George Carlin observed this, that if you're in traffic, everyone going slower than you is an idiot, and everyone going faster than you is a maniac, right? It's the same thing politically. Anyone that's to the left of you is like, oh my God, they've degenerated into lunacy. Anyone to the right of you, oh my God, they're a Nazi. Like, this is everybody. Come on.
As radicals and hyper woke, and she ultimately refuses to budge from there. This is the fundamental problem of most of bread.
By the way, I'm not even a fucking ContraPoints fan. I knew ContraPoints before she even transitioned, and we hated each other. And even to this, I mean, she's made videos against me. I've made videos against her in her previous identity. We don't like each other. I don't like her videos. I think they're boring. So don't think I'm some kind of like ContraPoints fanboy here, defending her out of some like, oh, wow, how dare you attack my Contra. I'm not. I don't even like Contra all that much. But even I know this isn't fair.
Tube. They position where they are as peak leftism, and everything else is either the far right or a woke distraction. Many of them are only tenuously leftist, and many of them hold far right views, but they also don't like capitalism. Indeed, much of BreadTube is of the opinion that opposing capitalism is the only real leftist priority and everything else is a distraction, which does.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I think it is the primary one, because I feel like a lot of that stuff. Okay, so here, let's break down what's on the screen here. This person's very fond of making you fucking pause the video and read. It's like, couldn't you read this to me? Isn't that what we're doing here? Anyway, class reductionism, the belief that class is the only real form of bigotry and that all other forms of bigotry are used to enforce and maintain capitalism. Reality, capitalism, patriarchy, heteronormativity, cisnormativity, and class are tools of white supremacy, and those saying we need to focus on class are pawn of white supremacists because it involves telling marginalized people that their struggles don't matter. I would say both of these are bullshit. This class reductionism, yeah, it's a problem. But this, planning the reality that like, oh man, it's like all this stuff working with white supremacy, and anybody who only wants to talk about class is clearly just like playing into the hands of the white supremacists. No, because the white supremacist, if they're a true white supremacist, wants capitalism, because once again, capitalism is far more compatible with fascism than it is with socialism, because socialism wants to rein in capitalism at the best and destroy it at the even better. That wasn't phrased very well, but you know what I'm saying. Like, the further left you go, the more you're going to see capitalism either reduced in power or destroyed. The further right you go, the more you're going to see capitalism bolstered. So a fascist is way more like, because you can have fascism and capitalism. You can't have like a radical left government or a radical left lack of government where it's just like, you know, a self-organized anarchic sort of social system, and still have fucking capitalism. Unless you're going to do anarcho-capitalism, which is really like a contradiction in terms and would just really be, that would just boil down to a lot of like corporate entities fighting each other in like wars and shit. But I don't want to get too far into like this like hypothetical realities and shit. The reality is that capitalism is very, it can be nominally left on some social issues if it feels like there's profit in it, but it's never going to let you go all the way to socialist. It's never going to dismantle itself except by accident, in like the way that capitalism might self-cannibalize, like cannibalism eats itself. So I think that a lot of times if you attack capitalism, you're attacking a lot of this other stuff, because it relies on those tools to survive.
Doesn't work because any leftist policy that doesn't prioritize anti-racism is just conservatism with a hammer and sickle. And the
prioritize is such a weird thing. Like, okay, here's an example. So let's say you want to address the problem that black people are, you know, by and large, have a lesser percentage of wealth than white people in America. You know, you can pass something that's just directly like, let's just directly give money to people on the basis of them being black. But then you're ignoring the fact that there are plenty of black people who are well-to-do. And you're ignoring the fact that there are plenty of white people who are not well-to-do. So wouldn't it make more sense to look at it from an economic perspective and say, like, hey, instead of raising up the poor black, let's just raise up all the poor, and that is disproportionately going to help black people because they're disproportionately poor. So even though the approach is classist, it addresses a racial disparity by the very nature of it, because a lot of the ways in which black people are oppressed is economic. But there's no reason to just say, like, the problem is, let's look at the problem through the lens of race, because it makes more sense to look at it through the lens of class, because then you can address the totality of the problem. You address the racial disparity by addressing the economic disparity.
crux of the response to most of the criticism of ContraPoints was largely people telling ContraPoints that she needs to start caring about how other people think and feel, and ContraPoints going,
But like, I don't wanna, you know?
This was someone who,
I'm pretty sure ContraPoints, whatever her failings might be, at least gives some consideration to the feelings of other people. Like, I don't think ContraPoints is like this cold, unfeeling, absolute narcissist who doesn't give a rat's ass about anyone else's feelings. First of all, she couldn't even do that as a performer. Because, like, your earlier thing is that you're basically implying she's just a grifter and a performer and doesn't really give a shit about anything. Well, even a person like that has to give a shit about the thoughts and feelings of others, because they have to juggle those and manage those and not offend everybody. They have to fucking know what to say to people, at least enough to tell them what they want to hear. So even if ContraPoints was a total grifter, a 100% performer, didn't give a shit about anything she said, she would still have to care about the thoughts and feelings of other people just to be successful as a grifter / performer.
like Ian, was largely only leftist because we assumed this of her, and even she would contest that and say, nah, I'm like more of a centrist. And a lot of her more out there videos, particularly Envy, came off more and more like she was superimposing her own experiences with gender and capitalism onto everybody. This is clearly a woman who has developed a taste for the finer things in life and generally wants to be a part of upper society, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Socialism has long had to contend with the fact that a lot of people in it just want to have the means to survive, while a lot of other people look on at the wealthy with searing envy. But that latter group is never going to be happy because that opulent wealth just can't exist without an exploitative system to surround it. Socialism isn't about making everyone wealthy, it's about making everyone stable. But this performative approach to wealth and opulence is a blinder, especially if you make a 6-figure salary. This is doubly so for gender.
I love that the video that she singles out from ContraPoints is the Envy video, because it's pretty clear that this person, Lily, is dripping with it. just absolutely drenched in envy. And in the same way that maybe some people long for wealth, it's pretty clear that Lily longs for the level of clout and influence that ContraPoints has. And since she can't obtain it, she has to attack it as an unworthy pursuit. It's basically just an instance of sour grapes at this point.
Wannabe philosopher, ContraPoints tends to assume that there's a deep-seated philosophical reason in non-binary people's existence because, well, she's got a lot of deep-seated contradictory feelings about gender, surely everyone does. This rather
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most people probably do, yeah.
infamous clip is rather telling in that regard.
So the polite thing to do here is easy. If someone asks you to call them they, you call them they.
Oh, what a monster! If someone asks you to call them they, call them they. Man, that's what a nightmare world we live in. What a horrible bigot. Now that you fucking point that out, oof, oof.
But if you're like me,
you know, I could barely understand what she's saying now. This is not great editing because if you're trying to highlight the words, maybe make the words clear and don't put like 1,000 filters over it where it's like, it's like kind of hard.
you don't want to just do a thing because you dogmatically believe it's the woke thing to do.
God, I couldn't tell you a goddamn thing that was just said. Can anyone translate that for me?
Pretentious. The truth of the matter is that using someone's pronouns doesn't really have a why outside of because I said so. It's like asking the reason you should use someone's name. I'm a proponent of what I call totalitarian gender. Essentially, someone's gender, name, pronouns, etc. aren't up for debate. They are for an individual to dictate on whatever weird whims they desire. If they want their pronoun to be anomaly, then anomaly pronoun is anomaly. End of discussion. In that framework, the only reason why you're using they, them pronouns for someone is because it's polite and there is literally nothing else to call them. And there really isn't a deeper reason for that. There might be to that person, but you shouldn't need that explanation and you aren't owed it. Cis people don't have to justify their own existence like this. The gender binary isn't this all-encompassing thing. Really, only Europe ever cared about it, and every other culture had their own idea about gender in the first place. Thanks, colonialism. But gender as a construct has only ever been this important thing because cis people made it an important thing. It's cis people having a huge bug up their ass about gender nonconformity in the first place that made gender a big deal.
You just said that people who don't want to abide by your... Wait, so is gender important or not? You say that it's only important because cis people made it important, but then you're saying if someone doesn't instantly respect even the weirdest pronouns that's hard to remember in the world... If someone's like, I am anomaly gender and you will address, my pronouns are anomaly and shamalama ding dong, you will say that or you will be punched. I will break your teeth. I am a totalitarian genderist. So wait, those two, it's incompatible what you've said. Is it important or is it not important? Is it so important that you should punch people over it, or is it so unimportant that it's just only the cisgenders made it a fucking big deal? Other cultures had other ideas. Like, what? You don't see how incongruent that is? By the way, this idea that someone either follows your gender line or they're like, they deserve like violence done against them is just a might makes right argument, which makes you a better contender for a fascist or a Nazi than it does Vosh, by the way. And I mean, like, it's literally like, you ever watched like an Arthurian legend movie or read any of the fucking Arthurian myths? And they have like this thing where like, oh yeah, now, you know, Guinevere has been accused of sleeping with Lancelot. So now there must be trial by combat. Or any other fucking, you know, work of fiction where there's trial by combat. And it's basically like whoever prevails must be the truth teller. Like you've basically fallen into that dumb fuck space where now like violence will appraise us of the answer to this query. You know, if you don't agree with me, violence shall be done upon you. And that's how we will determine what is true. It's like, what? That's lunacy. That's insanity. That's primitive.
It's like that old question of why is there gay pride but no straight pride? Because nobody's trying to kill you, that's why. Why?
I mean, really, no, there's not many people trying to kill gay people in this day and age either, all right?
Is there Black Lives Matter but no White Lives Matter? Because no...
There is White Lives Matter. It's just not as socially recognized because they don't need it. White people are doing just fine. Now, you talk to certain white people, you might hear different, but like they don't have any fucking actual facts to back it up, so we can easily just be like, meh.
Nobody's trying to kill you, that's why! If they weren't trying to kill us, it wouldn't be a big thing. People would just be trans and that's it. It would be no more nuanced or complicated than,
do I want to be happy the rest of my life or miserable?
And it's like,
I love how Vosh is like this crazy white supremacist, but Family Guy gets it right. Like, what?
Idea that there's more to it than just being polite to other human beings as a form of privilege. It's putting the existence of non-binary people up for debate. Even if you are ostensibly in favor of non-binary people, you shouldn't be having that debate with anyone at all. There shouldn't.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I feel like shouldn't be debated. Like when someone tells me that they think there's a God, I feel like that's really stupid. And I shouldn't have to debate that, but I still will because there are people who believe otherwise. If someone tells me they don't believe that non-binary is valid, I will argue with that. But I'm not going to say like this shouldn't even be a debate. I mean, it shouldn't be because they shouldn't be that stupid, but they are. You can't just hand wave away stupidity like, well, it shouldn't be up for debate. I refuse to even debate it because I just refuse to even acknowledge that anyone would dare. I'm not going to legitimize it. Like, it's already legitimized by the fact that people believe otherwise. You can't just hand wave an idea away. Like, yeah, there's flat earthers out there. They're fucking stupid. But I would debate one because they're fucking wrong. You know, I mean, like, I don't think it legitimizes flat earthers to have the debate with them. Because during that entire debate, I'm just going to be like, you're a clown.
Be an option to not be in favor of non-binary people. These are not people to be debated at all. This is not a position to be debated.
It is, though. I mean, I say this as a fucking non-binary person, or a person who, I guess, rejects the binary, whatever you fucking want to label me. I don't agree that it's not up for debate. Everything's up for debate. Like, whether the human race deserves to exist is up for debate. Whether there's a God is up for debate, even though I've already decided on that. A lot of things that I think are not even worthy of debating anymore because they're so fucking obvious are still up for debate. Because other people are always going to think differently. And if you're going to say it's not up for debate, then you have to propose, I mean, what you're basically proposing here, which is that, like, okay, violence should be done against anyone who dares question this orthodoxy. And if you're going to propose like violence to enforce an idea, then that idea better have some real fucking weight behind it. You know, I mean, I feel like it's really fucking weird to jump straight from like, if someone doesn't use the pronouns I want, violence, instantly violence, and then say, well, they're trying to kill us. Well, it seems like you're fucking also trying to do some harm to them. So I don't mean to like equivocate shit because clearly you're a less powerful social force than they are. But it's still like you're thinking along the same lines as them. I mean, don't you think that the worst thing here, worse than legitimizing that this debate about non-binary people, don't you think it's worse to legitimize violence to enforce political ideals? I think it is.
My identity.
And I'm not saying that violence is never called for, but Jesus Christ, is the bar low here.
Is not a democracy. It's not a matter of opinion. It is a totalitarian state. I will tell you what my name and pronouns are, and disagreement is not an option if you like having all of your teeth. And
I mean, that's all well and good until the person who disagrees with you is bigger and stronger, which I'm going to assume is not all that rare of an instance. Like, are you really, let me ask you this. If you tell your name and pronouns to like a fucking, I don't know, 7 foot tall fucking muscle bound motorcycle gang member with like a fucking chain in his hands or something, are you still gonna be like, oh yeah, prepare to lose your teeth? Because I'm pretty much sure that's not gonna work out for you. Maybe like we shouldn't base truth on who can fight the best for their belief. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of instances where the people who are the strongest and the people who are the most correct are not the same fucking people.
And this is the case for everyone. Disagreement with an individual's identity is not an opening for debate. It is not an opening for fierce opposition. They are not to be entertained. They are to be shunned and alienated entirely. There is no philosophical explanation for trans people more nuanced than they exist. Their existence is not to be debated for sport. And that's what all of this is. It's sport. That's why breadtubers put so much stock in debating the alt-right, because that's their sport. Their audience isn't here for active participation in politics, they're here for professional wrestling.
I mean, I don't see why this can't... why can't this just be part of the fucking... Like, some people are good at debate, they go debate. Some people are good at, like, other forms of fucking, activism, praxis, whatever the fuck, they go do that. Why the fuck does there have to be this, like... massive, like, oh my god, no, these debate grifters are a bunch of fucking pieces of shit. Why? Because you're not good at it? Is that what it boils down to? Is this just another instance of envy? Is this another instance of jealousy? You're no good at debating people, so therefore the entire fucking sphere of debate is just all a lie? It legitimizes the opposition to even dare to debate them. We should just declare by fiat that we're correct, and anyone who doesn't agree that we're correct gets their fucking teeth broken, bro. I mean, nice LARP and all, but you're full of shit. You're full of shit, and you're full of envy, and you're just insanely petty. And I'm sorry that you got harassed, but I can kind of see why. You're a really obnoxious fucking person. And that's coming from me. Like, Jesus Christ.
They're here to see people fight. They're here to see what stupid fucking costume they're gonna put on this time. And you know, that's fine if you remember what it is you're actually doing and what you're actually here for, and your political discussions are more esoteric and pie in the sky, like democratic socialism versus social liberalism, rather than debating people's inherent right to exist. Not every content creator is politically driven, even if their content is technically political, and their audience probably isn't either. When Ian gets in trouble for spewing white supremacist rhetoric for the 18th time that day, there's no short.
What are you fucking talking about, you psycho? You're a lunatic. You're fucking insane. Like, this has no bearing on reality. Like, we're living in some weird alternate version of the world where Vosh is a white supremacist and ContraPoints is just, like, doesn't care about anything other than herself. And like, every fucking idea... There's no point in discussing ideas because everything that we believe should just be declared through fiat and enforced with violence, even if we're not in the position to win the violence. So, like, this is just so massively weird and ineffectual.
Shortage of people rushing to talk about how he de-radicalized them from the alt-right, but did he though? Like, let's be honest, hypothetical Voshite in the...
All right, so this is the part where we're gonna, the beginning part will actually make sense here.
Comments hurriedly tabbing away from AO3's race play tag. Hey, AO3, why do you have this? Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stalking people on Kiwi farms? Were you retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing trans women? Or did you just scroll through Twitter nodding along with edgelords? In my experience, nobody on the alt-right who was politically engaged were ever de-radicalized by BreadTube. They were passive, conservative, but probably couldn't be bothered to vote. Someone who might have voted...
So, in this part of the video, they're basically just saying, like, no one who's politically active on the right has ever been subjected to other ideas and then changed their mind. The only people who ever change their minds are people who are only nominally on the right, and now they're only nominally on the left, and that's it. No one ever actually, changes their opinion in a strong way. No one who strongly believes one thing ever goes on to strongly believe something else, which is just, like, patently false and obviously not true.
Voted for Trump.
But, in her experience it is, so whatever.
But their show was on that day, so and they were just as politically passive when they moved left. They changed none of their opinions, they didn't drop the edgelord bullshit about cancel culture, they didn't do anything. Maybe they whined on Twitter about woke scolds because woke scolds were making it harder to believe they were really shifting left, but to be de-radicalized, you had to have been radicalized in the first place. And if you were, actual de-radicalization takes way way more therapy and way more self-reflection than watching a loser in his gaming chair scream at black women over opinions they never actually held. BreadTubers will claim to be recruiting, but aside from the fact that recruiting Nazis is completely counterproductive, they aren't recruiting for anything except their Patreon.
Wait, do you think someone like is just a Nazi by nature? Like what you just said, coupled with this picture of the wolf in sheep's clothing, makes me think that you just think like once a Nazi, always a Nazi. And that anybody who was once a Nazi, or even just right-wing, who now claims to not be that anymore, is just like, they're a lie. Nope. Once a Nazi, always a Nazi. Like, do you think Nazi is like a property inherent at birth? I mean, that's really fucking weird. Like, how is it counterproductive to change people's minds? So like, if it's counterproductive to change people's minds, then basically anybody who is not born correct about everything is inherently a piece of shit in your eyes, right? So if no one is ever allowed to grow or change or, you know, have any sort of like, I don't know, character arc, basically. No one's allowed to have a fucking arc. People are just like, you're born correct or you're born evil, and that's what you are. And there's no hope trying to change it because it's just immutable. Like, what are you talking about? Like, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? This is nuts. This is absolutely batshit insane. You know that, right? Do you know when you're like, when you make this and you watch this and you look at this and you think about this, are you oblivious to the fact that what you're saying is fucking insane?
This is not your political engagement. This is your entertainment. This is a borrowed observation from Signified B-Sides. You should definitely watch his videos.
The thing that debate fans don't want to admit is that this is their entertainment. They're trying to validate repeatedly.
So fucking what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? You're an entertainer. You don't think you're a fucking entertainer? You're making YouTube videos. People are watching them. It's entertainment for you too. Quit acting like entertainment can't intersect with real shit. It can. It does.
Debating insert white supremacists here for a week straight to say that's an important thing to do when no, you just like wrestling. You just like professional wrestling. You just like soap operas.
If everyone who claimed to be de-radicalized by BreadTube was honest with themselves and everyone else, they would respond to ContraPoints or Vosh posting a new video or stream with, "Oh, quiet everyone, Nana's gotta watch her stories," like my grandmother with Days of Our Lives, or my mother with Lois and Clark. They might like to believe that they're part of a leftist movement, but when was the last time they did anything that wasn't dogpiling someone on Twitter? Most likely over nothing. As much as many of these people talk about recruiting, they're not recruiting.
Wait, you earlier defended the people dogpiling Lindsay Ellis over nothing. So, like, are you okay with Twitter dog piles or not?
For anything but their own fan bases. While I compared them to the cartoon community, I find a better parallel is between BreadTube and psychology channels. While you can find resources and directions for psychology and therapy on YouTube, you will also find a lot of content farm clickbait doing little more than using the language of psychology for clicks, and especially drama channels who just want to call people sociopaths and armchair diagnose people they don't like. And navigating that and knowing
I feel like whatever that was personal. I don't give a shit about your personal drama with other people, but hey, you know, whatever. You go ahead.
Is real and who is a fucking charlatan or just a novelty product is important. BreadTube has the same dichotomy. There are card-carrying socialists, but there's also just a lot of edgelords cashing in on a trend and a lot of actually hostile people who bully others for clout. But there's this real problem where if you expect—
Don't misgender. Omega, don't misgender. You can fucking criticize her, but you're gonna use the proper fucking pronouns. Stop it.
To self-described socialists to uphold socialist ideals, you get called a woke scold and get dogpiled by Nazis. This isn't a tangible leftist movement, and I don't say that derisively. While LeftTube can occasionally do some real good, simply watching YouTubers, especially edgy brocialists who use radical politics as an excuse to avoid analyzing their ingrained biases, isn't going to make you into a good card-carrying leftist. It just feeds politics into the fandom cycle where
But why should they bother to question their biases when, according to you, people can't fucking change anyway? Once a Nazi, always a Nazi. You basically said that earlier. So, like, why should anyone bother with introspection when change is apparently impossible?
culture melts your brain, where you form parasocial relationships with political commentators. To bring this out into the real world, you should never get emotionally attached to a politician. They are disposable by nature. I didn't vote for the Liberal Party in the last 2 elections because of what nice, honest, moral people they were. They weren't. I voted for them because they mostly match my overall political goals, and unlike the other 3, were actually capable of keeping the Conservative Party from taking power and fucking everyone over. And yeah, my politics line up with the NDP way more than the Liberals, but the NDP spends so much time fucking around.
I don't know anything about fucking Canadian politics or whatever, so.
Around and engaging catty teenage bullshit and making themselves less and less electable. And if I were someone who cared about ideological purity and routinely called everything less than socialist than me.
Wait, you don't care about ideological purity? What the fuck is this video about? Like, this whole video has been, the whole video is a refutation of that. So, no.
Neoliberal, I'd probably consider that a problem. But because I don't have an emotional attachment to politicians, and I know what the actual positions of these parties are, it's much easier to make the more grown-up strategic decision. Politics and fandom should never mix, and while BreadTube is mostly just politics as a...
Okay. But the problem is, the person most treating politics like fandom in this video is not, I hate to break it to you, it's not ContraPoints, it's not Voosh, it's you. Sorry to say, but it's you.
Entertainment, it is increasingly breeding this self-centered, egotistical version of socialism in its viewers, simply by virtue of the fact that many card-carrying socialist content creators have inoculated their viewers to be violently opposed to anyone who pressures them to actually uphold socialist values. The end result...
Oh yeah, that's totally happening. You're right about that one.
is people who view politics not as a strategic move on a chessboard, but as a declaration of your own moral goodness. And this parasocial relationship with political commentators goes both ways. Parasocial hatred of these people is not useful in any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, and you're totally free from that, clearly. I mean, once again, like, here you're actually saying something I agree with. I think being parasocially attracted to or repelled by a content creator, I mean, while it's natural and understandable, is not ultimately a productive thing. But at the same time, like, clearly you don't follow your own advice on this at all. At all. So it's kind of like empty coming from you.
It all creates engagement, especially for professional trolls. While I deeply dislike them, I can't summon the fire to be angry at creators like Contradiction.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not angry. That's true. I got that from this video. No anger here whatsoever.
Nostalgia Chick or Ian Learn to Shave. Couldn't even summon the energy to think up original insults there. Everything about them is so mundane and their actions are so predictable, especially when they glommed onto the right's cancel culture nonsense. See, when all this Buck Angel stuff was happening, ContraPoints ended up doing a Patreon stream that went over the backlash. Very dismissively, of course, but what did you expect? And the reason I bring it up is because during the stream, she made the remark that just because trans people were offended when she worked with transphobes wasn't a good enough reason for her to stop. And it's a poignant moment because it's the point where I realized doing another video on ContraPoints' bullshit was kind of contrapointless.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's like different trans people with different opinions on that. Maybe trans people are not like a monolithic group that all share one opinion on everything. I don't know. Could be. If you mention the word Stockholm around Lily Orchard, she will block you. It's fan fiction that Jared Fogle would enjoy. I don't know what that means, but hey, maybe. I have no idea. I have no idea what that's in reference to.
Made it clear that there was nothing to gain from pressing the issue. There were no minds to change, just flag her on Shinigami eyes and move on. But it did make something finally click. Namely, that ContraPoints ultimately was never interested in being a creator who went to bat for trans people. What she wanted to do was pontificate on the academic hypotheticals of political concepts. You know that image you think of when you think of philosophy, of two Roman guys debating like it's a sport while a crowd gathers around them? That's all this is to most of BreadTube.
Yeah, those guys, I don't know if you know this, like, had a massive influence throughout history, so why is that? That's a weird comparison. You know what? These BreadTubers are basically just like Socrates and Aristotle and shit. What, massively influential and important? What are you trying to say?
ContraPoints cared about what cishet people think of her and did not care what trans people thought of her. She fundamentally did not care until what they thought of her became annoying. And that's why her response to the backlash was so shit. Because she didn't care about mending a rift, she just wanted those little brats to shut up and leave her alone. She'd already decided who she wanted her content to appeal to, and if she wasn't dissuaded by thousands of people ostracizing her and giving her a mountain of headaches, another video from a nobody wasn't going to do that.
Her VDS is so bad she calls Contra by her alias, but calls Vosh by his real name. That is weird.
The fact is, there isn't some secret mystery as to why this wealthy, conventionally attractive white woman is so hot.
Oh, man, that jealousy is so fucking transparent sometimes. There's no mystery as to why this wealthy, conventionally attractive white woman would feel this way. Oh, okay. Aw, I guess Lily's feeling insecure. That's what this all boils down to.
Hostile to criticism. She just doesn't care. She would rather just dress up like she's in a Family Guy skit about gay Dracula and contemplate her navel.
Trans people, less than 1% of the population, but 90% of online cultural discourse. Well, I mean, like, whose fault is that, really? That is not the fault of the left. One thing that Lily said in her video that's definitely true is that in a fucking perfect world, trans people could just be trans and it would be just uncontroversial and no one would give a shit. But unfortunately, we live in a world where there's a bunch of right-wingers who feel like they can make political hay out of it. And so the discourse has to be focused on it. Just like for a while, the discourse had to be focused on gay people. And for a while, the discourse had to be super focused on, the civil rights movement or whatever the fuck. Unfortunately, because society can't just come to its senses on stuff like this, we have to have this fucking culture war bullshit. We have to have this dumb fuck fight where, progressives and leftists and shit have to fight for basic, like, just normal human compassion, empathy, and reason. And the right wing goes kicking and screaming and says, no, we don't wanna. And that's just where it is. So don't blame the left for that shit. That's all on the right.
And I don't say this with any malice. ContraPoints isn't the first white woman with middling talent, deep self-loathing, and an adversarial relationship.
I don't know who most of these people are, but I could tell you right now, the ones who I do recognize all have more talent than was taken to make some fucking shit like this video. I don't think you have any business talking about other people's talent. Lindsay Ellis, way better at making videos than you are. ContraPoints, way better at making videos than you are. J.K. Rowling, I know I'm going to get shit for even paying any compliment to her, but fucking wrote a story that captured the popular imagination of multiple cultures across the globe. Clearly more talented than you are. Don't know who the rest of them are, but this just seems like a laundry list of like people I dislike because I am insecure that they might be better than me. Well, let me just release you from some of that insecurity by letting you know, yes, all of the ones I recognize are better than you at what they do. So, sorry, but them's the facts.
Relationship with criticism, reality, and the concept of other people's existence, and she won't be the last. It is a mundane fact of life, and when you look at her work through this lens, it's a lot harder to be angry with her, because she's just another white girl with bad opinions. But she did get me thinking about who I want my content to appeal to, because I don't want neo-Nazis liking my channel or my writing.
Well, good for you, because not only are neo-Nazis not going to like it, but I can't really see how anyone could. Maybe your videos about fandom are better. I know that this channel primarily is about bitching about Steven Universe and shit, so maybe that shit's better. But this shit here is fucking unwatchable and annoying as fuck. But hey, we're watching it, I guess.
Go out of my way to be as hostile to them as possible. Some people whine about this, saying I should be reaching out and helping de-radicalize them, but
I really don't think you're capable of that. So no, I don't really think you should be in that role either. I think maybe you should probably just stick to the fandom stuff and not even venture into this realm, because it's a shit show.
Fact is,
But like, I don't wanna,
Well, didn't you use that clip earlier to like pwn fucking ContraPoints? Like, oh my god, she's got no reason for why she does what she does, and now you're using it as your own justification? So when you use that clip against her, it was a criticism, but when you use it for yourself, it's a justification for your own fucking, I don't know, narcissistic disregard for others. In this video where is there anything you fucking say in this video that you won't contradict later in this video? Like, this is like Bible levels of self-contradiction at this point. Pretty much everything you say, you demonstrate the opposite or say the opposite elsewhere in the video. And it's fucking remarkable.
Just don't care about conservative white men and their problems. Because to be that kind of person, I'd have to be someone that other LGBT people don't feel safe around. And
how the fuck? So your fucking contention here is that if you cared about if you fucking cared about a white dude's problems, you would be dangerous for other LGBT people to be around? I mean, you're insane. I know I've said it before, but you're a fucking lunatic and you're not reasonable.
And I'd have to be someone that people of color don't feel safe around. And I don't.
No, you wouldn't have to do any of that. Like, what are you fucking talking about? You can fucking look at a white person suffering and be like, wow, I feel bad for them suffering. And then still be a friend to LGBT people and black people and everybody. There's no contradiction there.
I don't want to be that kind of person. If I'm going to choose between conservative white men or choose LGBT people and people of color,
You don't need to choose between them. They're all just people of the fucking world, okay? Like, you can fucking just... I mean, you don't... There's not... Like, why are you breaking people up into all these little distinct classes and then being like, these people are worthy, these people are bad, good, bad, sorting them in little piles based on your own little weird preferences and shit? Like, just fucking have empathy for the human race. Love all people. It's not that fucking hard. I mean, it is. But, you know, it's better than this shit.
I'm going to choose the latter. Am I good at that? Not really. I put my foot in my mouth on more than one occasion over my long career. Some people...
No way. I don't believe it.
People have forgiven me for those instances. Some haven't. And I'm okay with people still being upset with me for that. I might not be the kind of creator I want to be right now, but...
What's this? Oh, so now when it comes to you... Then you believe that people can change. You're on a journey towards self-improvement, but anyone else who claims to be is a fucking, oh no, they're just pieces of shit, wolves in sheep's clothing. You're a piece of shit. You suck. You just suck balls. You're garbage. Get out of here. Get out of my fucking presence. I'm not finishing this. But I'm so close. Should I finish it? I guess I should finish it. Fuck. I'm so done with it, though.
Being that kind of creator is the only real professional ambition I have, and I care way more about that than potentially detoxing Nazis. At the end of the day, I'm not a political YouTuber any more than all art is political, but I still care about who my content is appealing to. Anything that might make those groups feel unwelcome in my spaces or around my work is not something I'm okay with. And I have tried to adopt a policy over the last few years that if another marginalized person comes to me with something racist I've done, to not argue with them on that point because they have a better understanding of the subject than you do, you fucking idiot. I tend to take a hard and fast...
Yeah. So does Candace Owens have a superior understanding of race issues than you do by that logic, or no? Was she the exception because she's conservative? You know, I don't know. I would say that I have a superior take on race and black issues in America than Candace Owens does as a white guy, because I don't think that my skin tone and experiences necessarily are the only things that form that. I think there's all kinds of other shit that goes into it, like intentions, education, intelligence level, ethics.
Fast rule on how to respond when marginalized people confront me with something problematic I've done, unless it is brazenly 100% clear that they're doing so in bad faith.
Oh, wow. Well, give yourself that little out, right? Oh, yeah. All the times when I'm called out, but I don't like it. Bad faith. Bad faith now. Oh, no, that time was in bad faith. But, you know, this one's good faith. Good faith time. When I can easily just fucking change course and go, I'm still learning, you guys. It's part of my journey of self-discovery. Then it's good faith. But when it's something you don't like and it's something that's a little too harsh for you to accept, then it's like, oh, well, that's a bad faith argument there. Bad faith in that case. You just want to have it every way, don't you?
I think if anything, if someone is bringing something you've done to your attention, rather than make a clickbait YouTube video about it, that's generally an indication that they already trust you to take it seriously. They already believe it's a sincere mistake. They're already giving you the benefit of the doubt. They wouldn't be talking to you otherwise. And I think that's the only real value that these discussions of BreadTube personalities getting in trouble for refusing to check their privilege has. Sit back and think, who do you want feeling welcome around you? Who do you actually care about? And do you care about being a welcoming person, having better politics, or at the very least just not being repugnant? Or do you just want people to declare you one of the good ones without doing any of the actual work? I've always been firmly of the correct opinion that cancel culture isn't real, despite how many white liberals start to adopt the term whenever they get slapped down for being stupid. ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis weren't canceled for one bad tweet or action. The both of them had been pissing people off with...
ContraPoints has not, as far as I know, been canceled. There have been some attempts. Lindsay Ellis, allowed herself to be canceled by letting a fucking hate mob chase her off the internet because she couldn't emotionally handle it, which, you know, whatever. That's her own prerogative. I don't know. I don't know or care enough about the situation, but I know that that was pretty stupid, the thing that got her kicked off. I don't really remember what it was because it really wasn't even worth considering or caring about.
With a very distinct callousness for a long time. Hell, Ellis's last big controversy is often said to be about a single tweet that was perceived to be racist, but it wasn't even that. It was the response to being very plainly told why the tweet was racist. Some people came to her in good faith, she called them crazies and lashed out, and a larger group of people went, oh, okay, fuck you too, I guess. And it wasn't the first time this had happened. People made a big fuss about the pylon because hundreds of people were making these remarks, but she had far more defenders than she had detractors. And this is the natural consequence of having a huge audience. When you show your ass, more people see it. And this goes double for Natalie. They did not get canceled, they got shouted down. And not for one offense, for many. If I threw out the idea of Raylo-style fanfiction with Harriet Tubman, I'd expect people to be less patient with me too.
Raylo-style fanfiction with Harriet Tubman. Who did that? That sounds pretty funny. I mean, is that bad? It seems funny to me, whatever.
Cancel culture isn't real. And when I say that, people get surprised because unlike these two, I actually have been stalked and harassed.
I'll say something even more offensive. Harriet Tubman was an ugly ass bitch. I know, right? That's mean to say. She was Harriet Tubman. She's a great woman. No doubt. I don't deny her greatness. But she wasn't great for her damn beauty, that's for sure.
And have my reputation slandered.
Not that that really matters, but, you know, hey. If I was that ugly, people would point it out to me on a regular fucking basis, so fuck y'all.
By bad faith actors on.
And I am pretty ugly, I guess, in some people's eyes. My wife has always confused me by saying she finds me attractive, but I think that's just a lie to make me feel better about myself. What do you guys think?
Mass. Like, Lily, how can you not believe cancel culture is real? You've been stalked for a decade, you've had your name.
This was all just a way to pivot to like the woe is me shit, huh? The only reason cancel culture was even brought up is so she could be like, how can you not believe in cancel culture when all this horrible stuff has happened to you? When you've been so harassed? When you've been stalked and beaten and whipped with chains and, you know, all right. Yeah, let's hear it.
Put on manuscripts that aren't yours. You've been accused of abuse by your abuser. One former friend has been stalking you for 8 years. You've been assaulted IRL over some of this shit. Some crazy bitch is making her 5th video in a row trying to pedo jacket you like a store brand libs of TikTok as we fucking speak. Yep. How is this not an attempt to cancel you? Well,
I mean, yeah, that all sucks and all, but like, you know, I don't know. I feel like when someone has that much shit going on, like, isn't it kind of time to be like, am I doing something to contribute to this? You know, when you're victimized by one person, 2 people, 3 people, you know, I mean, but like when it's just like, goddamn, when it's like, oh man, and then this person betrayed me and this person's stalking me and this person's doing this. It's like, you know, like at some point, maybe you got to ask yourself, like, am I doing something here? Like, is it like you talk about introspection and self-awareness and shit? Like, I don't know. Like when there's that much drama in your fucking life, maybe question whether or not you might have something to goddamn do with it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's pretty simple. I don't call this canceling. I call it what it...
I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying it's worth thinking about at that point.
It is harassment, bullying, stochastic terrorism in the case of the 2 people who raped me over this bullshit. The whole point of cancel culture is that when people are...
Raped you over what? So someone raped you because... cancel culture? Or whatever.
Being actually criticized over things they actually did, you will connect that legitimate criticism, shouty and rude as it might be, to those other things. Cancel culture is about blurring the line between criticism and harassment so that when you see the former, you will think it's automatically the latter. You cannot equate 12 years of stalking, abuse, defamation, real-life sexual assault, and very deliberate attempts to ruin someone's life out of spite to being made fun of on Twitter for a week for being fucking stupid. And I've been made fun of on Twitter for being fucking stupid, and I don't count it when I talk about being stalked and terrorized. That's why I don't believe in cancel culture. I don't need to, because
I really don't care about the cancel culture debate all that much. You know, what's called cancel culture today was called something else before. There's always been angry mobs that have gotten upset at something that someone said and tried to fucking, you know, get them kicked off of this, that, or the other fucking platform. That's as old as the goddamn hills. That ain't nothing new. It ain't fucking gonna go away tomorrow either. I know you don't like the Soviet socialism, and that's fine, but I'm curious, do you consider Marxist-Leninism a type of socialism that you reject, or do you not recognize it as socialism in the first place? Big fan. I don't honestly... I'm just going to have to tell you, like, I'm not a big reader of, like, theory, quote-unquote. I've tried to get deeper into, like, the socialist theory, and I just don't give a fuck. I have my own theories about how the world should be, and I have my own ways of accruing data about them, and I'm just not all that interested in Marx or Lenin or the Soviet Union in general. It's just not something that fascinates me. I'm not a student of history. I know that they say that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, but as far as I can tell, those who do know history are still just doomed to stand idly by and watch it repeat itself anyway. So I would rather, I seek to change the paradigm, and anything that's part of an existent paradigm. I mean, here's what I know about the Soviet Union. It didn't work. For whatever you can sit there and tell me all the reasons it didn't work, and it only failed because of this, and it only failed because of that. But I know here's what I know. It fucking failed. And the system we're in right now, this system, it's going to fail too. So what's going to succeed? That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the future thing that we haven't tried yet that hopefully can succeed, at least for a time. I'm not interested in what's failed already. I'm not interested in what's failing right now. So, maybe that's a position that's coming from ignorance, but ultimately everyone is massively ignorant. There's no person on the face of this earth that can possibly have a brain that contains all information on all things. And so I follow my passions. I follow the things that fascinate me. Marxist-Leninism simply isn't one of them. Now, if you were to sit me down with a Marxist-Leninist who was charismatic and could explain it in, conversational terms, then maybe they could get me a little bit more up to speed on what exactly it's saying and what exactly they see as its strong points. But from what I've seen so far and what little I've gleaned from listening to people who are Marxist-Leninists, I have not heard anything that was like, oh, wow, yes, that I recognize that as the truth.
Because I don't view my ego being bruised as an act of psychological assault. This video went in a lot of different places. I just started writing and a lot of very personal frustrations came out. Hopefully that was intelligible, but knowing me, it probably wasn't.
No, it wasn't, sorry.
I wasn't prepared for this one winning the poll, honestly. I meant what I said a minute ago. I don't really hold any anger toward terrible creators and left...
you might want to... Once again, maybe some introspection in order there.
Not even the ones who have harassed me specifically. It all just kind of bleeds together into a big blinding blob. Like, I don't hate ContraPoints. She's a white woman with terrible opinions about shit. There's a ton of those. While disliking or disavowing creators is valuable, I think there's a lot of harm to yourself when you get emotionally invested in a creator's downfall. Personally, I would love it if a lot of BreadTube checked their own biases, got away from making verbal wrestling matches and drama videos, but I don't see any value in holding my breath.
I mean... You're basically just saying everyone should just conform to what you think, and it seems to be a thing across the board with you. Right down to the fact that you think people who disagree with you should be punched in the face. You believe that the types of content that you don't see any value in shouldn't be made. You believe that anyone who's more successful than you is somehow a phony. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's very transparent, and it's very clearly motivated more by emotion than reason. And it's just not that interesting. It's not very good. And, I guess we'll finish off I'll let you finish off the last minute of this shit, and I'll just let it go in uninterrupted so we can fucking wrap this up.
I guess I could suggest lefty YouTubers who I think are more worth watching. Yeah, let's do that. In that case, Signified B-Sides for more direct political theory. It's a mixture on current trends, direct politics, and pop culture. I think he's very good. You might like him. Stitch Media Mix is more centered directly on fandom, K-pop, and fandom racism. But if you're looking to have your biases checked right to the face with a wooden cutting board, they were very helpful to me. Sometimes I come away from Stitch's articles being made aware of something problematic I've been doing and feeling ashamed of myself. And I think that experience is more valuable than people give it credit for. Professor Flowers, in particular, she has a very insightful video about the problems of LeftTube trying to recruit Nazis, and I've kept his video in my mind while I was writing parts of this, but all of her other videos are great, and honestly, I think he's just swell. And lastly, Knowing Better. It's a mostly history channel, which YouTube already loves, but also talks about other issues like the capitalist hellhole we're living in, police militarization. It's a left-wing channel that doesn't do class reductionism, which is what I think you should be primarily looking for. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. I love you all. Yes, even you in the back, sharpening a knife and glaring at me.
All right, thank God it's over. Whew. That was fucking rough, guys. That was fucking rough. Now, I want to make something clear here at the outset of this. You know, as bad as that shit was, all of the right-wingers that I've looked at today were worse. They were all worse. I want to say that. Even though I spent more time on this and got a little bit more upset about this on an emotional level, this was not as bad as this. Well, that's Dusty. He's fine. As this guy here, Jesse Waters, as this fucking Christian, as these fake progressives pretending to be progressive and against abortion. Yeah, all those motherfuckers are worse than this. And the reason they're all worse than this is because at least this person, I think, Lily Orchard, whatever, has their heart in the right place, but I think she's been blinded by envy, jealousy, pettiness, and a bunch of other emotional issues that need to be worked through. But at least, like, I can somewhat see what she's saying. Like, and because she's such a hypocrite, the great thing about hypocrites, and Penn Jillette will point this out to people, and I have always liked it, even though I don't really like his politics, to be honest with you, because he's like a very crazy libertarian. But the great thing about a hypocrite is I'm either going to agree with what they say or what they do, you know? You're going to find some agreement with a hypocrite because they're on both sides of everything. And she's a hypocrite, so I definitely found things, even if I didn't like what I saw in terms of personality, there were certain things she said that I still agreed with, and I feel like I pointed them out when they came up. But, you know, whereas with that Bible guy or those right-wingers bitching about the MSheU or whatever the fuck, all of that was just total ass, and I didn't find a single thing to agree with about any of that. So at least there's some stuff I can agree with Lily on, even if I don't care for the personality that was on display. And I think there was a lot of disingenuousness and a lot of weird contradictory shit and a lot of fascist tendencies, not in terms of the politics of fascism, but in terms of the authoritarianism of fascism. Just this might makes right mentality coming from someone who doesn't even really strike me as particularly mighty, who probably would not like might versus right. Might is right if it was actually put into practice, because I don't think that a trans Cherokee woman would come out on top of that one. You know, you create a might makes right world. Trans Cherokee women are not going to be the queens of that world. Hate to break it to you. So embracing might makes right, not a very intelligent thing to do strategically from your position in society. Anyway, Penn Jillette renounced libertarianism during COVID. Oh, sweet. That's nice. I didn't know that. Good for him. Nerdrotic is annoying and boring, nothing to do with anything, but wanted to let everyone know. Yeah, we all know. I think anyone who doesn't directly watch that shit probably already knows that it's not watchable. The people who do watch it, I guess, disagree, but they're wrong. So, you know. Anyway, I've been streaming for 5 hours. That seems pretty good. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody who watched. Thank you, everybody who donated. Thank you, everybody who commented. Thank you, everyone who gives this video a thumbs up. Thank you, everyone who subscribes and hits that alert bell and all that stuff. Love you all. Hope you have a good day. Bye-bye.